Chapter 1. As the faint, rumbling growl rolled up from the ribcage into the earpieces of my stethoscope, the realization burst upon me with uncomfortable clarity that this was probably the biggest dog I'd ever seen. In my limited past experience, some Irish wolfhounds had undoubtedly been taller, and a certain number of bull mastiffs had possibly been broader. But for sheer gross poundage, this one had it. His name was Clancy. It was a good name for an Irishman's dog, and Joe Mulligan was very Irish, despite his many years in Yorkshire. Joe had brought him into the afternoon surgery, and as the huge hairy form ambled along, almost filling the passage, I was reminded of the times I had seen him out in the fields around Darrowby, enduring the frisky attentions of smaller animals with massive benignity. He looked like a nice, friendly dog. But now there was this ominous sound echoing round the great thorax, like a distant drum roll in a subterranean cavern, and as the chest piece of the stethoscope bumped along the ribs, the sound swelled in volume, and the lips fluttered over the enormous teeth as though a gentle breeze had stirred them. It was then that I became aware not only that Clancy was very big indeed, but that my position, kneeling on the floor with my right ear a few inches from his mouth, was infinitely vulnerable. I got to my feet, and as I dropped the stethoscope into my pocket, the dog gave me a cold look. A sideways glance without moving his head, and there was a chilling menace in his very immobility. I didn't mind my patient snapping at me, but this one I felt sure wouldn't snap. If he started something, it would be on a spectacular scale. I stepped back a pace. "Now, what did you say his symptoms were, Mr. Mulligan?"
"What's that, sir?"
Joe cupped his ear with his hand. I took a deep breath.
"What's the trouble with him?"
I shouted. The old man looked at me with total incomprehension from beneath the straightly adjusted cloth cap. He fingered the muffler knotted immediately over his larynx, and the pipe which grew from the dead center of his mouth puffed blue wisps of puzzlement. Then, remembering something of Clancy's past history, I moved close to Mr. Mulligan and bawled with all my power into his face.
"Is he vomiting?"
The response was immediate. Joe smiled in great relief and removed his pipe.
"Oh, aye, he's vomiting, sir. He's vomiting bad."
Clearly he was on familiar ground. Over the years, Clancy's treatment had all been at long range. My young boss, Siegfried Farnan, had told me on the first day I had arrived in Darrowby 2 years ago that there was nothing wrong with the dog, which he had described as a cross between an Airedale and a donkey, but his penchant for eating every bit of rubbish in his path had the inevitable result. A large bottle of bismuth, mad carb mixture, had been dispensed at regular intervals. He had also told me that Clancy, when bored, used occasionally to throw Joe to the ground and worry him like a rat just for a bit of light relief. But his master still adored him. Prickings of conscience told me I should carry out a full examination. Take his temperature, for instance. All I had to do was to grab hold of that tail, lift it, and push a thermometer into his rectum. The dog turned his head and met my eye with a blank stare. Again I heard the low, booming drum roll, and the upper lip lifted a fraction to show a quick gleam of white. Yes, right, Mr. Mulligan," I said briskly. "I'll get you a bottle of the usual." In the dispensary, under the rows of bottles with their Latin names and glass stoppers, I shook up the mixture in a 10-ounce bottle, corked it, stuck on a label, and wrote the directions. Joe seemed well satisfied as he pocketed the familiar white medicine, but as he turned to go, my conscience smote me again. The dog did look perfectly fit, but maybe he ought to be seen again.
"Bring him back again on Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock,
I yelled into the old man's ear.
"And please come on time if you can. You were a bit late today."
I watched Mr. Mulligan going down the street, preceded by his pipe, from which regular puffs rose upwards as though from a departing railway engine. Behind him ambled Clancy, a picture of massive calm. With his all-over covering of tight brown curls, he did indeed look like a gigantic Airedale. Thursday afternoon, I ruminated. That was my half-day, and at 2 o'clock I'd probably be watching the afternoon cinema show in Broughton. The following Friday morning, Siegfried was sitting behind his desk, working out the morning rounds. He scribbled a list of visits on a pad, tore out the sheet,
and handed it to me. "Here you are, James. I think that'll just about keep you out of mischief till lunchtime."
Then something in the previous day's entries caught his eye, and he turned to his younger brother, who was at his morning task of stoking the fire.
"Tristan, I see Joe Mulligan was in yesterday afternoon with his dog, and you saw it. What did you make of it?"
Tristan put down his bucket.
"Oh, I gave him some of the bismuth mixture."
"Yes, but what did your examination of the patient disclose?"
"Well, now, let's see."
Tristan rubbed his chin.
"He looked pretty lively, really."
"Is that all?"
"Yes." "Yes, I think so."
Siegfried turned back to me.
"And how about you, James? You saw the dog the day before. What were your findings?"
"Well, it was a bit difficult," I said. "That dog's as big as an elephant, and there's something creepy about him. He seemed to me to be just waiting his chance, and there was only old Joe to hold him. I'm afraid I wasn't able to make a close examination, but I must say I thought the same as Tristan. He did look pretty lively." Siegfried put down his pen wearily. On the previous night, fate had dealt him one of the shattering blows which it occasionally reserves for vets, a call at each end of his sleeping time. He had been dragged from his bed at 1 a.m. and again at 6 a.m., and the fires of his personality were temporarily damped. He passed a hand across his eyes. "Well, God help us. You, James, a veterinary surgeon of 2 years' experience, and you, Tristan, a final-year student, can't come up with anything better between you than the phrase, 'pretty lively.' It's a bloody poor thing. Hardly a worthy description of clinical findings, is it? When an animal comes in here, I expect you to record pulse, temperature, and respiratory rate, to auscultate the chest and thoroughly palpate the abdomen, to open his mouth and examine teeth, gums, and pharynx, to check the condition of the skin, to catheterize him, and examine the urine if necessary." "Right," I said.
"Okay," said Tristan.
My employer rose from his seat. "Have you fixed another appointment?"
I have, yes."
Tristan drew his packet of woodbines from his pocket. "For Monday. And since Mr. Mulligan's always late for the surgery, I said we'd visit the dog at his home in the evening." "I see." Siegfried made a note on the pad, then he looked up suddenly. "That's when you and James are going to the young farmers' meeting, isn't it?" The young man drew on his cigarette. "That's right. Good for the practice for us to mix with the young clients." "Very well," Siegfried said as he walked to the door. "I'll see the dog myself." On the following Tuesday, I was fairly confident that Siegfried would have something to say about Mulligan's dog, if only to point out the benefits of a thorough clinical examination. But he was silent on the subject. It happened that I came upon old Joe in the marketplace, sauntering over the cobbles with Clancy inevitably trotting at his heels. I went up to him and shouted in his ear,
"How's your dog?"
Mr. Mulligan removed his pipe and smiled with slow benevolence.
"Oh, fine, sir, fine. Still vomiting a bit, sir, but not bad." "Mr. Farnan, fixed him up, then?" "All right, sir. Gave him some more of the white medicine, sir. It's wonderful stuff, wonderful stuff." "Good. Good," I said. "He didn't find anything else when he examined him?" Joe took another suck at his pipe. "No, he didn't now. No, sir, he didn't. He's a clever man, Mr. Farnan. I've never seen a man work as fast. No, I haven't." "What do you mean?" "Well, now, he saw all he wanted in 3 seconds, sir. So he did." I was mystified. 3 seconds? "Yes, sir," said Mr. Mulligan firmly. "Not a moment more, sir." "Well, that's amazing." "What happened?" Joe tapped out his pipe on his heel, and without haste took out a knife and began to carve a refill from an even-looking coil of black twist. "Well, now, I'll tell you. Mr. Farnan is a man who moves awful sudden, and that night he banged on our front door and jumped into the room." I knew those cottages. There was no hall or lobby. You walked straight from the street into the living room. "And as he came in, sir, he was pulling his thermometer out of its case, sir. Well, now, Clancy was lying by the fire, and he rose up in a flash, and he gave a bit of a woof, so he did." "A bit of a woof, eh?" I can imagine the hairy monster leaping up and baying into Siegfried's face. I could see the gaping jaws, the gleaming teeth. Aye, just a bit of a woof. Well, Mr. Farnan just put the thermometer straight back in its case, turned round, and went out to the door. Did he say anything? No, sir, not a word, sir. Just turned out like a soldier and marched out to the door, so he did, sir. Well, it sounded authentic. Siegfried was a man of instant decision. I put my hand out to pat Cathy. My mind. Well, I'm glad he's better, I shouted. The old man ignited his pipe with an ancient brass lighter, puffed a cloud of choking blue smoke into my face, and tapped a little metal lid onto the bowl. Aye, sir, Mr. Farnan sent round a big bottle of the white stuff, sir, and it's done him good, mind you. Cancer's always been one for the vomiting, so he has. Nothing more was said about the big dog for over a week, but Siegfried's professional conscience must have been niggling at him, because he came into the dispensary one afternoon, when Tristan and I were busy at the tasks which have passed into history, making up fever drinks, stomach powders, boric acid pessaries. He was elaborately casual. Oh, by the way, I dropped a note to Joe Mulligan. I'm not entirely convinced that we have adequately explored the causes of his dog's symptoms. This vomiting is almost certainly due to depraved appetite, but I just want to make sure. So I've asked him to bring him round tomorrow afternoon between 2 and 2:30, when we'll all be here. No cries of joy greeted his statement, so he continued. I suppose you could say that this dog is to some degree a difficult animal, and I think we should plan accordingly. He turned to me. James, when he arrives, you get hold of his back end, will you? Right, I replied without enthusiasm. He faced his brother, and you, Tristan, can deal with the head, okay? Fine, fine, the young man muttered, his face expressionless. His brother continued. I suggest you get a good grip with your arms around his neck, and I'll be ready to give him a shot of sedative. Splendid. Splendid, said Tristan. Oh, well, that's capital. My employer rubbed his hands together. Once I get that dope into him, the rest will be easy. I do like to satisfy my mind about these things. It was a typical Dale's practice at Darrowby, mainly large animals, and we didn't have packed waiting rooms at surgery time. But on the following afternoon we had nobody in at all, and it added to the tension of waiting. The three of us mooched about the office, making aimless conversation, glancing with studied carelessness into the front street, whistling little tunes to ourselves. By 2:25 we had all fallen silent. Over the next 5 minutes we consulted our watches about every 30 seconds. Then, at exactly 2:30, Siegfried spoke up. This is no damn good. I told Joe he had to be here before past, but he's taken not a bit of notice. He's always late, and there doesn't seem to be any other way to get him here on time. He took a last look out of the window at the empty street. Right, we're not waiting any longer. You and I, James, have that colt to cut, and you, Tristan, have to see that beast of Wilson's. So, let's be off. Up till then, Laurel and Hardy were the only people I had ever seen getting jammed together in doorways. But there was a moment when the three of us gave a passable imitation of the famous comics as we all fought our way into the passage at the same time. Within seconds, we were in the street, and Tristan was roaring off in a cloud of exhaust smoke. My employer and I proceeded almost as rapidly in the opposite direction. At the end of Trengate, we turned into the marketplace, and I looked round in vain for signs of Mr. Mulligan. It wasn't until we had reached the outskirts of the town that we saw him. He had just left his house, and was pacing along under the moving pall of blue smoke, with Clancy, as always, bringing up the rear. There he is, Siegfried exclaimed. Would you believe it? At the rate he's going, he'll get to the surgery round about 3 o'clock. Well, we won't be there, and it's his own fault. He looked at the great curly-coated animal tripping along, a picture of health and energy. Well, I suppose we'd have been wasting our time examining that dog in any case. There's nothing really wrong with him. For a moment he paused, lost in thought. Then he turned to me. He does look pretty lively, doesn't he? Chapter 2. This was my second spring in the Dales, but it was like the one before, and all the springs after. The kind of spring, that is, that a country vet knows. The din of the lambing pens, the bass rumble of the ewes, and the high, insistent bawling of the lambs. This, for me, has always heralded the end of winter and the beginning of something new. This,
and the piercing Yorkshire wind, and the hard, bright sunshine flooding the bare hillsides. At the top of the grassy slope, the pens, built of straw bales, formed a long row of square cubicles, each holding a ewe with her lambs, and I could see Rob Benson coming round the far end, carrying 2 feeding buckets. Rob was hard at it. At this time of the year, he didn't go to bed for about 6 weeks. He would maybe take off his boots and doze by the kitchen fire at night, but he was his own shepherd, and never very far from the scene of action. "I've got a couple of cases for you today, Jim." His face, cracked and purpled by the weather, broke into a grin. "It's not really you I need. It's that little lady's hand of yours, and right sharpish too." He led the way to a bigger enclosure, holding several sheep. There was a scurry as we went in, but he caught expertly at the fleece of a darting ewe. "This is the first one. You can see we haven't a deal of time." I lifted the woolly tail and gasped. The lamb's head was protruding from the vagina. The lips of the vulva clamped tightly round the ears, and it had swollen enormously to more than twice its size. The eyes were mere puffed slits in the great edematous ball, and the tongue, blue and engorged, lolled from the mouth. "Well, I've seen a few big heads, Rob, but I think this takes the prize." "Aye, the little beggar come with his legs back. Just beat me to it. I was only away for an hour, but he was up like a football. By hell, it doesn't take long. I know he wants his legs bringing round, but what can I do with bloody great mitts like mine?" He held out his huge hands, rough and swollen with the years of work. While he spoke, I was stripping off my jacket, and as I rolled my sleeves high, the wind struck like a knife at my shrinking flesh. I soaked my fingers quickly and began to feel for a space around the lamb's neck. For a moment, the little eyes opened and regarded me disconsolately. "Well, he's alive, anyway," I said, "but he must feel terrible, and he can't do a thing about it." Easing my way round, I found a space down by the throat where I thought I might get through. This was where my lady's hand came in useful, and I blessed it every spring. I could work inside the ewes with a minimum of discomfort to them, and this was all important because sheep, despite their outdoor hardness, just won't stand rough treatment. With the utmost care, I inched my way along the curly wool of the neck to the shoulder. Another push forward, and I was able to hook a finger round the leg and draw it forward until I could feel the flexure of the knee. A little more twiddling, and I had hold of the tiny cloven hoof, and drew it gently out into the light of day. Well, that was half the job done. I got up from the sack where I was kneeling, and went over to the bucket of warm water. For the other leg, I'd used my left hand, and I began to soap it thoroughly, while one of the ewes, marshalling her lambs around her, glared at me indignantly, and gave a warning stamp of her foot. Turning, I knelt again and began the same procedure, and as I once more groped forward, a tiny lamb dodged under my arm and began to suck at my patient's udder. He was clearly enjoying it too, if the little tail twirling inches from my face meant anything. "Well, where did this bloke come from?" I asked, still feeling round. The farmer smiled. "Oh, that's Herbert. Poor little youth's mother won't have him at any price. Took a spite at him at birth, though she thinks world of her other lamb." "Do you feed him, then?" "Nay, I was going to put him with the pet lambs, but I saw he was fending for himself. He pots from one ewe to t'other, and gets a quick drink whenever he gets the chance. I've never seen out like it. Only a week old and an independent spirit, eh?" "That's about the size of it, Jim. I notice his belly's full every morning, so I reckon his ma must let him have a do during the night. She can't see him in the dark. It must be the look of him she can't stand." I watched the little creature for a moment. To me, he seemed as full of knock-kneed charm as any of the others. Sheep were funny things. I soon had the other leg out, and once that obstruction was removed, the lamb followed easily. He was a grotesque sight, lying on the strawed grass, his enormous head dwarfing his body, but his ribs were heaving reassuringly, and I knew the head would shrink back to normal as quickly as it had expanded. I had another search round inside the ewe, but the uterus was empty. "Well, there's no more, Rob," I said. The farmer grunted. "Aye, I thought so. Just a big single one, eh? They're the ones that cause the trouble." Drying my arms, I watched Herbert. He had left my patient when she moved round to lick her lamb, and he was moving speculatively among the other ewes. Some of them warned him off with a shake of the head, but eventually he managed to sneak up on a big, wide-bodied sheep and pushed his head underneath her. Immediately she swung round, and with a fierce upward butt of her hard skull, she sent the little animal flying high in the air in a whirl of flailing legs. He landed with a thud on his back. As I hurried towards him, he leapt to his feet and trotted away. "Old bitch!" shouted the farmer, and as I turned to him in some concern, he shrugged. "I know, poor little sod, it's rough, but I've got a feeling he wants it this way rather than being in the pen with the pet lambs. I mean, look at you now." Herbert, quite unabashed, was approaching another ewe, and as she bent over her feeding trough, he nipped underneath her, and his tail went into action again. There was no doubt about it. That lamb had guts. "Rob," I said, as he caught my second patient, "why do you call him Herbert?" "Well, that's my youngest lad's name, and that lamb's just like him in the way he puts his head down and gets stuck in, fearless-like." I put my hand into the second ewe. Here was a glorious mix-up of 3 lambs. Little heads, legs, a tail, all fighting their way towards the outside world, and effectively stopping each other from moving an inch. "She's been hanging around all morning and paining," Rob said. "I knew something was wrong." Moving a hand carefully around the uterus, I began the fascinating business of sorting out the tangle, which is just about my favourite job in practice. I had to bring a head and 2 legs up together in order to deliver a lamb, but they had to belong to the same lamb, or I was in trouble. It was a matter of tracing each leg back to see if it was hind or fore, to find if it joined the shoulder or disappeared into the depths. After a few minutes, I had a lamb assembled inside with his proper appendages, but as I drew the legs into view, the neck telescoped and the head slipped back. There was barely room for it to come through the pelvic bones along with the shoulders, and I had to coax it through with a finger in the eye socket. This was groaningly painful as the bones squeezed my hand, but only for a few seconds, because the ewe gave a final strain and the little nose was visible. After that, it was easy, and I had him on the grass within seconds. The little creature gave a convulsive shake of his head, and the farmer wiped him down quickly with straw before pushing him to his mother's head. The ewe bent over him and began to lick his face and neck with little quick darts of her tongue, and she gave the deep chuckle of satisfaction that you hear from a sheep only at this time. The chuckling continued as I produced another pair of lambs from inside her, one of them hind end first, and, tiling my arms again, I watched her nosing round her triplets delightedly. Soon they began to answer her, with wavering, high-pitched cries, and as I drew my coat, thankfully, over my cold-reddened arms, lamb number 1 began to struggle to his knees. He couldn't quite make it to his feet and kept toppling onto his face, but he knew where he was going all right. He was headed for that udder with a singleness of purpose that would soon be satisfied. Despite the wind cutting over the straw bales into my face, I found myself grinning down at the scene. This was always the best part. The wonder that was always fresh. The miracle you couldn't explain. I heard from Rob Benson only a few days later. It was a Sunday afternoon, and his voice was strained, almost panic-stricken. "Jim, I've had a dog in among me in-lamb ewes. There was some folk up here with a car about dinner-time, and my neighbour said that they had an Alsatian, and it was chasing the sheep all over the field. Oh, there's an hell of a mess. I tell you, I'm frightened to look. I'm on my way." I dropped the receiver and hurried out to the car. I had a sinking dread of what would be waiting for me. The helpless animals lying with their throats torn, the terrifying lacerations of limbs and abdomen. I had seen it all before. The ones which didn't have to be slaughtered would need stitching, and on the way I made a mental check of the stock of suture silk in the boot. The in-lamb ewes were in a field by the roadside, and my heart gave a quick thump as I looked over the wall. Arms resting on the rough, loose stones, I gazed with sick dismay across the pasture. This was worse than I'd feared. The long slope of turf was dotted with prostrate sheep. There must have been about 50 of them, motionless woolly mounds scattered at intervals on the green. Rob was standing just inside the gate. He hardly looked at me, just gestured with his head. "Tell me what you think. I daren't go in there." I left him and began to walk among the stricken creatures, rolling them over, lifting their legs, parting the fleece of their necks to examine them. Some of them were completely unconscious, others comatose. None of them could stand up. But as I worked my way up the field, I felt a growing bewilderment. Finally, I called back to the farmer. "Rob, come over here. There's something very strange." "Look," I said, as the farmer approached hesitantly.
There's not a drop of blood nor a wound anywhere. And yet all the sheep are flat out. I can't understand it.
Rob went over and gently raised a lolling head.
Ah, you're right. What the hell's done it then?
At that moment I couldn't answer him, but a little bell was tinkling far away at the back of my mind. There was something familiar about that ewe the farmer had just handled. She was one of the few able to support herself on her chest, and she was lying there, blank-eyed, oblivious of everything. But that drunken nodding of the head, that watery nasal discharge, I had seen it before. I knelt down, and as I put my face close to hers, I had a faint bubbling, almost a rattling in her breathing. I knew then.
"It's calcium deficiency," I cried, and began to gallop down the slope towards the car.
Rob trotted alongside me.
"But what the hell? They get that after lambing, don't they?"
"Well, yes, usually," I puffed, "but sudden exertion and stress can bring it on."
"Well, I never knew that. How does it happen?"
I saved my breath. I wasn't going to start an exposition on the effects of sudden derangement of the parathyroid. I was more concerned with wondering if I had enough calcium in the boot for 50 ewes. It was reassuring to see the long row of round tin caps peeping from their cardboard box. I must have filled it up recently. I injected the first ewe in the vein, just to check my diagnosis. Calcium works as quickly as that in sheep, and felt a quiet elation as the unconscious animal began to blink and tremble, then tried to struggle onto its chest. "Now, we'll inject the others under the skin," I said. "It'll save time." I began to work my way up the field. Rob pulled forward the foreleg of each sheep, so that I could insert the needle under the convenient patch of unwooled skin, just behind the elbow. And by the time I was halfway up the slope, the ones at the bottom were already walking about and getting their heads into the food troughs and hay racks. It was one of the most satisfying experiences of my working life. Not clever, but a magical transfiguration. From despair to hope, from death to life within minutes. I was throwing the empty bottles into the boot when Rob spoke. He was looking wonderingly up at the last of the ewes getting to its feet at the far end of the field.
"Well, Jim, I'll tell you. I've never seen out like that before. But there's one thing bothers me."
He turned to me, and his weathered features screwed up in puzzlement.
"See, I can understand how getting chased by a dog could affect some of them ewes, but why should the old bloody lot go down?"
"Rob," I said, "I don't know. And 30 years later, I still wonder. I still don't know why the whole bloody lot went down." I thought Rob had had enough to worry about at the time, so I didn't bother to point out to him that other complications could be expected after the Alsatian episode. I wasn't surprised when I had a call to the Benson farm within days. I met him again on the hillside with the same wind whipping over the straw bale pens. The lambs had been arriving in a torrent, and the noise was louder than ever. He led me to my patient. "There's one with a belly full of dead lambs, I reckon," he said, pointing to a ewe with her head drooping, ribs heaving. She stood quite motionless and made no attempt to move away when I went up to her. This one was really sick, and as the stink of decomposition came up to me, I knew the farmer's diagnosis was right. "Well, I suppose it had to happen to one at least after that chasing around," I said. "Let's see what we can do anyway." This kind of lambing is without charm, but it has to be done to save the ewe. The lambs were putrid and distended with gas, and I used a sharp scalpel to skin the legs to the shoulders, so that I could remove them and deliver the little bodies with the least discomfort to the mother. When I had finished, the ewe's head was almost touching the ground. She was panting rapidly and grating her teeth. I had nothing to offer her. No wriggling new creature for her to lick and revive her interest in life. What she needed was an injection of penicillin, but this was 1939, and the antibiotics were still a little way round the corner. "Well, I wouldn't give much for her," Rob grunted. "Is there out more you can do?" I'll put some pessaries in her, and I'll give her an injection, but what she needs most is a lamb to look after. You know as well as I do that ewes in this condition usually give up if they've nothing to occupy them. You haven't a spare lamb to put on her, have you?" "Well, not right now, I haven't. And it's now she needs it. Tomorrow it'll be too late." Just at that moment, a familiar figure wandered into view. It was Herbert. the unwanted lamb, easily recognizable as he prowled from sheep to sheep in search of nourishment. "Hey, do you think she'd take that little chap?" I asked the farmer. He looked doubtful. "Well, I don't know. He's a bit old, nearly a fortnight, and they like 'em newly born, you know. But it's worth a try, isn't it? Why not try the old trick on her?" Rob grinned. "OK, we'll do that. There's naught to lose. Anyway, the little youth isn't much bigger than a newborn, is he? He hasn't grown as fast as his mates." He took out his penknife and quickly skinned one of the dead lambs. Then he tied the skin over Herbert's back and round his jutting ribs. "Poor little bugger, there's naught on him," he muttered. "If this doesn't work, he's going in with the pet lambs." When he'd finished, he set Herbert on the grass, and the lamb, resolute little character that he was, bored straight in under the sick ewe and began to suck. It seemed he wasn't having much success, because he gave the udder a few peremptory thumps with his hard little head. Then his tail began to wiggle. "She's letting him have a drop any road," Rob laughed. Herbert was a type you couldn't ignore, and the big sheep, sick as she was, just had to turn her head for a look at him. She sniffed along the tied-on skin in a non-committal way. Then after a few seconds, she gave a few quick licks, and the merest beginning of the familiar deep chuckle. I began to gather up my gear. "I hope he makes it," I said. "Those two need each other." As I left the pen, Herbert, in his new jacket, was still working away. For the next week I hardly seemed to have my coat on. The flood of sheep work was at its peak, and I spent hours of every day with my arms in and out of buckets of hot water in all corners of the district, in the pens, in dark nooks in farm buildings, or very often in the open fields, because the farmers of those days didn't find anything disturbing in the sight of a vet kneeling in his shirt-sleeves for an hour in the rain. I had one more visit to Rob Benson's place, to a ewe with a prolapsed uterus after lambing, a job whose chief delight was comparing it with the sweat of replacing a uterus in a cow. It was so beautifully easy. Rob rolled the animal onto her side, then held her more or less upside down by tying a length of rope to her hind legs and passing it round her neck. In that position she couldn't strain, and I disinfected the organ and pushed it back with the minimum of effort, gently inserting an arm at the finish to work it properly into place. Afterwards the ewe trotted away unperturbed with her family to join the rapidly greying flock, whose din was all around us. "Look!" Rob cried. "There's that old ewe with Herbert. Over there on right, in the middle of that bunch." Well, they all looked the same to me, but to Rob, like all shepherds, they were as different as people, and he picked out those two effortlessly. They were near the top of the field, and as I wanted to have a close look at them, we manoeuvred them into a corner. The ewe, fiercely possessive, stamped her foot at us as we approached, and Herbert, who had discarded his woolly jacket, held close to the flank of his new mother. He was, I noticed, faintly obese in appearance. "Well, you couldn't call him a runt now, Rob," I said. The farmer laughed. "Nay, t'owd lass has a bag like a cow, and Herbert's getting the lot. By God, he's in clover, is that little youth, and I reckon he saved the ew's life, you know. She'd have pegged out all right, but she never looked back once he came along." I looked away over the noisy pens, over the hundreds of sheep moving across the fields. I turned to the farmer. "I'm afraid you've seen a lot of me lately, Rob. I hope this is the last visit." "Aye, well, it could be. We're getting well through now. But it's hell of a time lambing, isn't it?" "It is that. Well, I must be off. I'll leave you to it." I turned and made my way down the hillside, my arms raw and chafing in my sleeves, my cheeks whipped by the eternal wind gusting over the grass. At the gate I stopped and gazed back at the wide landscape, ribbed and streaked by the last of the winter snow, and at the dark grey banks of cloud riding across on the wind, followed by lakes of brightest blue. And in seconds the fields and walls and woods burst into vivid life, and I had to close my eyes against the sun's glare. As I stood there, the distant uproar came faintly down to me, the tumultuous harmony from deepest bass to highest treble, demanding, anxious, angry, loving. The sound of the sheep, the sound of spring. Chapter 3. "Them mastics," said Mr. Pickerskill, judicially, "is a proper bugger. I nodded my head in agreement that his mastitis problem was indeed giving cause for concern, and reflected at the same time that while most farmers would have been content with the local word felon, it was typical that Mr. Pickerskill should make a determined, if somewhat inaccurate attempt to a scientific term. Sometimes he got very wide of the mark, as one time, long after this, when artificial insemination, or AI, was gaining a foothold in the Dales, he made my day by telling me he had a cow-in calf to the ICI. However, he usually did better than this. Most of his efforts were near misses, or bore obvious evidence of their derivation. But I could never really fathom where he got the mastics. I did know that once he fastened on to an expression, it never changed. Mastitis had always been them mastics with him, and it always would be. And I knew, too, that nothing would ever stop him doggedly trying to be right. Because Mr. Pickerskill had what he considered to be a scholastic background. He was a man of about 60, and when in his teens, he had attended a 2-week course of instruction for agricultural workers at Leeds University. This brief glimpse of the academic life had left an indelible impression on his mind, and it was as if the intimation of something deep and true behind the facts of his everyday work had kindled a flame in him, which had illumined his subsequent life. No Captain Gown Don ever looked back to his years among the spires of Oxford with more nostalgia than did Mr. Pickerskill to his fortnight at Leeds, and his conversation was usually laced with references to the godlike Professor Malleson, who had apparently been in charge of the course. "I don't know what to make of it," he continued. "In my college days, I was always told that you got a big swollen bag and dirty milk with them mastics, but this one must be another kind. Just little bits of flakes in the milk off and on. Neither nowt nor something, but I'm right fed up with it, I can tell you." I took a sip from the tea which Mrs. Pickerskill had placed in front of me on the kitchen table. Yes, it's very worrying the way it keeps going on and on. I'm sure there's a definite factor behind it all. I wish I could put my finger on it." But in fact, I had a good idea what was behind it. I had happened in at the little bar late one afternoon when Mr. Pickerskill and his daughter Olive were milking their 10 cows. I had watched the two at work as they crouched under the row of roan and redbacks, and one thing was immediately obvious. While Olive drew the milk by almost imperceptible movements of her fingers and with a motionless wrist, her father hauled away at the teats as though he was trying to ring in the new year. This insight, coupled with the fact that it was always the cows Mr. Pickerskill milked that gave trouble, was enough to convince me that the chronic mastitis was of traumatic origin. But how to tell the farmer that he wasn't doing his job right, and that the only solution was to learn a more gentle technique, or let Olive take over all the milking? It wouldn't be easy, because Mr. Pickerskill was an impressive man. I don't suppose he had a spare penny in the world, but even as he sat there in the kitchen in his tattered, collarless flannel shirt and braces, he looked, as always, like an industrial tycoon. You can imagine that massive head with its fleshy cheeks, noble brow, and serene eyes looking out from the financial pages of the Times. Put him in a bowler and striped trousers, and you'd have the perfect chairman of the board. I was very chary of affronting such natural dignity, and anyway, Mr. Pickerskill was fundamentally a fine stocksman. His few cows, like all the animals of that fast-dying breed of small farmer, were fat and sleek and clean. You had to look after your beasts when they were your only source of income, and somehow Mr. Pickerskill had brought up a family by milk production, eked out by selling a few pigs and the eggs from his wife's 50 hens. I could never quite work out how they did it, but they lived, and they lived graciously. All the family but Olive had married and left home, but there was still a rich decorum and harmony in that house. The present scene was typical. The farmer expounding gravely, Mrs. Pickerskill bustling about in the background, listening to him with quiet pride. Olive, too, was happy. Though in her late 30s, she had no fears of spinsterhood, because she had been assiduously courted for 15 years by Charlie Hudson from the Darrowby fish shop, and though Charlie was not a tempestuous suitor, there was nothing flighty about him, and he was confidently expected to pop the question over the next 10 years or so. Mr. Pickerskill offered me another buttered scone, and when I declined, he cleared his throat a few times as though trying to find words. "Mr. Herriot," he said at last, "I don't like to tell anybody his job, but we've tried all your remedies for them mastics, and we've still got trouble. Now, when I studied under Professor Malleson, I noted down a lot of good cures, and I'd like to try this one. Have a look at it." He put his hand into his hip pocket and produced a yellow slip of paper almost falling apart at the folds. "It's an udder salve. Maybe if we give the bags a good rub with it, it'll do trick." I read the prescription in the fine copperplate writing. Camphor, eucalyptus, zinc oxide. A long list of the old familiar names. I couldn't help feeling a kind of affection for them, but it was tempered by a growing disillusion. I was about to say that I didn't think rubbing anything on the udder would make the slightest difference, when the farmer groaned loudly. The action of reaching into his hip pocket had brought on a twinge of his lumbago, and he sat very upright, grimacing with pain. "Oh, this bloody old back of mine! By God, it does give me some stick. The doctor can't do nought about it. I've had enough pills to make me rattle, but I get no relief." I'm not brilliant, but I do get the odd blinding flash, and I have one now. "Mr. Pickersgill," I said solemnly, "you've suffered from that lumbago ever since I've known you. And I've just thought of something. I believe I know how to cure it." The farmer's eyes widened, and he stared at me with a childlike trust in which there was no trace of scepticism. This could be expected, because just as people place more reliance on the words of knackermen and meal travellers than their vets where their animals are concerned, it was natural that they would believe the vet rather than their doctor with their own ailments. "You know how to put me right?" he said faintly. "I think so, and it has nothing to do with medicine." "You'll have to stop milking." "Stop milking? What the hell?" "Of course, don't you see? It's sitting crouched on that little stool night and morning every day of the week that's doing it. You're a big chap, and you've got to bend to get down there. I'm sure it's bad for you." Mr. Pickersgill gazed into space, as though he had seen a vision. "You really think?" "Yes, I do." "Well, you ought to give it a try, anyway. Olive can do the milking. She's always saying she ought to do it all." "Well, that's right, Dad," Olive chimed in. "I like milking, you know I do. And it's time you gave it up. You've done it ever since you were a lad." "Dang it, young man, I believe you're right. I'll pack it in now. I've made my decision." Mr. Pickersgill threw up his fine head, looked imperiously around him, and crashed his fist on the table as though he had just concluded a merger between two oil companies. I stood up. "Fine, fine. Well, I'll take this prescription with me and make up the udder salve. It'll be ready for you tonight, and I should start using it immediately." It was about a month later that I saw Mr. Pickersgill. He was on a bicycle, pedalling majestically across the marketplace, and he dismounted when he saw me. "Now then, Mr. Herriot," he said, puffing slightly. "I'm glad I've met you. I've been meaning to come and tell you that we don't have no flakes in the milk now. Ever since we started with salve, they began to disappear, and milk's as clear as it can be now." "Oh, great. And, how's your lumbago?" "Well, I'll tell you. You've really capped it, and I'm grateful. I've never milked since that day, and I hardly get a twinge now." He paused and smiled indulgently. "You gave me some good advice on me back, but we had to go back to our Professor Mallison to cure them mastics, didn't we?" My next encounter with Mr. Pickersgill was on the telephone. "I'm speaking from the Cossack," he said in a subdued shout. "From the what?" "The Cossack, the telephone Cossack in village." "Oh, yes, indeed, and what can I do for you?" "I want you to come out as soon as possible to treat a calf with semolina." "I beg your pardon?" "I have a calf with semolina." "Semolina? Ah, that's right, a fellow was on about it on wireless the other morning." Oh, yes, I see." I too had heard a bit of the farming talk on salmonella infection in calves. What makes you think you've got this trouble?" "Well, it's like that fella said, me calf's bleeding from the rectum." "From the... Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Well, I'd better have a look at him. I won't be long." The calf was pretty ill when I saw him, and he did have rectal bleeding, but it wasn't like salmonella. "There's no diarrhea, you see, Mr. Pickersgill," I said. "In fact, he seems to be constipated. This is almost pure blood coming from him, and he hasn't got a very high temperature." The farmer looked a little disappointed. "Dang, I thought it was just as that fellow was talking about. He said you could send samples off to the Labrador." "To the what?" "The investigation Labrador, you know."
Oh, yes, quite. And I don't think the lab will be of any help in this case. Ah, what's wrong with him then? Is something the matter with his rectum? No, but there seems to be some obstruction high up in his bowel which is causing this hemorrhage. I looked at the little animal standing motionless with his back up. He was totally preoccupied with some internal discomfort, and now and then he strained and grunted softly. And of course I should have known straight away. It was so obvious. But I suppose we all have blind spells when we can't see what is pushed in front of our eyes, and for a few days I played around with that calf in a haze of that medicine which I'd rather not talk about. But I was lucky. He recovered in spite of my treatment. It wasn't until Mr. Piggersgill showed me the little roll of necrotic tissue which the calf had passed that the thing dawned on me. I turned, shamefaced, to the farmer. This is a bit of dead bowel, all telescoped together. An interception. It's usually a fatal condition, but fortunately in this case, the obstruction has sloughed away and your calf should be all right now. What was it you called it? An interception. Mr. Piggersgill's lips moved tentatively, and for a moment I thought he was going to have a shot at it, but he apparently decided against it. Oh, he said. That's what it was it? Yes, and it's difficult to say just what caused it. The farmer sniffed. I bet I know what was behind it. I've always said that this one would be a weakly calf. When he was born, he bled a lot from his biblical cord. Mr. Piggersgill hadn't finished with me yet. It was only a week later when I heard him on the phone again. Get out here, quick! There's one of me pigs going bezique. Bezique? With an effort I put away from me a mental picture of two porkers facing each other over a green baize table. I'm afraid I don't quite... Aye! I'll give him a dose of worm medicine, and he started jumping about and rolling on his back. I tell you, he's going proper bezique. Ah, yes, I see. Right. I'll be with you in a few minutes. The pig had quietened down a bit when I arrived, but was still in considerable pain, getting up, lying down, trotting in spurts round the pen. I gave him half a grain of morphine hydrochloride as a sedative, and within a few minutes he began to relax and finally curled up in the straw. Well, looks as though he's going to be all right, I said, but what's this worm medicine you gave him? Mr. Piggersgill produced the bottle sheepishly. Bloke was coming round selling them like. Said it would shift any worms you care to name. Well, it nearly shifted your pig, didn't it? I sniffed at the mixture. Oh, no wonder. It smells almost like pure turpentine. Turpentine? Well, by God, that's all it is. And bloke said it was somewhat new. Charged me an absorbent price for it, too. I gave him back the bottle. Well, never mind, I don't think there's any harm done, but I think the dustbin's the best place for that. As I was getting into my car, I looked up at the farmer. You must be about sick of the sight of me. First the mastitis, then the calf, and now the pig. You've had a bad run. Mr. Piggersgill squared his shoulders and gazed at me with massive composure. Again I was conscious of the sheer presence of the man. Young fella, he said, that don't bother me. Where there's stock, there's trouble. And I know from experience that trouble allus comes in cyclones. Chapter 4. I knew I shouldn't do it, but the old Drover's Road beckoned to me irresistibly. I ought to be hurrying back to the surgery after my morning call, but the broad green path wound beguilingly over the moor-top between its crumbling walls, and almost before I knew, I was out of the car and treading the wiry grass. The wall skirted the hill's edge, and as I looked across and away to where Darrowby huddled far below between its folding green fells, the wind thundered in my ears. But when I squatted in the shelter of the grey stones, the wind was only a whisper, and the spring sunshine hot on my face. The best kind of sunshine. Not heavy or cloying, but clear and bright and clean as you find it down behind a wall in Yorkshire, with the wind singing over the top. I slid lower till I was stretched on the turf, gazing with half-closed eyes into the bright sky, luxuriating in the sensation of being detached from the world and its problems. This form of self-indulgence had become a part of my life, and still is. A reluctance to come down from the high country. A penchant for stepping out of the stream of life, and loitering on the brink for a few minutes as an uninvolved spectator.
and it was easy to escape, lying up there quite alone with no sound but the wind sighing and gusting over the empty miles, and far up in the wide blue, the endless brave trilling of the larks. Not that there was anything unpleasant about going back down the hill to Derby. I had worked there for 2 years now, and Skeldale House had become home, and the two bright minds in it, my friends. It didn't bother me that both the brothers were cleverer than I was. Siegfried, unpredictable, explosive, generous. I had been lucky to have him as a boss. As a city-bred youth trying to tell expert stock farmers how to treat their animals, I had needed all his skill and guidance behind me. And Tristan, a rum lad, as they say, but very sound. His humour and zest for life had lightened my days. And all the time I was adding practical experience to my theory. The mass of facts I had learned at college were all coming to life, and there was the growing realization, deep and warm, that this was for me. There was nothing else I'd rather do. It must have been about 15 minutes later when I finally rose, stretched pleasurably, took a last deep gulp of the crisp air, and pottered slowly back to the car for the 6-mile journey back down the hill to Derby. When I drew up by the railings with Siegfried's brass plate hanging lopsidedly by the fine Georgian doorway, I looked up at the tall old house with its ivy swarming untidily over the weathered brick. The white paint on windows and doors was flaking, and that ivy needed trimming, but the whole place had style, a serene, unchangeable grace. But I had other things on my mind at the moment. I went inside, stepping quietly over the coloured tiles which covered the floor of the long passage, till I reached the long offshoot at the back of the house. And I felt, as I always did, subdued excitement as I breathed the smell of our trade, which always hung there: ether, carbolic, and pulv aromat. The latter was the spicy powder which we mixed with the cattle medicines to make them more palatable, and it had a distinctive bouquet which even now can take me back 30 years with a single sniff. And today the thrill was stronger than usual because my visit was of a surreptitious nature. I almost tiptoed along the last stretch of passage, dodged quickly round the corner and into the dispensary. Gingerly I opened the cupboard door at one end and pulled out a little drawer. I was pretty sure that Siegfried had a spare hoof knife hidden away within, and I had to suppress a cackle of triumph when I saw it lying there, almost brand new, with a nicely turned, gleaming blade and a polished wooden handle. My hand was outstretched to remove it, when a cry of anger exploded in my right ear.
"Caught in the act! Bloody red-handed, by God!"
Siegfried, who had apparently shot up through the floorboards, was breathing fire into my face. The shock was so tremendous that the instrument dropped from my trembling fingers, and I cowered back against the row of bottles of formalin bloat mixture. "Oh, hello, Siegfried," I said with a ghastly attempt at nonchalance. Just on my way to that horse of Thompson's, you know, the one with a plus in the foot. I seem to have mislaid my knife, so I thought I'd borrow this one." "Thought you'd nick it, you mean? My spare hoof knife, by heaven, is nothing sacred, James." I smiled sheepishly. "You're wrong. I'd have given it back to you straight away." "A likely story," Siegfried said, with a bitter smile. "I'd never have seen it again, and you know damn well I wouldn't. Anyway, where's your own knife?" "You've left it on some farm, haven't you?" "Well, as a matter of fact, I laid it down at Willie Denham's place after I'd finished trimming his cow's overgrown foot, and I must have forgotten to pick it up." I gave a light laugh. "But God help us, James, you're always forgetting to pick things up. And you're always making up the deficiency by purloining my equipment." He stuck his chin out. "Have you any idea how much all this is costing me? Oh, but I'm sure Mr. Denham will drop the knife in at the surgery the first time he's in town." Siegfried nodded gravely. "He may, I'll admit that, he may, but on the other hand, he might think it's the ideal tool for cutting up his plug tobacco. Remember when you left your carving overall at old Fred Dobson's place? The next time I saw it was 6 months later, and Fred was wearing it. He said it was the best thing he'd ever found for stooking corn in wet weather." Yes, I remember. I'm sorry about it all." I fell silent, breathing in the pungency of the pulv aromat. Somebody had let a bagful burst on the floor, and the smell was stronger than ever. My employer kept his fiery gaze fixed on me for a few moments more, then he shrugged his shoulders. "Ah, well, there's none of us perfect, James, and I'm sorry I shouted at you, but you know I'm deeply attached to that knife, and this business of leaving things around is getting under my skin." He took down a Winchester of his favourite colic draught and polished it with his handkerchief before replacing it carefully on its shelf. "I tell you what, let's go and sit down for a few minutes and talk about the problem." We went back along the passage, and as I followed him into the big sitting room, Tristan got up from his favourite chair and yawned deeply. His face looked as boyish and innocent as ever, but the lines of exhaustion around his eyes and mouth told an eloquent story. Last night he had travelled with the darts team from the Lord Nelson and had taken part in a gruelling match against the Dog and Gun at Drayton. The contest had been followed by a pie and pea supper and the consumption of something like 12 pints of bitter a man. Tristan had crawled into bed at 3 a.m. and was clearly in a delicate condition.
"Ah, Tristan," Siegfried said. "I'm glad you're here, because what I have to say concerns you just as much as James. It's about leaving instruments on farms, and you're as guilty as he is."
It must be remembered that before the Veterinary Surgeons Act of 1948, it was quite legal for students to treat cases, and they regularly did so. Tristan, in fact, had done much sterling work when called on, and he was very popular with the farmers.
"Now, I mean this very seriously," my employer said,
leaning his elbow on the mantelpiece and looking from one of us to the other.
"You two are bringing me to the brink of ruin by losing expensive equipment. Some of it is returned, but a lot of it is never seen again. What's the use of sending you to visits when you come back without your artery forceps or scissors or something else? The profit's gone, you see." We nodded silently. "After all, there's nothing difficult about bringing your instruments away, is there? You may wonder why I never leave anything behind. Well, I can tell you, it's just a matter of concentration. When I lay a thing down, I always impress on my mind that I've got to lift it up again. That's all there is to it."
The lecture over, he became very brisk.
"Right. Let's get on. There's nothing much doing, James, so I'd like you to come with me to Kendall's at Brookside. He's got a few jobs, including a cow with a tumour to remove. I don't know the details, but we may have to cast her. You can go on to Thompson's later." He turned to his brother. "And you'd better come too, Tristan. I don't know if we'll need you, but an extra man might come in handy."
We made quite a procession as we trooped into the farmyard, and Mr. Kendall met us with his customary ebullience.
"Hello, hello. We've got plenty of manpower today, I see. We'll be able to tackle out with this regiment."
Mr. Kendall had the reputation in the district of being a bit clever, and the phrase has a different meaning in Yorkshire from elsewhere. It meant he was something of a know-all, and the fact that he considered himself a wag and leg-puller of the first degree didn't endear him to his fellow farmers either. I always felt he was a good-hearted man, but his conviction that he knew everything and had seen it all before made him a difficult man to impress.
"Well, what do you want to see first, Mr. Farnan?"
he asked. He was a thick-set little man with a round, smooth-skinned face and mischievous eyes.
"I believe you have a cow with a bad eye," Siegfried said. "Better begin with that." "Right, Squire," the farmer cried. Then he put his hand in his pocket. "But before we start, here's something for you."
He pulled forth a stethoscope.
"You left it last time you were here."
There was a silence. Then Siegfried grunted a word of thanks and grabbed it hastily from his hand. Mr. Kendall continued.
"And the time before that, you left your bloodless castrators. We did a swap-over, didn't we? I gave you back the nippers, and you left me the earphones."
He burst into a peal of laughter.
Yes, quite," Siegfried snapped, glancing uneasily round at us. "But we must be getting on. Now, where is, lads," chuckled the farmer, turning to us. "I don't think I've ever known him come here without leaving summat."
"Really?" said Tristan, interestedly.
"Aye. If I wanted to keep 'em all, I'd have had a drawer full by now."
"Is that so?" I said.
"Aye, it is, young man. And it's the same with all me neighbours. One fellow said to me t'other day, 'He's a kind man, is that Mr. Farnan, and never calls without leaving a souvenir.'"
He threw back his head and laughed again. We were enjoying the conversation, but my employer was stalking up the bar.
"Where's this damn cow, Mr. Kendall? We haven't got all day."
The patient wasn't hard to find. A nice, light-roan cow which looked round at us carefully, one eye almost closed. From between the lashes a trickle of tears made a dark stain down the hair of the face, and there was an eloquent story of pain in the cautious movements of the quivering lids. "Ah, there's something in there," murmured Siegfried.
Aye, I know.
Mr. Kendall always knew.
She's got a flipping great lumpy chap stuck on her eyeball, but I can't get to it. Look here.
He grabbed the cow's nose with one hand and tried to prise the eyelids apart with the fingers of the other. But the third eyelid came across, and the whole orbit rolled effortlessly out of sight, leaving only a blank expanse of white sclera.
There!
He cried.
Now to see. You can't make her keep her eyes still.
I can, though. Siegfried turned to his brother.
Tristan, get the chloroform muzzle from the car. Look sharp.
The young man was back in seconds, and Siegfried quickly drew the canvas bag over the cow's face and buckled it behind the ears. From a bottle of spirit he produced a small pair of forceps of an unusual type, with tiny jaws operated by a spring. He poised them just over the closed eye. "James," he said.
"Give it about an ounce."
I dribbled the chloroform onto the sponge in the front of the muzzle. Nothing happened for a few moments while the animal took a few breaths. Then her eyes opened wide in surprise as the strange, numbing vapor rolled into her lungs. The whole area of the affected eye was displayed, with a broad golden piece of chaff splayed out across the dark cornea. I only had a glimpse of it before Siegfried's little forceps had seized it and whisked it away.
"Squeeze in some of that ointment, Tristan," said my employer, "and get the muzzle off James before she starts to rock."
With the bag away from her face and the tormenting little object gone from her eye, the cow looked around her, vastly relieved. The whole thing had taken only a minute or two, and was as slick a little exhibition as you'd wish to see, but Mr. Kendall didn't seem to think a great deal of it.
"All right,"
he grunted.
"Let's get on with next job."
As we went down the byre, I looked out and saw a horse being led across the yard. Siegfried pointed to it.
"Is that the gelding I operated on for fistulous withers?"
he asked.
"That's the one."
The farmer's voice was airy. We went out, and Siegfried ran his hand over the horse's shoulders. The broad fibrous scar over the withers was all that was left of the discharging, stinking sinus of a few weeks back. Healing was perfect. These cases were desperately difficult to treat, and I remembered my boss cutting and chiseling at the mass of necrotic tissue, caressing deeply till only healthy flesh and bone remained. His efforts had been rewarded. It was a brilliant success. Siegfried gave the gelding a final pat on the neck.
"Ah, that's done rather well."
Mr. Kendall shrugged and turned back towards the byre.
"Aye, not bad, I suppose."
But he really wasn't impressed. The cow with the tumour was standing just inside the door. The growth was in the perineal region, a smooth, round object like an apple projecting from the animal's rear end, clearly visible an inch to the right of the tail. Mr. Kendall was in full cry again.
"Now we'll see what you're made of. How are you chaps going to get that thing off, eh? It's a big un. You'll need a carving knife or a hacksaw foot job. Are you going to put her to sleep or tie her up or what?"
He grinned, and his bright little eyes darted at each of us in turn. Siegfried reached out and grasped the tumour, feeling round the base with his fingers. Yes.
"Bring me some soap and water and a towel, will you please?" "I have it just outside door."
The farmer scuttled into the yard and back again with the bucket.
"Thank you very much,"
Siegfried said. He washed his hands and gave them a leisurely toweling.
"Now I believe you have another case to see. A scouring calf, wasn't it?"
The farmer's eyes widened.
"Yes, I have, but how about getting that big lump off the cow first?"
Siegfried folded the towel and hung it over the half door. "Oh, I've removed the tumour," he said quietly.
"What's that?"
Mr. Kendall stared at the cow's backside. We all stared at it. And there was no doubt about it. The growth was gone. And there was another funny thing. There wasn't even a scar or mark remaining. I was standing quite close to the animal, and I could see exactly, to a fraction of an inch, just where the big ugly projection had been. And there was nothing. Not a drop of blood. Nothing.
"Aye,"
Mr. Kendall said irresolutely.
You've removed it, aye, that's right."
The smile had vanished from his face, and his entire personality seemed suddenly deflated. Being a man who knew everything and was surprised by nothing, he was unable to say,
"When the devil did you do it? And how? And what on earth have you done with it?"
He had to maintain face at all costs, but he was rattled. He darted little glances around the byre along the channel. The cow was standing in a clean, swept stall with no straw, and there was nothing lying on the floor, there or anywhere. Casually, as though by accident, he pushed the milking stool to one side with his foot. Still, nothing.
Well, now perhaps we can see the calf. Siegfried began to move away.
Mr. Kendall nodded.
Yes, the calf. He's in corner there. I'll just lift bucket first.
It was a blatant excuse. He went over to the bucket, and as he passed behind the cow, he whipped out his spectacles, jammed them onto his nose, and directed a piercing glare at the cow's bottom. He only took an instant because he didn't want to show undue concern, but when he turned back towards us, his face registered utter despair, and he put his spectacles away with a weary gesture of defeat. As he approached, I turned and brushed against my employer.
"Where the hell is it?"
I hissed. "Up my sleeve," murmured Siegfried without moving his lips or changing expression.
"What?"
I began, but Siegfried was climbing over a gate into the makeshift pen where the calf was cornered. He was in expansive mood as he examined the little creature and injected it. He kept up a steady flow of light conversation, and Mr. Kendall, showing great character, managed to get his smile back on and answer back, but his preoccupied manner, his tortured eyes, and the repeated incredulous glances back along the byre floor in the direction of the cow betrayed the fact that he was under immense strain. Siegfried didn't hurry over the calf, and when he'd finished he lingered a while in the yard, chatting about the weather, the way the grass was springing, the price of fat bullocks. Mr. Kendall hung on grimly, but by the time Siegfried finally waved farewell, the farmer's eyes were popping, and his face was an anguished mask. He bolted back into the byre, and as the car backed round, I could see him bent double with his glasses on again, peering into the corners. "Poor fella," I said. "He's still looking for that thing. And for God's sake, where is it anyway?" "I told you, didn't I?" Siegfried removed one arm from the wheel and shook it. A round, fleshy ball rolled down into his hand. I stared at it in amazement. "But I never saw you take it off. What happened?" "Well, I'll tell you." My employer smiled indulgently. I was fingering it over to see how deeply it was attached when I felt it begin to move. The back of it was merely encapsulated by the skin, and when I gave it another squeeze, it just popped out and shot up my sleeve. And after it had gone, the lips of the skin sprang back together again so that you couldn't see where it had been. Extraordinary thing. Tristan reached over from the back seat. "Give it to me," he said. "I'll take it back to college with me and get it sectioned. We'll find out what kind of tumour it is." His brother smiled. "Yes, I expect you'll give it some fancy name, but I'll always remember it as the only thing that shook Mr. Kendall." "Well, that was an interesting session in there," I said. "And I must say I admired the way you dealt with that eye, Siegfried. Very smooth indeed." "Ah, you're very kind, James," my boss murmured. "Well, that was just one of my little tricks, and of course the forceps helped a lot." I nodded. Yes, wonderful little things. I've never seen anything like them. Where did you get them?" "Well, I picked them up from the instrument stall at the last veterinary congress. They cost me a packet, but they've been worth it. Look, let me show them to you." He put his hand in his breast pocket, then his side pockets, and as he continued to rummage all over his person, a look of sick dismay spread slowly over his face. Finally, he abandoned the search, cleared his throat, and fixed his eyes on the road ahead. I'll show you them some other time, James," he said huskily. I didn't say anything, but I knew, and Siegfried knew, and Tristan knew. He'd left them on the farm. Chapter 5. "Well, it's a good sign." Tristan reluctantly expelled a lungful of woodbine smoke and looked at me with wide, encouraging eyes. "You think so?" I said doubtfully. Tristan nodded. "Sure of it. Helen just rang you up, did she?" "Yes. Out of the blue. I haven't seen her since I took her to the pictures that night, and it's been hectic ever since with the lambing, and suddenly there she was, asking me to tea on Sunday." "I like the sound of it," Tristan said. "But of course you don't want to get the idea you're home and dry or anything like that. You know there are others in the field." "Hell, yes. I suppose I'm one of a crowd." "Well, not exactly a crowd, but Helen Alderson is really something. Not just a looker, but... well, very nice. There's a touch of class about that girl." "Oh, I know. There's bound to be a mob of blokes after her, like young Richard Edmondson. I hear he's very well placed." "That's right," Tristan said. "Old friends of the family, big farmers, rolling in brass. I understand old man Alderson fancies Richard strongly as a son-in-law." I dug my hands into my pockets. "Can't blame him. A ragged-arsed young vet isn't much competition." "Well, don't be gloomy, old lad. You've made a bit of progress, haven't you?" "In a way," I said with a wry smile. "I've taken her out twice. to a dinner dance which wasn't on, and to a cinema showing the wrong film. A dead loss the first time and not much better the second. I just don't seem to have any luck there. Something goes wrong every time. Maybe this invitation is just a polite gesture, returning hospitality or something like that. Nonsense! Tristan laughed and patted me on the shoulder. This is the beginning of better things. You'll see. Nothing will go wrong this time. And on Sunday afternoon, as I got out of the car to open the gate to Heston Grange, it did seem as if all was right with the world. The rough track snaked down from the gate through the fields to Helen's home, slumbering in the sunshine by the curving river, and the grey-stoned old building was like a restful haven against the stark backcloth of the fells beyond. I leaned on the gate for a moment, breathing in the sweet air. There had been a change during the last week. The harsh winds had dropped. Everything had softened and greened, and the warming land gave off its scents. On the lower slopes of the fell, in the shade of the pine woods, a pale mist of bluebells drifted among the dead bronze of the bracken, and their fragrance came up to me on the breeze. I drove down the track among the cows, relishing the tender young grass after their long winter in the byres, and as I knocked on the farmhouse door, I felt a surge of optimism and well-being. Helen's younger sister answered, and it wasn't until I walked into the big flagged kitchen that I experienced a qualm. Maybe it was because it was so like that first disastrous time I had called for Helen. Mr. Alderson was there by the fireside, deep in the farmer and stock breeder as before, while above his head the cows in the vast oil painting still paddled in the lake of startling blue under the shattered peaks. On the whitewashed wall the clock still tick-tocked inexorably. Helen's father looked up over his spectacles just as he had done before. "Good afternoon, you man. Come and sit down." And as I dropped into the chair opposite him, he looked at me uncertainly for a few seconds. "It's a better day," he murmured. Then his eyes were drawn back irresistibly to the pages on his knee. As he bent his head and started to read again, I gained the strong impression that he hadn't the slightest idea who I was. It came back to me forcibly that there was a big difference in coming to a farm as a vet and visiting socially. I was often in farm kitchens on my rounds, washing my hands in the sink after kicking my boots off in the porch, chatting effortlessly to the farmer's wife about the sick beast. But here I was in my good suit, sitting stiffly across from a silent little man whose daughter I had come to court. It wasn't the same at all. I was relieved when Helen came in carrying a cake, which she placed on the big table. This wasn't easy, as the table was already loaded. Ham and egg pies rubbing shoulders with snowy scones, a pickled tongue, cheek by jowl with a bowl of mixed salad, luscious-looking custard tarts jockeying for position with sausage rolls, tomato sandwiches, fairy cakes. In a clearing near the centre, a vast trifle reared its cream-topped head. It was a real Yorkshire tea. Helen came over to me. "Hello, Jim. Nice to see you. You're quite a stranger." She smiled her slow, friendly smile. "Hello, Helen. Yes, you know what lambing time's like. I hope things will ease up a bit now." "Well, I hope so too. Hard work's all right up to a point, but you need a break sometime. Anyway, come and have some tea. Are you hungry?" "I am now," I said, gazing at the packed foodstuffs. Helen laughed. "Well, come and sit down. Dad, leave your precious farmer and stock breeder and come over here." We were going to sit down in the dining room, but Dad won't have his tea anywhere but in here, so that's all about it. I took my place along with Helen, young Tommy and Mary, her brother and sister, and Auntie Lucy, Mr. Alderson's widowed sister, who had recently come to live with the family. Mr. Alderson groaned his way over the flags, collapsed on the high-backed wooden chair, and began to saw phlegmatically at the tongue. As I accepted my laden plate, I can't say I felt entirely at ease. In the course of my work, I'd eaten many meals in the homes of the hospitable dalesmen, and I discovered that light chatter was not welcomed at table. The accepted thing, particularly among the more old-fashioned types, was to put the food away in silence and get back on the job. But maybe this was different. Sunday tea might be a more social occasion. I looked round the table, waiting for somebody to lead the way. Helen spoke up. "Jim's had a busy time among the sheep since we last saw him." "Oh, yes." Aunt Lucy put her head on one side and smiled. She was a little bird-like woman, very like her brother, and the way she looked at me made me feel she was on my side. The young people regarded me fixedly with twitching mouths. The only other time I'd met them, they had found me an object of some amusement, and things didn't seem to have changed. Mr. Alderson sprinkled some salt on a radish, conveyed it to his mouth, and crunched it impassively. "Did you have much twinland disease this time, Jim?" Helen asked, trying again. "Oh, quite a bit," I replied brightly. "Haven't had much luck with treatment, though. I tried dosing the ewes with glucose this year, and I think it did a bit of good." Mr. Alderson swallowed the last of his radish. "I think nowt to glucose," he grunted. "I've had a go with it, and I think nowt to it." "Really?" I said. "Well, now that's interesting. Yes, quite." I buried myself in my salad for a spell before offering a further contribution. "There's been a lot of sudden deaths in the lambs," I said. "Seems to be more pulpy kidney about." "Fancy that," said Aunt Lucy, smiling encouragingly. "Yes," I went on, getting into my stride. "It's a good job we've got a vaccine against it now." "Wonderful things, these vaccines," Helen chipped in. "You'll soon be able to prevent a lot of sheep disease that way." The conversation was warming up. Mr. Alderson finished his tongue and pushed his plate away. "I think now to the vaccines. And those sudden deaths you're on about, they're caused by wool ball in stomach. They're nowt to do with the kidneys." "Oh, yes, well, wool ball, eh? Ah, yes, wool ball." I subsided and decided to concentrate on the food. And it was worth concentrating on. As I worked my way through, I was aware of a growing sense of wonder that Helen had probably baked the entire spread. It was when my teeth were sinking into a poem of a curd tart that I really began to appreciate the miracle that somebody of Helen's radiant attractiveness should be capable of this. I looked across at her. She was a big girl, nothing like her little wisp of a father. She must have taken after her mother. Mrs. Alderson had been dead for many years, and I wondered if she'd had the same wide, generous mouth that smiled so easily. Those same warm blue eyes under the soft mass of black-brown hair. A sputtering from Tommy and Mary showed that they had been appreciatively observing me gawping at their sister. "That's enough, you two," Auntie Lucy reproved. "Anyway, you can go now. We're going to clear the table." Helen and she began to move the dishes to the scullery beyond the door, while Mr. Alderson and I returned to our chairs by the fireside. The little man ushered me to mine with a vague wave of his hand. "Here, take a seat, young man." A clattering issued from the kitchen as the washing up began. We were alone. Mr. Alderson's hand strayed automatically towards his farmer and stock breeder, but he withdrew it after a single, hunted glance in my direction and began to drum his fingers on the arm of the chair, whistling softly under his breath. I groped desperately for an opening gambit, but came up with nothing. The ticking of the clock boomed out into the silence. I was beginning to break out into a sweat when the little man cleared his throat. "Pigs were a good trade on Monday," he vouchsafed. "They were, eh? Oh, well, that's fine. Jolly good." Mr. Alderson nodded, fixed his gaze somewhere above my left shoulder, and started drumming his fingers again. Once more the heavy silence blanketed us, and the clock continued to hammer out its message. After several years, Mr. Alderson stirred in his seat and gave a little cough. I looked at him eagerly. "Store cattle were down, though," he said. Oh, too bad. What a pity," I babbled. "But that's how it is, I suppose. That's how it goes, eh?" Helen's father shrugged, and we settled down again. This time, I knew it was hopeless. My mind was a void, and my companion had the defeated look of a man who had shot his conversational bolt. I lay back and studied the hams and sides of bacon hanging from their hooks in the ceiling. Then I worked my way along the row of plates on the big oak dresser to the gaudy calendar from a cattle cake firm, which dangled from a nail on the wall. I took a chance then and stole a glance at Mr. Alderson out of the corner of my eye, and my toes curled as I saw he had chosen that precise moment to have a sideways peep at me. We both looked away hurriedly. By shifting round in my seat and craning my neck, I was able to get a view of the other side of the kitchen, where there was an old-fashioned roll-top desk, surmounted by a wartime picture of Mr. Alderson looking very stern in the uniform of the Yorkshire yeomanry, and I was proceeding along the wall from there, when Helen opened the door and came quickly into the room. "Dad," she said a little breathlessly, "Stan's here. He says one of the cows is down with staggers." Her father jumped up in obvious relief. I think he was delighted to have a sick cow, and I too felt like a released prisoner as I hurried out after him. Stan, one of the cowmen, was waiting in the yard. "She's at top of field, boss. I just spotted her when I went to get them in for milking." Mr. Alderson looked at me questioningly, and I nodded at him as I opened the car door. "I've got the staff with me," I said. "We'd better drive straight up." The three of us piled in, and I set course to where I could see the stretched-out form of a cow near the wall in the top corner. My bottles and instruments rattled and clattered as we bumped over the rig and furrow. This was something every vet gets used to in early summer. The urgent call to milk cows which have collapsed suddenly a week or two after being turned out to grass. The farmers called it grass staggers, and, as its scientific name of hypomagnesemia implied, it was associated with lowered magnesium level in the blood. An alarming and highly fatal condition, but fortunately curable by injection of magnesium in most cases. Despite the seriousness of the occasion, I couldn't repress a twinge of satisfaction. It had got me out of the house, and it gave me a chance to prove myself by doing something useful. Helen's father and I hadn't established anything like a rapport as yet, but maybe when I gave his unconscious cow my magic injection, and it leapt to its feet and walked away, he might look at me in a different light. And it often happened that way. Some of the cures were really dramatic. "She's still alive, any road," Stan said as we roared over the grass. "I saw her legs move then." He was right, but as I pulled up and jumped from the car, I felt a twinge of apprehension. Those legs were moving too much. This was the kind that often died, the convulsive type. The animal, prone on her side, was pedalling frantically at the air with all 4 feet, her head stretched backwards, eyes staring, foam bubbling from her mouth. As I hurriedly unscrewed the cap from the bottle of magnesium lactate, she stopped and went into a long, shuddering spasm, legs stiffly extended, eyes screwed tightly shut. Then she relaxed and lay inert for a frightening few seconds before recommencing the wild thrashing with her legs. My mouth had gone dry. This was a bad one. The strain on the heart during these spasms was enormous, and each one could be her last. I crouched by her side, my needle poised over the milk vein. My usual practice was to inject straight into the bloodstream to achieve the quickest possible effect, but in this case, I hesitated. Any interference with the heart's actions could kill this cow. Best to play safe. I reached over and pushed the needle under the skin of the neck. As the fluid ran in, bulging the subcutaneous tissues, and starting a widening swelling under the roan-coloured hide, the cow went into another spasm. For an agonizing few seconds she lay there, the quivering limbs reaching desperately out at nothing, the eyes disappearing deep down under tight, twisted lids. Helplessly I watched her, my heart thudding, and this time, as she came out of the rigger and started to move again, it wasn't with the purposeful peddling of before. It was an aimless, laboured pawing. And as even this grew weaker, her eyes slowly opened and gazed outwards with a vacant stare. I bent and touched the cornea with my finger. There was no response. The farmer and cowman looked at me in silence as the animal gave a final jerk, then lay still. "I'm afraid she's dead, Mr. Alderson," I said. The farmer nodded, and his eyes moved slowly over the still form, over the graceful limbs, the fine, dark, roan flanks, the big, turgid udder that would give no more milk. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm afraid her heart must have given out before the magnesium had a chance to work." "Oh, it's a bloody shame," grunted Stan. "She was a right good cow, that one." Mr. Alderson turned quietly back to the car. "Ah, well, these things happen," he muttered. We drove down the field to the house. Inside, the work was over and the family was collected in the parlour. I sat with them for a while, but my overriding emotion was an urgent desire to be elsewhere. Helen's father had been silent before, but now he sat hunched miserably in an armchair, taking no part in the conversation. I wondered whether he thought I had actually killed the cow. It certainly hadn't looked very good, the vet walking up to the sick animal, the quick injection, and hey presto, dead. No, I had been blameless, but it hadn't looked good. On an impulse, I jumped to my feet. "Thank you very much for the lovely tea," I said, "but I really must be off. I'm on duty this evening." Helen came with me to the door. "Well, it's been nice seeing you again, Jim." She paused and looked at me doubtfully. "I wish you'd stop worrying about that cow. It's a pity, but you couldn't help it. There was nothing you could do." "Thanks, Helen, I know. But it's a nasty smack for your father, isn't it?" She shrugged and smiled her kind smile. Helen was always kind. Driving back through the pastures up to the farm gate, I could see the motionless body of my patient, with her companion sniffing around her curiously in the gentle evening sunshine. Any time now, the knacker man would be along to winch the carcass onto his wagon. It was the grim epilogue to every vet's failure. I closed the gate behind me and looked back at Heston Grange. I had thought everything would be all right this time, but it hadn't worked out that way. The jinx was still on. Chapter 6. Monday morning disease, they used to call it. The almost unbelievably gross thickening of the hind limb in cart horses, which had stood in the stable over the weekend. It seemed that the sudden suspension of their normal work and exercise produced a massive lymphangitis and swelling which gave many a farmer a nasty jolt right at the beginning of the week. But it was Wednesday evening now, and Mr. Crump's big shire gelding was greatly improved. "That leg's less than half the size it was," I said, running my hand over the inside of the hock, feeling the remains of the edema pitting under my fingers. "I can see you put in some hard work here." "Aye, I did as you said." Mr. Crump's reply was typically laconic, and I knew he must have spent hours fomenting and massaging the limb and forcibly exercising the horse as I told him when I gave the acroline injection on Monday. I began to fill the syringe for a repeat injection. "He's having no corn, is he?" "Nay, nowt but bran." "Oh, that's fine. I think he'll be back to normal in a day or two if you keep up the treatment." The farmer grunted, and no sign of approval showed in the big purple-red face, with its perpetually surprised expression. But I knew he was pleased all right. He was fond of the horse, and had been unable to hide his concern at the animal's pain and distress on my first visit. I went into the house to wash my hands, and Mr. Crump led the way into the kitchen, his big frame lumbering clumsily ahead of me. He proffered soap and towel in his slow-moving way and stood back in silence as I leant over the long, shallow sink of brown earthenware. As I dried my hands, he cleared his throat and spoke hesitatingly. "Would you like a drink of my wine?" Before I could answer, Mrs. Crump came bustling through from an inner room. She was pulling on her hat, and behind her teenage son and daughter followed, dressed ready to go out. "Oh, Albert, stop it!" she snapped, looking up at her husband. "Miss Herriot doesn't want your wine. I wish you wouldn't pester people so with it." The boy grinned. "Dad and his wine? He's always looking for a victim." His sister joined in the general laughter, and I had an uncomfortable feeling that Mr. Crump was the odd man out in his own home. "We're going down to Village Institute to see a school play, Miss Herriot," the wife said briskly. "We're late now, so we must be off." She hurried away with her children, leaving the big man looking after her sheepishly. There was a silence while I finished drying my hands. Then I turned to the farmer. "Well, how about that drink, Mr. Crump?" He hesitated for a moment, and the surprised look deepened. Would you really like to try some?" "I'd love to. I haven't had my evening meal yet. I could just do with an aperitif." "Right. I'll be back in a minute." He disappeared into the large pantry at the end of the kitchen and came back with a bottle of amber liquid and glasses. "This is my rhubarb," he said, tipping out 2 good measures. I took a sip and then a good swallow, and gasped as the liquid blazed a fiery trail down to my stomach. "Oh, it's strong stuff," I said a little breathlessly. "But the taste is very pleasant." "Very pleasant indeed." Mr. Crump watched approvingly as I took another drink. "Aye, it's just right. Nearly 2 years old." I drained the glass, and this time the wine didn't burn so much on its way down, but seemed to wash around the walls of my empty stomach and send glowing tendrils creeping along my limbs. "Delicious," I said. "Absolutely delicious." The farmer expanded visibly. He refilled the glass and watched with rapt attention as I drank. When we had finished the second glass, he jumped to his feet. "Now for a change, I want you to try somewhat different." He almost trotted to the pantry and produced another bottle, this time of colourless liquid. "Elderflower," he said, panting slightly. When I tasted it, I was amazed at the delicate flavour, the bubbles sparkling and dancing on my tongue. "Gosh, this is terrific. It's just like champagne. You know, you really have a gift. I never thought homemade wines could taste like this." Mr. Crump stared at me for a moment, then one corner of his mouth began to twitch, and incredibly a shy smile spread slowly over his face. "You're about first I've heard say that." You'd think I was trying to poison folk when I offer them me wine. They always shy off, but they can suck plenty of beer and whiskey. Well, they don't know what they're missing, Mr. Crump. I watched while the farmer replenished my glass. I wouldn't have believed you could make stuff as good as this at home. I sipped appreciatively at the elderflower. It still tasted like champagne. I hadn't got more than halfway down the glass before Mr. Crump was clattering and clinking inside the pantry again. He emerged with a bottle with contents of deep red blood. "Try this," he gasped. I was beginning to feel like a professional taster, and rolled the first mouthful round my mouth with eyes half closed. Yes. Just like an excellent port. But there's something else here, a fruitiness in the background. Something familiar about its,
Blackberry,
shouted Mr. Crump triumphantly. One of the best I've done. Made it 2 back ends since. It was a right good year for it. Leaning back in the chair, I took another drink of the rich, dark wine. It was round-flavoured, warming, and behind it there was always the elusive hint of the brambles. I could almost see the heavy hanging clusters of berries glistening black and succulent in the autumn sunshine. The mellowness of the image matched my mood, which was becoming more expansive by the minute. And I looked round with leisurely appreciation at the rough comfort of the farmhouse kitchen, at the hams and sides of bacon hanging from their hooks in the ceiling, and at my host sitting across the table, watching me eagerly. He was, I noticed for the first time, still wearing his cap. "You know," I said, holding the glass high and studying its ruby depths against the light, "I can't make up my mind which of your wines I like best. They're all excellent, and yet so different." Mr. Crump, too, had relaxed. He threw back his head and laughed delightedly before hurriedly refilling both of our tumblers. "But you haven't started yet. I've got dozens of bottles in there, all different. You must try a few more." He shambled again over to the pantry, and this time when he reappeared he was weighed down by an armful of bottles of different shapes and colours. What a charming man he was, I thought. How wrong I'd been in my previous assessment of him. It had been so easy to put him down as lumpish and unemotional, but as I looked at him now, his face was alight with friendship, hospitality, understanding. He had cast off his inhibitions, and as he sat down, surrounded by the latest batch, he began to talk rapidly and fluently about the wines and wine-making. Wide-eyed and impassioned, he ranged at length over the niceties of fermentation and sedimentation, of flavour and bouquet. He dealt learnedly with the relative merits of Chambertin and Louis Saint-Georges, Montrachet and Chablis. Enthusiasts are appealing, but a fanatic is irresistible, and I sat spellbound while Mr. Crump pushed endless samples of his craft in front of me, mixing and adjusting expertly. "How'd you find that one?" "Very nice." "But sweet, maybe?" "Well, perhaps." "Right. Try some of this with it." The meticulous addition of a few drops of nameless liquid from the packed row of bottles. "How's that?" "Marvellous. Now this one. Perhaps a bit sharpish, eh?" "Possibly, yes." Again the tender trickling of a few mysterious droplets into my drink, and again the anxious inquiry. "Is that better?" "Just right." The big man drank with me glass by glass. We tried parsnip and dandelion, cowslip and parsley, clover, gooseberry, beetroot and crabapple. Incredibly, we had some stuff made from turnips, which was so exquisite that I insisted on a refill. Everything gradually slowed down as we sat there. Time slowed down till it was finally meaningless. Mr. Crump and I slowed down, and our speech and actions became more and more deliberate. The farmer's visits to the pantry developed into laboured, unsteady affairs. Sometimes he took a roundabout route to reach the door, and on one occasion there was a tremendous crash from within, and I feared he had fallen among his bottles. But I couldn't be bothered to get up to see, and in due course he reappeared, apparently unharmed. It was around 9 o'clock that I heard the soft knocking on the outer door. I ignored it, as I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Crump, who was in the middle of a deep exposition. "This," he was saying, leaning closer to me and tapping a bulbous flagon with his forefinger.
This is, in my opinion, comparable to a fine moselle. Made it last year, and would appreciate it if you'd tell me what you think.
He bent low over the glass, blinking, heavy-eyed as he poured.
Now then, what do you say? Is it, or isn't it?
I took a gulp and paused for a moment. It all tasted the same now, and I had never drunk Moselle anyway, but I nodded and hiccuped solemnly in reply. The farmer rested a friendly hand on my shoulder and was about to make a further speech when he too heard the knocking. He made his way across the floor with some difficulty and opened the door. A young lad was standing there, and I heard a few muttered words. "We have a cow on calving, and we phoned surgery, and they said veterinary might still be here." Mr. Crump turned to face me.
It's the Bamfords of Holly Bush. They want you to go there. Just a mile along the road.
Right. I heaved myself to my feet, then gripped the table tightly as the familiar objects of the room began to whirl rapidly around me. When they came to rest, Mr. Crump appeared to be standing at the head of a fairly steep slope. The kitchen floor had seemed perfectly level when I'd come in, but now it was all I could do to fight my way up the gradient. When I reached the door, Mr. Crump was staring owlishly into the darkness.
"Steady," he said. "Sling like hell."
I peered out at the steady beat of the dark water on the cobbles of the yard. But my car was just a few yards away, and I was about to set out when the farmer caught my arm.
"Just a minute. You can't go out like that."
He held up a finger and went over and groped about in a drawer. At length he produced a tweed cap, which he offered me with great dignity. I never wore anything on my head, whatever the weather, but I was deeply touched, and wrung my companion's hand in silence. It was understandable that a man like Mr. Crump, who wore his cap at all times, indoors and out, would recoil in horror from the idea of anybody venturing uncovered into rain. The tweed cap which I now put on was the biggest I'd ever seen. A great, round, flat pancake of a thing, which even at that moment I felt would keep not only my head, but my shoulders and entire body dry in the heaviest downpour. I took my leave of Mr. Crump with reluctance, and as I settled in the seat of the car, trying to remember where first gear was situated, I could see his bulky form silhouetted against the light from the kitchen. He was waving his hand with gentle benevolence, and it struck me as I at length drove away what a deep and wonderful friendship had been forged that night. Driving at walking pace along a dark, narrow road, my nose almost touching the windscreen, I was conscious of some unusual sensations. My mouth and lips felt abnormally sticky, as though I'd been drinking liquid glue instead of wine. My breath seemed to be whistling in my nostrils like a strong wind blowing under a door, and I was having difficulty focusing my eyes. Fortunately, I met only one car, and as it approached and flashed past in the other direction, I was muzzily surprised by the fact that it had two complete sets of headlights, which kept merging into each other and drawing apart again. In the yard at Hollybush, I got out of the car, nodded to the shadowy group of figures standing there, fumbled my bottle of antiseptic and carving ropes from the boot, and marched determinedly into the byre. One of the men held an oil lamp over a cow lying on a deep bed of straw in one of the standings. From the vulva a calf's foot protruded a few inches, and as the cow strained, a little muzzle showed momentarily, then disappeared as she relaxed. Far away inside me, a stone, cold-sober veterinary surgeon murmured, "Only a leg back and a big roomy cow. Shouldn't be much trouble." I turned and looked at the Bamfords for the first time. I hadn't met them before, but it was easy to classify them. Simple, kindly, anxious to please people. Two middle-aged men, probably brothers, and two young men who would be the sons of one or the other. They were all staring at me in the dim light, their eyes expectant, their mouths slightly open as though ready to smile or laugh if given half a chance. I squared my shoulders, took a deep breath, and said in a loud voice, "Would you please bring me a bucket of hot water, soap, and a towel?" Or at least, that's what I meant to say, because what actually issued from my lips was a torrent of something that sounded like Swahili. The Bamfords, poised, ready to spring into action to do my bidding, looked at me blankly. I cleared my throat, swallowed, took a few seconds' rest, and tried again. I cleared my throat, swallowed, another volley of gibberish echoing uselessly round the cowhouse. Clearly, I had a problem. It was essential to communicate in some way, particularly since these people didn't know me and were waiting for some action. I suppose I must have appeared a strange and enigmatic figure, standing there straight and solemn, surmounted and dominated by a vast cap. But through the mists a flash of insight showed me where I was going wrong. It was overconfidence. It wasn't a bit of good trying to speak loudly like that. I tried again, in the faintest of whispers. Could I have a bucket of hot water, some soap, and a towel, please? It came out beautifully, though the oldest Mr. Bamford didn't quite get it first time. He came close, cupped an ear with his hand, and watched my lips intently. Then he nodded eagerly in comprehension, held up a forefinger at me, tiptoed across the floor like a tightrope walker to one of the sons, and whispered in his ear. The young man turned and crept out noiselessly, closing the door behind him with the utmost care. He was back in less than a minute, padding over the cobbles daintily in his heavy boots and placing the bucket gingerly in front of me. I managed to remove my jacket, tie, and shirt quite efficiently, and they were taken from me in silence and hung upon nails by the Bamfords, who were moving around as though in church. I thought I was doing fine till I started to wash my arms. The soap kept shooting from my arms, slithering into the dung channel, disappearing into the dark corners of the bar with the Bamfords in hot pursuit. It was worse still when I tried to work up to the top of my arms. The soap flew over my shoulders like a live thing, at times cannoning off the walls, at others gliding down my back. The farmers never knew where the next shot was going, and they took on the appearance of a really sharp fielding side, crouching around me with arms outstretched, waiting for a catch. However, I did finally work up a lather and was ready to start, but the cow refused firmly to get to her feet, so I had to stretch out behind her, face down on the unyielding cobbles. It wasn't till I got down there that I felt the great cap dropping over my ears. I must have put it on again after removing my shirt, though it was difficult to see what purpose it might serve. Inserting a hand gently into the vagina, I pushed along the calf's neck, hoping to come upon a flexed knee or even a foot, but I was disappointed. The leg really was right back, stretching from the shoulder, away flat against the calf's side. Still, I would be all right. It just meant a longer reach. And there was one reassuring feature. The calf was alive. As I lay, my face was almost touching the rear end of the cow, and I had a close-up of the nose which kept appearing every few seconds. It was good to see the little nostrils twitching as they sought the air outside. All I had to do was get that leg round. But the snap was that as I reached forward, the cow kept straining, squeezing my arm cruelly against her bony pelvis, making me groan and roll about in agony for a few seconds till the pressure went off. Quite often in these crises, my cap fell onto the floor, and each time gentle hands replaced it immediately on my head. At last, the foot was in my hand. There would be no need for ropes this time, and I began to pull it round. It took me longer than I thought, and it seemed to me that the calf was beginning to lose patience with me, because when its head was forced out by the cow's contractions, we were eye to eye, and I fancied the little creature was giving me a disgusted, "For heaven's sake, get on with it," look. When the leg did come round, it was with a rush, and in an instant everything was laid as it should have been. "Get hold of the feet," I whispered to the Bamfords, and after a hushed consultation they took up their places. In no time at all, a fine heifer calf was wriggling on the cobbles, shaking its head, and snorting the placental fluid from its nostrils. In response to my softly hissed instructions, the farmers rubbed the little creature down with straw wisps and pulled it round for its mother to lick. It was a happy ending to the most peaceful calving I have ever attended. Never a voice raised, everybody moving around on tiptoe. I got dressed in a cathedral silence, went out to the car, breathed a final good night, and left with the Bamfords waving mutely. To say I had a hangover next morning would be failing even to hint at the utter disintegration of my bodily economy and personality. Only somebody who had consumed 2 or 3 quarts of assorted homemade wines at a sitting could have an inkling of the quaking nausea, the raging inferno within, the jangling nerves, the black, despairing outlook. Tristan had seen me in the bathroom running the cold tap on my tongue, and had intuitively administered a raw egg, aspirins, and brandy, which, as I came downstairs, lay in a cold, unmoving blob in my outraged stomach.
"What are you walking like that for, James?"
asked Siegfried in what sounded like a bull's bellow as I came in on him at breakfast.
"You look as though you've peed yourself."
"Oh, it's nothing much." It was no good telling him that I was treading warily across the carpet, because I was convinced that if I let my heels down too suddenly, it would jar my eyeballs from their sockets. "I had a few glasses of Mr. Crump's wine last night, and it seems to have upset me."
"A few glasses? You ought to be more careful. That stuff's dynamite. Could knock anybody over."
He crashed his cup into its saucer, then began to clatter about with knife and fork, as if trying to give a one-man rendering of the Anvil chorus.
"I hope you weren't any the worse to go to the Bamfords."
I listlessly crumbled some dry toast on my plate. "Well, I did the job all right. But I'd had a bit too much. No use denying it." Siegfried was in one of his encouraging moods. "By God, James, those Bamfords are very strict Methodists.
Look, they're grand chaps, but absolutely dead nuts against drink. If they thought you were under the influence of alcohol, they'd never have you on the place again."
He ruthlessly bisected an egg yolk.
"I hope they didn't notice anything. Do you think they knew?"
"Oh, maybe not. No, I shouldn't think so." I closed my eyes and shivered as Siegfried pushed a forkful of sausage and fried bread into his mouth and began to chew, briskly. My mind went back to the gentle hands replacing the monstrous cap on my head, and I groaned inwardly. Those Bamfords knew all right. Oh, yes, they knew. Chapter 7. The silvery-haired old gentleman with the pleasant face didn't look the type to be easily upset, but his eyes glared at me angrily and his lips quivered with indignation.
"Mr. Herriot," he said, "I have come to make a complaint. I strongly object to your callousness in subjecting my dog to unnecessary suffering."
"Suffering? What suffering?" I was mystified.
"I think you know, Mr. Herriot. I brought my dog in a few days ago. He was very lame, and I am referring to your treatment on that occasion."
I nodded. "Yes, I remember it well, but where does the suffering come in?"
"Well, the poor animal is going round with his leg dangling, and I have it on good authority that the bone is fractured and should have been put in plaster immediately."
The old gentleman stuck his chin out fiercely. "Yes, all right, you can stop worrying," I said. "Your dog has a radial paralysis caused by a blow on the ribs, and if you're patient and follow my treatment, he'll gradually improve. In fact, I think he'll recover completely."
"But he trails his leg when he walks."
"I know. That's typical, and to the layman it does give the appearance of a broken leg. But he shows no sign of pain, does he?"
"No. He seems quite happy, but this lady seemed to be absolutely sure of her facts. She was adamant."
"Lady?"
"Yes," said the old gentleman. "She is very clever with animals, and she came round to see if she could help in my dog's convalescence. She brought some excellent condition powders with her."
"Ah!" A blinding shaft pierced the fog in my mind. All was suddenly clear. It was Mrs. Donovan, wasn't it?
"Well, yes, that was her name."
Old Mrs. Donovan was a woman who really got around. No matter what was going on in Darrowby, weddings, funerals, house sales, you'd find the dumpy little figure and walnut face among the spectators, the darting, black button eyes taking everything in, and always on the end of its lead, a terrier dog. When I say old, I'm only guessing because she appeared ageless. She seemed to have been around a long time, but she could have been anything between 55 and 75. She certainly had the vitality of a young woman, because she must have walked vast distances in her dedicated quest to keep abreast of events. Many people took an uncharitable view of her acute curiosity. But whatever the motivation, her activities took her into almost every channel of life in the town. One of those channels was our veterinary practice. Because Mrs. Donovan, among her other widely ranging interests, was an animal doctor. In fact, I think it would be safe to say that this facet of her life transcended all the others. She could talk at length on the ailments of small animals, and she had a whole armoury of medicines and remedies at her command, her two specialities being her miracle-working condition powders and a dog shampoo of unprecedented value for improving the coat. She had an uncanny ability to sniff out a sick animal, and it was not uncommon when I was on my rounds to find Mrs. Donovan's dark, gypsy face poised intently over what I thought was my patient, while she administered calf's foot jelly or one of her own patent nostrums. I suffered more than Siegfried because I took a more active part in the small animal side of our practice. I was anxious to develop this aspect and to improve my image in this field, and Mrs. Donovan didn't help at all. "Young Miss Herriot," she would confide to my clients, "is all right with cattle and such like, but she don't know nothing about dogs and cats." And of course they believed her and had implicit faith in her. She had the irresistible mystic appeal of the amateur, and on top of that, there was her habit, particularly endearing in Darrowby, of never charging for her advice, her medicines, her long periods of diligent nursing. Older folk in the town told how her husband, an Irish farm worker, had died many years ago, and how he must have had a bit put away, because Mrs. Donovan had apparently been able to indulge all her interests over the years without financial strain. Since she inhabited the streets of Darrowby all day and every day, I often encountered her, and she always smiled up at me sweetly and told me how she had been sitting up all night with Mrs. So-and-so's dog that I'd been treating. She felt sure she'd be able to pull it through. There was no smile on her face, however, on the day when she rushed into the surgery while Siegfried and I were having tea.
"Miss Herriot, can you come? My little dog's been run over."
I jumped up and ran out to the car with her. She sat in the passenger seat with her head bowed, her hands clasped tightly on her knees.
"He slipped his collar and ran in front of a car," she murmured. "He's lying in front of the school halfway up Cliff End Road. Please hurry."
I was there within 3 minutes, but as I bent over the dusty little body stretched on the pavement, I knew there was nothing I could do. The fast-glazing eyes, the faint, gasping respirations, the ghastly pallor of the mucous membranes all told the same story. "I'll take him back to the surgery and get some saline into him, Mrs. Donovan. But I'm afraid he's had a massive internal hemorrhage. Did you see what happened exactly?" She gulped. "Yes. The wheel went right over him." "Ruptured liver for sure." I passed my hands under the little animal and began to lift him gently. But as I did so, the breathing stopped and the eyes stared fixedly ahead. Mrs. Donovan sank to her knees, and for a few moments she gently stroked the rough hair of the head and chest. "He's dead, isn't he?" she whispered at last. "I'm afraid he is," I said. She got slowly to her feet and stood bewilderedly among the little group of bystanders on the pavement. Her lips moved, but she seemed unable to say any more. I took her arm, led her over to the car, and opened the door. "Get in and sit down. I'll run you home. Leave everything to me." I wrapped the dog in my carving overall and laid him in the boot before driving away. It wasn't until we drew up outside Mrs. Donovan's house that she began to weep silently. I sat there without speaking till she'd finished. Then she wiped her eyes and turned to me. "Do you think he suffered at all?" "I'm certain he didn't. It was all so quick. He wouldn't know a thing about it." She tried to smile. "Poor little Rex. I don't know what I'm going to do without him. We've travelled a few miles together, you know." "Yes, you have. He had a wonderful life, Mrs. Donovan. And let me give you a bit of advice. You must get another dog. You'd be lost without one." She shook her head. "No, I couldn't. That little dog meant too much to me. I couldn't let another take his place." "Well, I know that's how you feel just now, but I wish you'd think about it. I don't want to seem callous. I tell everybody this when they lose an animal, and I know it's good advice." "Mr. Herriot, I'll never have another one." She shook her head again, very decisively. "Rex was my faithful friend for many years, and I just want to remember him. He's the last dog I'll ever have. I often saw Mrs. Donovan around the town after this, and I was glad to see she was still as active as ever, though she looked strangely incomplete without the little dog on its lead. But it must have been over a month before I had the chance to speak to her. It was on the afternoon that Inspector Halliday of the RSPCA rang me. "Mr. Herriot, I'd like you to come to see an animal with me. A cruelty case." "Oh, right. What is it?" "A dog, and it's pretty grim. A dreadful case of neglect." He gave me the name of a row of old brick cottages down by the river and said he'd meet me there. Halliday was waiting for me, smart and businesslike, in his dark uniform, as I pulled up in the back lane behind the houses. He was a big, blond man with cheerful blue eyes, but he didn't smile as he came over to the car. "He's in here," he said, and led the way towards one of the doors in the long, crumbling wall. A few curious people were hanging around, and with a feeling of inevitability, I recognized a gnome-like brown face. Trust Mrs. Donovan, I thought, to be among those present at a time like this. We went through the door into the long garden. I had found that even the lowliest dwellings in Darrowby had long strips of land at the back, as though the builders had taken it for granted that the country people who were going to live in them would want to occupy themselves with the pursuits of the soil, with vegetable and fruit growing, even stock-keeping in a small way. You usually found a pig there, a few hens, often pretty beds of flowers, but this garden was a wilderness. A chilling air of desolation hung over the few gnarled apple and plum trees standing among the tangle of rank grass, as though the place had been forsaken by all living creatures. Halliday went over to a ramshackle wooden shed with peeling paint and a rusted corrugated iron roof. He produced a key, unlocked the padlock, and dragged the door partly open. There was no window, and it wasn't easy to identify the jumble inside. Broken gardening tools, an ancient mangle, rows of flower pots, and partly used paint tins. And right at the back, a dog sitting quietly. I didn't notice him immediately, because of the gloom, and because the smell in the shed started me coughing. But as I drew closer, I saw that he was a big animal, sitting very upright, his collar secured by a chain to a ring in the wall. I had seen some thin dogs, but this advanced emaciation reminded me of my textbooks on anatomy. Nowhere else did the bones of pelvis, face, and ribcage stand out with such horrifying clarity. A deep, smoothed-out hollow in the earth floor showed where he had lain, moved about, in fact, lived for a very long time. The sight of the animal had a stupefying effect on me. I only half took in the rest of the scene, the filthy shreds of sacking scattered nearby, the bowl of scummy water. "Look at his back end," Halliday muttered. I carefully raised the dog from his sitting position and realized that the stench in the place was not entirely due to the piles of excrement. The hindquarters were a welter of pressure sores, which had turned gangrenous, and strips of sloughing tissue hung down from them. There were similar sores along the sternum and ribs. The coat, which seemed to be a dull yellow, was matted and caked with dirt. The inspector spoke again. "I don't think he's ever been out of here. He's only a young dog, about a year old, but I understand he's been in this shed since he was an 8-week-old pup. Somebody out in the lane heard a whimper, or he'd never have been found." I felt a tightening of the throat and a sudden nausea which wasn't due to the smell. It was the thought of this patient animal sitting starved and forgotten in the darkness and filth for a year. I looked again at the dog and saw in his eyes only a calm trust. Some dogs would have barked their heads off and soon been discovered. Some would have become terrified and vicious. But this was one of the totally undemanding kind. The kind which had complete faith in people and accepted all their actions without complaint. Just an occasional whimper, perhaps, as he sat interminably in the empty blackness, which had been his world, and at times wondered what it was all about. "Well, Inspector, I hope you're going to throw the book at whoever's responsible," I said. Halliday grunted. "Oh, there won't be much done. It's a case of diminished responsibility. The owner's definitely simple. Lives with an aged mother who hardly knows what's going on either. I've seen the fellow, and it seems he threw in a bit of food when he felt like it, and that's about all he did. They'll fine him and stop him keeping an animal in the future, but nothing more than that." "I see." I reached out and stroked the dog's head, and he immediately responded by resting a paw on my wrist. There was a pathetic dignity about the way he held himself erect. the calm eyes regarding me, friendly and unafraid. "Well, you'll let me know if you want me in court." "Of course. And thank you for coming along." Halliday hesitated for a moment. "And now I expect you'll want to put this poor thing out of his misery right away." I continued to run my hand over the head and ears while I thought for a moment. Yes, I suppose so. We'd never find a home for him in this state. It's the kindest thing to do. Anyway, push the door open wide, will you, so that I can get a proper look at him?" In the improved light, I examined him more thoroughly. Perfect teeth, well-proportioned limbs with a fringe of yellow hair. I put my stethoscope to his chest, and as I listened to the slow, strong thudding of the heart, the dog again put his paw on my hand. I turned to Halliday. "You know, Inspector, inside this bag of bones is a lovely, healthy golden retriever. I wish there was some way of letting him out." As I spoke, I noticed there was more than one figure in the door opening. A pair of black pebble eyes were peering intently at the big dog from behind the inspector's broad back. The other spectators had remained in the lane, but Mrs. Donovan's curiosity had been too much for her. I continued conversationally as though I hadn't seen her. "You know, what this dog needs first of all is a good shampoo to clean up his matted coat." "Huh?" said Halliday. "Yes. And then he wants a long course of some really strong condition powders." "What's that?" The inspector looked startled. "No, there's no doubt about it. It's the only hope for him. But where are you going to find such things? Really powerful enough, I mean." I sighed and straightened up. "Oh, well, I suppose there's nothing else for it. I'd better put him to sleep right away. I'll get the things from my car." When I got back to the shed, Mrs. Donovan was already inside examining the dog, despite the feeble remonstrances of the big man. "Look," she said excitedly, pointing to a name roughly scratched on the collar. "His name's Roy." She smiled up at me. "It's a bit like Rex, isn't it, that name?" "You know, Mrs. Donovan, now you mention it, it is. It's very like Rex, the way it comes off your tongue." I nodded seriously. She stood silent for a few moments, obviously in the grip of a deep emotion. Then she burst out. "Can I have him? I can make him better. I know I can. Please, please let me have him." "Well, I don't know," I said. "It's really up to the inspector. You'll have to get his permission." Halliday looked at her in bewilderment. Then he said, "Excuse me, madam." He drew me to one side. We walked a few yards through the long grass and stopped under a tree. "Mr. Herriot," he whispered, "I don't know what's going on, but I can't just pass over an animal in this condition to anybody who has a casual whim. The poor beggar's had one bad break already. I think it's enough. This woman doesn't look a suitable person." I held up a hand. "Believe me, Inspector, you've nothing to worry about. She's a funny old stick, but she's been sent from heaven today. If anybody in Danby can give this dog a new life, it's her." Halliday still looked very doubtful. "But I still don't get it. What was all that stuff about him needing shampoos and condition powders? Oh, never mind about that. I'll tell you some other time. What he needs is a lot of good grub, care, and affection, and that's just what he'll get. You can take my word for it." "All right. You seem very sure." Halliday looked at me for a second or two, then turned and walked over to the eager little figure by the shed. I had never before been deliberately on the lookout for Mrs. Donovan. She had just cropped up wherever I happened to be, but now I scanned the streets of Danby anxiously day after day without sighting her. I didn't like it when Gobber Newhouse got drunk and drove his bicycle determinedly through a barrier into a 10-foot hole where they were laying a new sewer, and Mrs. Donovan was not in evidence among the happy crowd who watched the council workmen and 2 policemen trying to get him out. And when she was nowhere to be seen, when they had to fetch the fire engine to the fish and chip shop the night the fat burst into flames, I became seriously worried. Maybe I should have called round to see how she was getting on with the dog. Certainly I had trimmed off the necrotic tissue and dressed the sores before she took him away. But perhaps he needed something more than that. And yet at the time I had felt a strong conviction that the main thing was to get him out of there and clean him and feed him, and nature would do the rest. And I had a lot of faith in Mrs. Donovan, far more than she had in me, when it came to animal doctoring. It was hard to believe I'd been completely wrong. It must have been nearly 3 weeks, and I was on the point of calling at her home, when I noticed her stumping briskly along the far side of the marketplace, peering closely into every shop window exactly as before. The only difference was that she had a big yellow dog on the end of the lead. I turned the wheel and sent my car bumping over the cobbles till I was abreast of her. When she saw me getting out, she stopped and smiled impishly, but she didn't speak as I bent over Roy and examined him. He was still a skinny dog, but he looked bright and happy. His wounds were healthy and granulating, and there wasn't a speck of dirt in his coat or on his skin. I knew then what Mrs. Donovan had been doing all this time. She had been washing and combing and teasing at that filthy tangle till she had finally conquered it. As I straightened up, she seized my wrist in a grip of surprising strength and looked up into my eyes. "Now, Mr. Herriot, haven't I made a difference to this dog?" "You've done wonders, Mrs. Donovan. And you've been at him with that marvellous shampoo of yours, haven't you?" She giggled and walked away, and from that day I saw the two of them frequently, but at a distance, and something like 2 months went by before I had the chance to talk to her again. She was passing by the surgery as I was coming down the steps, and again she grabbed my wrist. "Mr. Herriot," she said, just as she had done before, "haven't I made a difference to this dog?" I looked down at Roy with something akin to awe. He had grown and filled out, and his coat, no longer yellow but a rich gold, lay in luxuriant, shining swathes over the well-fleshed ribs and back. A new, brightly studied collar glittered on his neck, and his tail, beautifully fringed, fanned the air gently. He was now a golden retriever in full magnificence. As I stared at him, he reared up, plunked his forepaws on my chest and looked into my face, and in his eyes I read plainly the same calm affection and trust I'd seen back in that black, noisome shed. "Mrs. Donovan, he is the most beautiful dog in Yorkshire." Then, because I knew she was waiting for it, "It's those wonderful condition powders. Whatever do you put in them?" "Oh, wouldn't you like to know?" She bridled and smiled up at me coquettishly, and indeed she was nearer being kissed at that moment than for many years. I suppose you could say that that was the start of Roy's second life, and as the years passed I often pondered on the beneficent providence which had decreed that an animal which had spent its first 12 months abandoned and unwanted, staring uncomprehendingly into that unchanging, stinking darkness, should be whisked in a moment into an existence of light and movement and love. Because I don't think any dog had it quite so good as Roy from then on. His diet changed dramatically from odd bread crusts to best stewing steak and biscuit, meaty bones, and a bowl of warm milk every evening. And he never missed a thing. Garden fetes, school sports, evictions, gymkhanas, he'd be there. I was pleased to know that as time went on, Mrs. Donovan seemed to be clocking up an even greater daily mileage. Her expenditure on shoe leather must have been phenomenal, but of course it was absolute pie for Roy. A busy round in the morning, home for a meal, then straight out again. It was all go. Mrs. Donovan didn't confine her activities to the town centre. There was a big stretch of common land down by the river, where there were seats, and people used to take their dogs for a gallop, and she liked to get down there fairly regularly to check on the latest developments on the domestic scene. I often saw Roy loping majestically over the grass among a pack of assorted canines, and when he wasn't doing that, he was submitting to being stroked or patted or generally fussed over. He was handsome, and he just liked people. It made him irresistible. It was common knowledge that his mistress had bought a whole selection of brushes and combs of various sizes, with which she laboured over his coat. Some people said she had a little brush for his teeth, too. And it might have been true, but he certainly wouldn't need his nails clipped. His life on the roads would keep them down. Mrs. Donovan, too, had her reward. She had a faithful companion by her side every hour of the day and night. But there was more to it than that. She had always had the compulsion to help and heal animals, and the salvation of Roy was the high point of her life. A blazing triumph which never dimmed. I know the memory of it was always fresh, because many years later I was sitting on the sidelines at a cricket match, and I saw the two of them, the old lady glancing keenly around her, Roy gazing placidly out at the field of play, apparently enjoying every ball. At the end of the match, I watched them move away with the dispersing crowd. Roy would be about 12 then, and heaven only knows how old Mrs. Donovan must have been. But the big, golden animal was trotting along effortlessly, and his mistress, a little more bent perhaps, and her head rather nearer the ground, was going very well. When she saw me, she came over, and I felt the familiar tight grip on my wrist. "Mr. Herriot," she said, and in the dark, probing eyes the pride was still as warm, the triumph still as burstingly new, as if it had all happened yesterday. "Mr. Herriot, haven't I made a difference to this dog?" Chapter 8.
How would you like to officiate at Derby Show, James?
Siegfried threw the letter he'd been reading onto the desk and turned to me. "Well, I don't mind, but I thought you always did it."
I do, but it says in that letter that they've changed the date this year, and it happens I'm going to be away that weekend.
"Oh, well, fine. What do I have to do?" Siegfried ran his eye down his list of calls.
Well, it's a sinecure, really. More a pleasant day out than anything else. You have to measure the ponies and be on call in case any animals are injured. That's about it, really. Oh, and they want you to judge the family pets.
Family pets?
Yes, they run a proper dog show, but they have an expert judge for that. This is just a bit of fun, all kinds of pets. You've got to find the first, second, and third.
Right, I said. I think I should just about be able to manage that.
Splendid!
Siegfried tipped up the envelope in which the letter had come.
Here are your car park and luncheon tickets for self and friend if you want to take somebody with you. Also your vet badge, okay?
The Saturday of the show brought the kind of weather that must have had the organisers purring with pleasure. A sky of wide, unsullied blue, hardly a whiff of wind, and the kind of torrid, brazen sunshine you don't often find in North Yorkshire. As I drove down towards the showground, I felt I was looking at a living, breathing piece of old England. The group of tents and marquees vivid against the green of the riverside field, the women and children in their bright summer dresses, the cattle with their smocked attendants, a line of massive Shire horses parading in the ring. I parked the car and made for the steward's tent, with its flag hanging limply from the mast. Tristan parted from me there. With the impecunious student's unerring eye for a little free food and entertainment, he had taken up my spare tickets. He headed purposely for the beer tent as I went in to report to the show secretary. Leaving my measuring stick there, I looked around for a while. A country show is a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Riding horses of all kinds, from small ponies to hunters, were being galloped up and down, and in one ring the judges hovered around a group of mares and their beautiful little foals. In a corner, 4 men armed with buckets and brushes were washing and grooming a row of young bulls with great concentration, twiddling and crimping the fuzz over the rumps like society hairdressers. Wandering through the marquees, I examined the bewildering variety of produce, from stalks of rhubarb to bunches of onions, the flower displays, embroidery, jams, cakes, pies, and the children's section. A painting of The Beach at Scarborough by Annie Hazeltine, age 9, rows of wobbling copperplate handwriting. A Thing of Beauty is a Joy Forever. Bernard Peacock, age 12. Drawn by the occasional gusts of melody, I strolled across the grass to where the Darrowby and Hulton Silver Band was rendering Poet and Peasant. The bandsmen were all ages, from 70s down to 1 or 2 boys of about 14, and most of them had doffed their uniform tunics as they sweated in the hot sun. Pint pots reposed under many of the chairs, and the musicians refreshed themselves frequently with leisurely swigs. I was particularly fascinated by the conductor, a tiny, frail man who looked about 80. He alone had retained his full uniform, cap and all, and he stood apparently motionless in front of the crescent of bandsmen, chin sunk on chest, arms hanging limply by his sides. It wasn't until I came right up to him that I realized his fingers were twitching in time with the music, and that he was, in fact, conducting. And the more I watched him, the more fitting it seemed that he should do it like that. The Yorkshireman's loathing of exhibitionism, or indeed any outward show of emotion, made it unthinkable that he should throw his arms about in the orthodox manner. No doubt he had spent weary hours rehearsing and coaching his players, but here, when the results of his labours were displayed to the public, he wasn't going to swank about it. Even the almost imperceptible twitching of the fingers had something guilty about it, as if the old man felt he was being caught out in something shameful. But my attention was jerked away as a group of people walked across on the far side of the band. It was Helen with Richard Edmondson, and behind them Mr. Alderson and Richard's father deep in conversation. The young man walked very close to Helen, his shining, plastered-down fair hair hovering possessively over her dark head, his face animated as he talked and laughed. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was as if a dark hand had reached across and smudged away the brightness of the sunshine. I turned quickly and went in search of Tristan. I soon picked out my colleague as I hurried into the marquee with refreshments over the entrance. He was leaning with an elbow on the makeshift counter of boards and trestles, chatting contentedly with a knot of cloth-capped locals, a woodbine in one hand, a pint-glass in the other. There was a general air of earthly bonhomie. Drinking of a more decorous kind would be taking place at the President's Bar behind the steward's headquarters, with pink gins or sherry as the main tipple. But here it was beer, bottled and draught, and the stout ladies behind the counter were working with the fierce concentration of people who knew they were in for a hard day. "Yes, I saw her," Tristan said when I gave him my news. "In fact, there she is now." He nodded in the direction of the family group as they strolled past the entrance. "I've had my eye on them for some time. I don't miss much from in here, you know, Jim." "Oh, well." I accepted a half a bitter from him. All looks pretty cosy. The two dads like blood brothers, and Helen hanging on to that bloke's arm. Tristan squinted over the top of his pint at the scene outside and shook his head. "Not exactly. He's hanging on to her arm." He looked at me judicially. "There's a difference, you know." "I don't suppose it makes much difference to me either way," I grunted. "Well, don't look so bloody mournful." He took an effortless swallow which lowered the level in his glass by about 6 inches. "What do you expect an attractive girl to do? Sit at home waiting for you to call? If you've been pounding on her door every night, you haven't told me about it. Look, it's all right you talking. I think old man Alderson would set his dogs on me if I showed up there. I know he doesn't like me hanging around Helen, and on top of that I've got the feeling he thinks I killed his cow on my last visit." "And did you?" "No, I didn't. But I walked up to a living animal, gave it an injection, then it promptly died, so I can't blame him." I took a sip at my beer and watched the Alderson party, who had changed direction and were heading away from our retreat. Helen was wearing a pale blue dress, and I was thinking how well the colour went with the deep brown of her hair, and how I liked the way she walked with her legs swinging easily and her shoulders high and straight, when the loudspeaker boomed across the showground.
"Will Mr. Herriot, veterinary surgeon, please report to the stewards immediately?"
It made me jump, but at the same time I felt a quick stab of pride. It was the first time I had heard myself and my profession publicly proclaimed. I turned to Tristan. He was supposed to be seeing practice, and this could be something interesting. But he was immersed in a story which he was trying to tell to a little stocky man with a fat, shiny face, and he was having difficulty because the little man, determined to get his full measure of enjoyment, kept throwing himself into helpless convulsions at the end of every sentence, and the finish was a long, long way away. Tristan took his stories very seriously. I decided not to interrupt him. A glow of importance filled me as I hurried over the grass, my official badge with veterinary surgeon in gold letters dangling from my lapel. A steward met me on the way. "It's one of the cattle. Had an accident, I think." He pointed to a row of pens along the edge of the field. A curious crowd had collected around my patient, which had been entered in the in-calf heifers class. The owner, a stranger from outside the Darrowby practice, came up to me, his face glum. "She tripped coming off the cattle wagon and went head first into the wall. Knocked one of her horns clean off." The heifer, a bonny little light roan, was a pathetic sight. She'd been washed, combed, powdered, and primped for the big day. And there she was, with one horn dangling drunkenly down the side of her face, and an ornamental fountain of bright arterial blood climbing gracefully in 3 jets from the broken surface high into the air. I opened my bag. I had brought a selection of the things I might need, and I fished out some artery forceps and suture material. The rational way to stop hemorrhage of this type is to grasp the bleeding vessel and ligate it, but it wasn't always as easy as that, especially when the patient won't cooperate. The broken horn was connected to the head only by a band of skin, and I quickly snipped it away with scissors. Then, with the farmer holding the heifer's nose, I began to probe with my forceps for the severed vessels. In the bright sunshine, it was surprisingly difficult to see the spurting blood, and as the little animal threw her head about, I repeatedly felt the warm spray across my face and heard it spatter on my collar. It was when I was beginning to lose heart with my ineffectual groping that I looked up and saw Helen and her boyfriend watching me from the crowd. Young Edmondson looked mildly amused as he watched my unavailing efforts, but Helen smiled encouragingly as she caught my eye. I did my best to smile back at her through my bloody mask, but I don't suppose it showed. I gave it up when the heifer gave a particularly brisk toss, which sent my forceps flying onto the grass. I did what I should probably have done at the beginning, clapped a pad of cotton wool and antiseptic powder onto the stump, and secured it with a figure-of-8 bandage round the other horn. "Well, that's it then," I said to the farmer as I tried to blink the blood out of my eyes. "The bleeding stopped anyway. I'd advise you to have her properly dehorned soon, or she's going to look a bit odd." Just then Tristan appeared from among the spectators. "What's got you out of the beer tent?" I inquired with a touch of bitterness. "It's lunch-time, old lad," Tristan replied equably. "But we'll have to get you cleaned up a bit first. I can't be seen with you in that condition. Hang on, I'll get a bucket of water." The show luncheon was so excellent that it greatly restored me. Although it was taken in a marquee, the committee men's wives had somehow managed to conjure up a memorable cold spread. There was fresh salmon and home-fed ham and slices of prime beef with mixed salads and apple pie, and the big, brimming jugs of cream you only see at farming functions. One of the ladies was a noted cheesemaker, and we finished with some delicious goat cheese and coffee. The liquid side was catered for too, with a bottle of Magnet Pale Ale and a glass at every place. I didn't have the pleasure of Tristan's company at lunch because he had strategically placed himself well down the table between two strict Methodists, so that his intake of Magnet was trebled. I had hardly emerged into the sunshine when a man touched me on the shoulder. "One of the dog show judges wants you to examine a dog. He doesn't like the look of it." He led me to where a thin man of about 40 with a small, dark moustache was standing by his car. He held a wire-haired fox terrier on a leash, and he met me with an ingratiating smile. "There's nothing whatever the matter with my dog," he declared, "but the chap in there seems very fussy." I looked down at the terrier. "I see he has some matter in the corner of his eye." The man shook his head vigorously. "Oh, no, that's not matter. I've been using some white powder on him, and a bit got into his eyes, that's all." "Ah. Well, let's see what his temperature says, shall we?" The little animal stood uncomplaining as I inserted the thermometer. When I took the reading, my eyebrows went up. "It's 104. I'm afraid he's not fit to go into the show." "But wait a minute." The man thrust out his jaw. "You're talking like that chap in there. I've come a long way to show this dog, and I'm going to show him." "I'm sorry, but you can't show him with a temperature of 104. "But he's had a car journey. That could put up his temperature." I shook my head. "Not as high as that, he couldn't. Anyway, he looks sick to me. Do you see how he's half closing his eyes as though he's frightened of the light? It's possible he could have distemper." "Well, that's rubbish, and you know it. He's never been fitter." The man's mouth trembled with anger. I looked down at the little dog. He was crouching on the grass miserably. Occasionally he shivered. He had a definite photophobia, and there was that creamy blob of pus in the corner of each eye. "Has he ever been inoculated against distemper?" "Well, no, he hasn't, but why do you keep on about it?" "Because I think he's got it now. And for his sake, and for the sake of the other dogs here, you ought to take him home straight away and see your own vet." He glared at me. "So you won't let me take him into the show tent?" "That's right. I'm very sorry, but it's out of the question." I turned and walked away. I had only gone a few yards when the loudspeaker boomed again. "Well, Mr. Herriot, please go to the measuring stand where the ponies are ready for him." I collected my stick and trotted over to the corner of the field where a group of ponies had assembled. Welsh, Dales, Exmoor, Dartmoor, all kinds of breeds were represented. For the uninitiated, horses are measured in hands, which consists of 4 inches, and a graduated stick is used with a crosspiece and a spirit level which rests on the withers, the highest point of the shoulders. I had done a fair bit of it on individual animals, but this was the first time I had done the job at a show. With my stick at the ready, I stood by the 2 wide boards which had been placed on the turf to give the animals a reasonably level standing surface. A smiling young woman led the first pony, a smart chestnut, onto the boards. "Which class?" I asked. 13 hands." I tried the stick on him. He was well under. "That's fine. Next, please." A few more came through without incident. Then there was a lull before the next group came up. The ponies were arriving on the field all the time in their boxes and being led over to me, some by their young riders, others by the parents. It looked as though I could be there quite a long time. During one of the lulls, a little man who had been standing nearby spoke up. "No trouble yet?" he asked. No, everything's in order," I replied. He nodded expressionlessly, and as I took a closer look at him, his slight body, dark leathery features, and high shoulders seemed to give him the appearance of a little brown gnome. At the same time, there was something undeniably horsey about him. "You'll have some awkward ones," he grunted, "and they allus say the same thing. They allus tell you that a vet at some other show passed their pony." His swarthy cheeks crinkled in a wry smile. "Is that so?" "Aye, you'll see." Another candidate, led by a beautiful blonde, was led onto the platform. She gave me the full blast of 2 big greenish eyes and flashed a mouthful of sparkling teeth at me. 12-2, she murmured seductively. I tried to stick on the pony and worked it around, but try as I might, I couldn't get it down to that. "I'm afraid he's a bit big," I said. The blonde's smile vanished. "Have you allowed half an inch for his shoes?" "I have indeed, but you can see for yourself he's well over." "But he passed the vet without any trouble at Hickley," she snapped, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the gnome nodding sagely. "I can't help that," I said. "I'm afraid you'll have to put him in the next class." For a moment, 2 green pebbles from the cold sea bed fixed me with a frigid glare. Then the blonde was gone, taking her pony with her. Next, a little bay animal was led onto the stand by a hard-faced gentleman in a check suit, and I must say I was baffled by its behaviour. Whenever the stick touched the withers, it sank at the knees, so that I couldn't be sure whether I was getting the right reading or not. Finally, I gave up and passed him through. The gnome coughed. "I know that fella." "You do?" "Aye. He's pricked that pony's withers with a pin so many times that it drops down whenever you try to measure him." "Never." "Sure as I'm standing here." I was staggered, but the arrival of another batch took up my attention for a few minutes. Some I passed, others I had to banish to another class, and the owners took it in different ways. Some philosophically, a few with obvious annoyance. 1 or 2 of the ponies just didn't like the look of the stick at all, and I had to dance around them as they backed away and reared. The last pony in this group was a nice grey, led by a bouncy man wearing a great, big, matey smile. "Oh, are you all right?" he inquired courteously. "This end's 13-2. The animal went under the stick without trouble, but after he trotted away, the gnome spoke up again. "I know that fella too." "Really? Not half. Weighs down his ponies before they're measured. That grey's been standing in his box for the last hour with a 12-stone sack of corn on his back. Knocks an inch off." "Good God, you sure?" "Don't worry, I've seen him at it." My mind was beginning to reel just a little. Was the man making it all up, or were there really these malign forces at work behind all this innocent fun? "That same fella," continued the gnome, "I've seen him bring a pony to a show and get half an inch knocked off for shoes when it never had no shoes on." I wished he'd stop. And just then there was an interruption. It was the man with the moustache. He sidled up to me and whispered confidentially in my ear. "Now, I've just been thinking. My dog must have got over his journey by now, and I expect his temperature will be normal. I wonder if he'd just try him again. I've still got time to show him." I turned wearily. "Honestly, it'll be a waste of time. I've told you he's ill." "Please, just as a favour." He had a desperate look, and a fanatical light flickered in his eye. "All right." I went over to the car with him and produced my thermometer. The temperature was still 104. "Now I wish you'd take this poor little dog home. He shouldn't be here." For a moment I thought the man was going to strike me. "There's nothing wrong with him," he hissed, his whole face working with emotion. "I'm sorry," I said, and went back to the measuring stand. A boy of about 15 was waiting for me with his pony. It was supposed to be in the 13-2 class, but was nearly 1.5 inches over. "Much too big, I'm afraid," I said. "He can't go in that class." The boy didn't answer. He put his hand inside his jacket and produced a sheet of paper. "This is a veterinary certificate to say he's under 13-2. "No good, I'm sorry. The stewards have told me not to accept any certificates. I've turned down 2 others today. Everything has to go under the stick. It's a pity, but there it is." His manner changed abruptly. "But you've got to accept it!" he shouted in my face. "There doesn't have to be any measurements when you have a certificate." You'd better see the stewards. Those are my instructions.
I'll see my father about this, that's what!
He shouted, and led the animal away. Father was quickly on the scene. Big, fat, prosperous-looking, confident. He obviously wasn't going to stand any nonsense from me. Now look here. I don't know what all this is about, but you've no option in this matter. You have to accept the certificate. I don't, I assure you. And anyway, it's not as though your pony was slightly over the mark. He's miles over, nowhere near the height. Father flushed dark red. Well, let me tell you, he was passed through by the I know, I said, and I heard the gnome give a short laugh. But he's not going through here. There was a brief silence. Then both father and son began to scream at me, and as they continued to hurl abuse, I felt a hand on my arm. It was the man with the moustache again. I'm going to ask you just once more to take my dog's temperature, he whispered with a ghastly attempt at a smile. I'm sure he'll be all right this time. Will you try him again? I'd had enough.
No, I bloody well won't, I barked. Will you kindly stop bothering me and take the poor animal home?
It's funny how the most unlikely things motivate certain people. It didn't seem a life-and-death matter whether a dog got into a show or not, but it was to the man with the moustache. He started to rave at me.
You don't know your job, that's a job with you. I've come all this way and you've played a dirty trick on me. I've got a friend who's a vet, a proper vet, and I'm going to tell him about you. Yes, I am. I'm going to tell him about you.
At the same time, the father and son were still in full cry, snarling and mouthing at me, and I became suddenly aware that I was in the centre of a hostile circle. The blonde was there too, and some of the others whose ponies I had outed, and they were all staring at me belligerently, making angry gestures. I felt very much alone because the gnome, who had seemed an ally, was nowhere to be seen. I was disappointed in the gnome. He was a big talker, but he had vanished at the first whiff of danger. As I surveyed the threatening crowd, I moved my measuring stick round in front of me. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it might serve to fend them off if they rushed me. And just at that moment, as the unkind words were thick upon the air, I saw Helen and Richard Edmondson on the fringe of the circle, taking it all in. I wasn't worried about him, but again it struck me as strange that it should be my destiny always to be looking a bit of a clown when Helen was around. Anyway, the measuring was over, and I felt in need of sustenance. I retreated and went to find Tristan. Chapter 9. The atmosphere in the beer tent was just what I needed. The hot weather had made the place even more popular than usual, and it was crowded. Many of the inhabitants had been there since early morning, and the air was thick with earthy witticisms, immoderate laughter, cries of joy. And the nice thing was that nobody in there cared a damn about the heights of ponies or the temperatures of dogs. I had to fight my way through the crush to reach Tristan, who was leaning across the counter in earnest conversation with a comely young barmaid. The other serving ladies were middle-aged, but his practised eye had picked this one out. Glossy red hair, a puckish face, and an inviting smile. I had been hoping for a soothing chat with him, but he was unable to give me his undivided attention, so after juggling with a glass among the throng for a few minutes, I left. Out on the field, the sun still blazed, the scent of the trampled grass rose into the warm air. The band was playing a selection from Rose Marie, and peace began to steal into my soul. Maybe I could begin to enjoy the show now the pinpricks were over. There was only the family pets to judge, and I was looking forward to that. For about an hour I wandered among the pens of mountainous pigs and haughty sheep, the rows of shorthorn cows with their classical wedge-shaped grace, their level udders and dainty feet. I watched in fascination a contest which was new to me. Shirt-sleeved young men sticking a fork into a straw bale and hurling it high over a bar with a jerk of their thick brown arms. Old Steve Bramley, a local farmer, was judging the heavy horses, and I envied him his massive authority as he stumped, bowler-hatted and glowering around each animal, leaning occasionally on his stick as he took stock of the points. I couldn't imagine anyone daring to argue with him. It was late in the afternoon when the loudspeaker called me to my final duty. The family pets contestants were arranged on wooden chairs drawn up in a wide circle on the turf. They were mainly children, but behind them an interested ring of parents and friends watched me warily as I arrived. The fashion for exotic pets was still in its infancy, but I experienced a mild shock of surprise when I saw the variety of creatures on show. I suppose I must have had a vague mental picture of a few dogs and cats, but I walked round the circle in growing bewilderment, looking down at rabbits, innumerable rabbits of all sizes and colours, guinea pigs, white mice, several budgerigars, 2 tortoises, a canary, a kitten, a parrot, a minor bird, a box of puppies, a few dogs and cats, and a goldfish in a bowl. The smaller pets rested on their owners' knees and others squatted on the ground. How, I asked myself, was I going to come to a decision here? How did you choose between a parrot and a puppy, or a budgie and a bulldog, a mouse and a miner? Then as I circled, it came to me. It couldn't be done. The only way was to question the children in charge and find out which ones looked after their pets best. Which of them knew most about their feeding and general husbandry? I rubbed my hands together and repressed a chuckle of satisfaction. I had something to work on now. I don't like to boast, but I think I can say in all honesty that I carried out an exhaustive scientific survey of that varied group. From the outset I adopted an attitude of cold detachment, mercilessly banishing any ideas of personal preference. If I had been pleasing only myself, I would have given first prize to a gleaming black Labrador sitting by a chair with massive composure and offering me a gracious paw every time I came near. And my second would have been a benevolent tabby. I have always had a thing about tabby cats, which rubbed its cheek against my hand as I talked to its owner. The pups, crawling over each other and grunting obesely, would probably have come third. But I put away these unworthy thoughts and pursued my chosen course. I was distracted to some extent by the parrot, which kept saying, "Hello!" in a voice of devastating refinement like a butler answering a telephone, and the miner, which repeatedly adjured me to "shut door as you go out," in a booming Yorkshire baritone. The only adult in the ring was a bosomy lady with glacial pop eyes and a white poodle on her knee. As I approached, she gave me a challenging stare as though defying me to place her pet anywhere but first. "Hello, little chap," I said, extending my hand. The poodle responded by drawing its lips soundlessly back from its teeth and giving me much the same kind of look as its owner. I withdrew my hand hastily. "Oh, you needn't be afraid of him," the lady said frigidly. "He won't hurt you." I gave a light laugh. "No, I'm sure he won't." I held out my hand once again. "You're a nice little dog, aren't you?" Once more the poodle bared his teeth, and when I persevered by trying to stroke his ears, he snapped noiselessly, his teeth clicking together an inch from my fingers. "He doesn't like you. I can see that. Do you, darling?" The lady put her cheek against the dog's head and stared at me distastefully, as though she knew just how he felt. "Shut door as you go out," commanded the miner gruffly from somewhere behind me. I gave the lady my questionnaire and moved on. And among the throng there was one who stood out, the little boy with the goldfish. In reply to my promptings, he discoursed knowledgeably about his fish, its feeding, life history, and habits. He even had a fair idea of the common diseases. The bowl, too, was beautifully clean and the water fresh. I was impressed. When I had completed the circuit, I swept the ring for the last time with a probing eye. Yes, there was no doubt about it. I had the 3 prize winners fixed in my mind beyond any question, and in an order based on strictly scientific selection. I stepped out into the middle. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, scanning the company with an affable smile. "Hello!" responded the parrot, fruitily. I ignored him and continued. "These are the successful entrants. First, number 6, the goldfish. Second, number 15, the guinea pig. And third, number 10, the white kitten." I half expected a little ripple of applause, but there was none. In fact, my announcement was greeted by a tight-lipped silence. I had noticed an immediate change in the atmosphere when I mentioned the goldfish. It was striking. A sudden, cold wave which swept away the expectant smiles and replaced them with discontented muttering. I had done something wrong, but what? I looked around helplessly as the hum of voices increased. "What do you think of that, then? It's not fair, is it? Wouldn't have thought it of him. All them lovely rabbits, and he hardly looked at him." I couldn't make it out, but my job was done anyway. I pushed between the chairs and escaped to the open field. "Shut door as you go out," the miner requested in deepest bass as I departed. I sought out Tristan again. The atmosphere in the beer tent had changed too. The drinkers were long since past their peak, and the hilarious babel which had met me on my last visit had died to an exhausted murmur. There was a general air of satiation. Tristan, pint in hand, was being addressed with great solemnity by a man in a fat cap and braces. The man swayed slightly as he grasped Tristan's free hand and gazed into his eyes. Occasionally he patted him on the shoulder with the utmost affection. Obviously my colleague had been forging deep and lasting friendships in here, while I was making enemies outside. I sidled up to him and spoke into his ear. "Ready to go soon, Tris?" He turned slowly and looked at me. "No, old lad," he said, articulating carefully. "I'm afraid I shan't be coming with you. They're having a dance here on the show field later, and Doreen has consented to accompany me." He cast a loving glance across the counter at the redhead, who crinkled her nose at him. I was about to leave when a snatch of conversation from behind me made me pause. "A bloody girlfish," a voice saying disgustedly. "Aye, it's a rum 'un, George," the second voice replied. There was a slurping sound of beer being downed.
"Got the nose, Fred,"
the first voice said.
"That vet fella had to do it. Didn't have no choice. He couldn't pass over at Squire's son. Reckon you're right, but it's a bugger when you get graft and corruption in family pets."
A heavy sigh, then.
"It's the way things are nowadays, Fred. Everything's ulterior." "You're right there, George. It's ulterior, that's what it is."
I fought down a rising panic. The Pelhams had been lords of the manor of Dannerby for generations, and the present squire was Major Pelham. I knew him as a friendly farmer client, but that was all. I never heard of his son. I clutched at Tristan's arm. "Who is that little boy over there?" Tristan peered out glassily across the sward. The one with the goldfish bowl, you mean?" "That's right. It's young Nigel Pelham, the squire's son." "Oh, God," I moaned. "I've never seen him before. Where's he been?" "Boarding school down south, I believe. On holiday just now." I stared at the boy again. Tousled fair hair, grey open-neck shirt, sunburned legs. Just like all the others. George was at it again.
"Lovely dogs and cats there was, but Squire's lad won it with a bloody goldfish." "Well, let's be right," his companion put in. "If that lad had brought along a bloody stuffed monkey, he'd still have got first prize with it. No doubt about it, Fred. T'other kids might well have stopped at home." "Aye, it's not like it used to be, George. Nobody does out for an out these days." "True, Fred. Very true."
There was a gloomy silence, punctuated by noisy gulpings. Then, in weary tones,
"Well, you and me can't alter it. It's the kind of world we're living in today."
I reeled out into the fresh air and the sunshine. Looking round at the tranquil scene, the long stretch of grass, the loop of pebbly river with the green hills rising behind, I had a sense of unreality. Was there any part of this peaceful cameo of rural England without its sinister undertones? As if by instinct I made my way into the long marquee which housed the produce section. Surely among those quiet rows of vegetables I would find repose. The place was almost empty, but as I made my way down the long lines of tables, I came upon the solitary figure of old John William Enderby, who had a little grocer's shop in the town. "Well, how are things?" I inquired. "Not but middling, lad," the old man replied morosely. "Why, what's wrong?" "Well, I got a second with me broad beans, but only a highly commended for me shallots. Look at him." I looked. "Yes, they're beautiful shallots, Mr. Enderby." "Aye, they are. And not but a highly commended. It's an insult, that's what it is. It's an insult." "But, Mr. Enderby, highly commended, I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it?" "No, it isn't. It's an insult." "Oh, bad luck." John William stared at me wide-eyed for a moment. "It's not bad luck, lad. It's not but a twist." "Oh, surely not." "I'm telling you. Jim Holston's got first with his shallots, and the judge is his wife's cousin." "Never."
"It's true,"
grunted John William, nodding solemnly.
"It's now but a twist."
"Well, I'd never heard of such a thing."
"You don't know what goes on, young man. I wasn't even pleased with me tatties. Frank Thompson got first with that lot.
He pointed to a tray of noble tubers. I studied them. Well, I must admit they look splendid potatoes.
Aye, they are. But Frank pinched him.
What?
Aye. They took first prize at Brisbane show last Thursday, and Frank pinched them off stand.
I clutched at the nearby table. The foundations of my world were crumbling. That can't be true, Mr. Enderby.
I'm not joking nor jesting,
declared John William.
Them self and same tatties. I'd know 'em anywhere. It's not butter.
I could take no more. I fled. Outside, the evening sunshine was still warm, and the whole field was awash with the soft light which in the dales seems to stream down in a golden flood from the high tops. But it was as if the forces of darkness were pressing on me. All I wanted was to get home. I hurried to the steward's tent and collected my measuring stick, running a gauntlet of hostile stares from the pony people I'd outed earlier in the day. They were still waving their certificates and arguing. On the way to the car, I had to pass several of the ladies who had watched me judge the pets, and though they didn't exactly draw their skirts aside, they managed to convey their message. Among the rows of vehicles, I spotted the man with the moustache. He still hadn't taken his terrier away, and his eyes, full of wounded resentment, followed my every step. I was opening my door when Helen and her party, also apparently on the way home, passed about 50 yards away. Helen waved, I waved back, and Richard Edmondson gave me a nod before helping her into the front seat of a gleaming silver Daimler. The two fathers got into the back. As I settled into the seat of my little Austin, braced my feet against the broken floorboards, and squinted through the cracked windscreen, I prayed that just this once the thing would go on the starter. Holding my breath, I pulled at the knob, but the engine gave a couple of lazy turns, then fell silent. Fishing the starting handle from under the seat, I crept out and inserted into its hole under the radiator. And as I began the old familiar winding, the silver monster purred contemptuously past me and away. Dropping into the driver's seat again, I caught sight of my face in the mirror and could see the streaks and flecks of blood still caked on my cheek and around the roots of my hair. Tristan hadn't done a very good job with his bucket of cold water. I looked back at the emptying field and at the Daimler disappearing round a distant bend, and it seemed to me that in more ways than one, the show was over. Chapter 10. Ben Ashby, the cattle dealer, looked over the gate with his habitual deadpan expression. It always seemed to me that after a lifetime of buying cows from farmers, he had developed a terror of showing any emotion which might be construed as enthusiasm. When he looked at a beast, his face registered nothing beyond, occasionally, a gentle sorrow. This was how it was this morning, as he leant on the top spar and directed a gloomy stare at Harry Sumner's heifer. After a few moments, he turned to the farmer.
I wish you'd had her in for me, Harry. She's too far away. I'm going to have to get over the chop.
He began to climb stiffly upwards, and it was then that he spotted Monty. The bull hadn't been easy to see before as he cropped the grass among the group of heifers, but suddenly the great head rose high above the others, the nose ring gleamed, and an ominous strangled bellow sounded across the grass. And as he gazed at us, he pulled absently at the turf with a forefoot. Ben Ashby stopped climbing, hesitated for a second, then returned to ground level. "Aye, well," he muttered, still without changing expression.
"It's not that far away. I reckon I can see all right from here."
Monty had changed a lot since the first day I saw him about 2 years ago. He had been a fortnight old then, a skinny, knock-kneed little creature, his head deep in a calf bucket.
"Well, what do you think of my new bull?"
Harry Sumner had asked, laughing.
"Not much for 100 quid, is he?"
I whistled. "As much as that?"
"Aye. It's a lot for a new drop calf, isn't it? But I can't think of any other way of getting into the Newton strain. I haven't the brass to buy a big un."
Not all the farmers of those days were as far-seeing as Harry, and some of them would use any type of male bovine to get their cows in calf. One such man produced a gaunt animal for Siegfried's inspection, and asked him what he thought of his bull. Siegfried's reply of, "All horns and balls," didn't please the owner, but I still treasure it as the most graphic description of the typical scrub bull of that period. Harry was a bright boy. He had inherited a little place of about 100 acres on his father's death, and with his young wife had set about making it go. He was in his early 20s, and when I first saw him, I had been deceived by his almost delicate appearance into thinking that he wouldn't be up to the job. The pallid face, the large, sensitive eyes, and slender frame didn't seem fitted for the 7 days a week milking, feeding, mucking out slog that was dairy farming. But I had been wrong. The fearless way he plunged in and grabbed at the hind feet of kicking cows for me to examine, and his clenched teeth determination as he hung onto the noses of the big, loose beasts at testing time, made me change my mind in a hurry. He worked endlessly and tirelessly, and it was natural that his drive should have taken him to the south of Scotland to find a bull. Harry's was an Ayrshire herd, unusual among the almost universal shorthorns in the Dales, and there was no doubt an injection of the famous Newton blood would be a sure way of improving his stock.
"He's got prize winners on both his sire and dam side," the young farmer said, "and a grand pedigree name, too. Newton Montmorency the Sixth. Monty for short."
As though recognizing his name, the calf raised his head from the bucket and looked at us. It was a comic little face, wet-muzzled, milk slobbered halfway up his cheeks and dribbling freely from his mouth. I bent over into the pen and scratched the top of the hard little head, feeling the tiny horn buds no bigger than peas under my fingers. Limpid-eyed and unafraid, Monty submitted calmly to the caress for a few moments, then sank his head again in the bucket. I saw quite a bit of Harry Sumner over the next few weeks, and usually had a look at his expensive purchase. And as the calf grew, you could see why he had cost £100. He was in a pen with 3 of Harry's own calves, and his superiority was evident at a glance. The broad forehead and wide-set eyes, the deep chest and short, straight legs, the beautifully even line of the back from shoulder to tailhead. Monty had class, and, small as he was all bull. He was about 3 months old when Harry rang to say he thought the calf had pneumonia. I was surprised because the weather was fine and warm, and I knew Monty was in a draft-free building. But when I saw him, I thought immediately that his owner's diagnosis was right. The heaving of the rib cage, the temperature of 105 degrees, it looked fairly straightforward. But when I got my stethoscope on his chest and listened for the pneumonic sounds, I heard nothing. His lungs were perfectly clear. I went over him several times, but there was not a squeak, not a row, not the slightest sign of consolidation. This was a facer. I turned to the farmer. "It's a funny one, Harry. He's sick all right, but his symptoms don't add up to anything recognizable." I was going against my early training, because the first vet I ever saw practice with in my student days told me once, "If you don't know what's wrong with an animal, for God's sake, don't admit it. Give it a name. Call it McCluskey's disease or galloping dandruff, anything you like, but give it a name." But no inspiration came to me as I looked at the panting, anxious-eyed little creature. Treat the symptoms. That was the thing to do. He had a temperature, so I tried to get that down for a start. I brought out my pathetic armory of febrifuges, the injection of non-specific antiserum, the fever drink of sweet spirit of nitre. But over the next 2 days it was obvious that the time-honoured remedies were having no effect. On the 4th morning, Harry Sumner met me as I got out of my car. "He's walking funny this morning, Mr. Herriot, and he seems to be blind." Blind? An unusual form of lead poisoning, could that be it? I hurried into the calf pen and began to look round the walls. But there wasn't a scrap of paint anywhere, and Monty had spent his entire life in there. And anyway, as I looked at him, I realized that he wasn't really blind. His eyes were staring and slightly upturned, and he blundered unseeingly round the pen, but he blinked as I passed my hand in front of his face. To complete my bewilderment, he walked with a wooden, stiff-legged gait, almost like a mechanical toy, and my mind began to snatch at diagnostic straws. Tetanus, no. Meningitis, no. No. I always tried to maintain the calm, professional exterior, but I had to fight an impulse to scratch my head and stand gaping. I got off the place as quickly as possible and settled down to serious thought as I drove away. My lack of experience didn't help, but I did have a knowledge of pathology and physiology, and when stumped for a diagnosis, I could usually work something out on rational grounds. But this thing didn't make sense. That night I got out my books, notes from college, back numbers of the veterinary record, and anything else I could find on the subject of calf diseases. Somewhere here there would surely be a clue. But the volumes on medicine and surgery were barren of inspiration. and I had about given up hope when I came upon the passage in a little pamphlet on calf diseases. Peculiar, stilted gait, staring eyes with a tendency to gaze upwards, occasionally respiratory symptoms with high temperature. The words seemed to leap out at me from the printed page, and it was as though the unknown author was patting me on the shoulder and murmuring reassuringly, "That's it, you see. It's all perfectly clear." I grabbed the phone and rang Harry Sumner. "Harry, have you ever noticed Monty and those other calves in the pen licking each other?" "Aye, they're always at it, the little beggars. It's like a hobby with them. Why?" "Well, I know what's wrong with your bull. He's got a hairball." "A hairball? Where?" "In the abomasum, the fourth stomach. That's what's setting up these strange symptoms." "Well, I'll go to hell. What do we do about it, then?" "It'll probably mean an operation, but I'd like to try dosing him with liquid paraffin first. So I'll put a pint bottle on the step for you if you'll come and collect it. Give him half a pint now and the same thing first thing in the morning. It might just grease the thing through. I'll see you tomorrow." I hadn't a lot of faith in the liquid paraffin. I suppose I suggested it for the sake of doing something while I played nervously with the idea of operating. And next morning the picture was as I expected. Monty was still rigid-limbed, still staring sightlessly ahead of him, and an oiliness round his rectum and down his tail showed that the paraffin had bypassed the obstruction. "He hasn't had a bite now for 3 days," Harry said. "I doubt he won't stick it much longer." I looked from his worried face to the little animal trembling in the pen. "You're right. We'll have to open him up straight away to have any hope of saving him. Are you willing to let me have a go?" "Oh, aye. Let's be at the job. Sooner the better." He smiled at me. It was a confident smile, and my stomach gave a lurch. His confidence could be badly misplaced, because in those days abdominal surgery in the bovine was in a primitive state. There were a few jobs that we had begun to tackle fairly regularly, but removal of a hairball wasn't one of them, and my knowledge of the procedure was confined to some rather small print reading in the textbooks. But this young farmer had faith in me. He thought I could do the job, so it was no good letting him see my doubts. It was at times like this that I envied our colleagues in human medicine. When a surgical case came up, they packed their patient off to hospital. But the vet just had to get his jacket off on the spot and make an operating theatre out of the farm buildings. Harry and I busied ourselves in boiling up the instruments, setting out buckets of hot water and laying a clean bed of straw in an empty pen. Despite his weakness, the calf took nearly 60 cc's of Nembutal into his vein before he was fully anaesthetized. But finally he was asleep, propped on his back between 2 straw bales, his little hooves dangling above him. I was ready to start. It's never the same as it is in the books. The pictures and diagrams look so simple and straightforward, but it's a different thing when you're cutting into a living, breathing creature with the abdomen rising and falling gently and the blood oozing beneath your knife. The abomasum, I knew, was just down there, slightly to the right of the sternum, but as I cut through the peritoneum, there was this slippery mass of fat-streaked omentum obscuring everything. And as I pushed it aside, one of the bales moved, and Monty tilted to his left, causing a sudden gush of intestines into the wound. I put my fat of my hand against the shining pink loops. It would be just great if my patient's inside started spilling out onto the straw before I'd even started. "Pull him upright, Harry, and shove that bale back into place," I gasped. The farmer quickly complied, but the intestines weren't at all anxious to return to their place, and kept intruding coyly as I groped for the abomasum. Frankly, I was beginning to feel just a bit lost, and my heart was thudding when I came upon something hard. It was sliding about beyond the wall of one of the stomachs. At the moment, I wasn't sure which. I gripped it and lifted it into the wound. I had hold of the abomasum, and that hard thing inside must be the hairball. Repelling the intestines, which had made another determined attempt to push their way into the act, I incised the stomach and had my first look at the cause of the trouble. It wasn't a ball at all, rather a flat plaque of densely matted hair, mixed freely with strands of hay, sour curd, and a shining covering of my liquid paraffin. The whole thing was jammed against the pyloric opening. Gingerly, I drew it out through the incision and dropped it in the straw. It wasn't till I had closed the stomach wound with gut, stitched up the muscle there, and had started on the skin that I realized that the sweat was running down my face. As I blew away a droplet from my nose, and Harry broke the silence. "It's an hell of a tricky job, isn't it?" he said. Then he laughed and thumped my shoulder. "I bet you felt a bit queer the first time you did one of these." I pulled another strand of suture silk through and knotted it. "You're right, Harry," I said. "How right you are." When I'd finished, we covered Monty with a horse rug and piled straw on top of that, leaving only his head sticking out. I bent over and touched a corner of the eye. Not a vestige of corneal reflex. God, he was deep. Had I given him too much anaesthetic? And of course there'd be surgical shock too. As I left, I glanced back at the motionless little animal. He looked smaller than ever, and very vulnerable under the bare walls of the pen. I was busy for the rest of the day, but that evening my thoughts kept coming back to Monty. Had he come out of it yet? Maybe he was dead. I hadn't the experience of previous cases to guide me, and I simply had no idea of how a calf reacted to an operation like that. And I couldn't rid myself of a nagging consciousness of how much it all meant to Harry Sumner. The bull is half the herd, they say, and half of Harry's future herd was lying there under the straw. He wouldn't be able to find that much money again. I jumped suddenly from my chair. It was no good. I had to find out what was happening. Part of me rebelled at the idea of looking amateurish and unsure of myself by going fussing back, but I thought I could always say I had returned to look for an instrument. The farm was in darkness as I crept into the pen. I shone my torch on the mound of straw and saw with a quick thump of the heart that the calf had not moved. I dropped to my knees and pushed a hand under the rug. He was breathing anyway, but there was still no eye reflex. Either he was dying, or he was taking a hell of a long time to come out. In the shadows of the yard, I looked across at the soft glow from the farmhouse kitchen. Nobody had heard me. I slunk over to the car and drove off with the sick knowledge that I was no further forward. I still didn't know how the job was going to turn out. Next morning, I had to go through the same thing again, and as I stiffly walked across to the calf pen, I knew for sure I'd see something this time. Either he'd be dead, or better. I opened the outer door and almost ran down the passage. It was the third pen along, and I stared hungrily into it. Monty was sitting up on his chest. He was still under the rug and straw, and he looked sorry for himself, but when a bovine animal is on its chest, I always feel hopeful. The tensions flowed from me in a great wave. He had survived the operation. The first stage was over, and as I knelt, rubbing the top of his head, I had the feeling that we were going to win. And, in fact, he did get better, though I have always found it difficult to explain to myself scientifically why the removal of that pad of tangled fibres could cause such a dramatic improvement in so many directions. But there it was. His temperature did drop, and his breathing returned to normal. His eyes did stop staring, and the weird stiffness disappeared from his limbs. But though I couldn't understand it, I was nonetheless delighted. Like a teacher with his favourite pupil, I developed a warm proprietary affection for the calf, and when I happened to be on the farm, I found my feet straying unbidden to his pen. He always walked up to me and regarded me with friendly interest. It was as if he had a fellow feeling for me, too. He was rather more than a year old when I noticed the change. The friendly interest gradually disappeared from his eyes, and was replaced by a thoughtful, speculative look, and he developed a habit of shaking his head at me at the same time. "I'd stop going in there, Mr. Herriot, if I were you," Harry said one day. "He's getting big, and I reckon he's going to be a cheeky bugger before he's finished." But cheeky was the wrong word. Harry had a long, trouble-free spell, and Monty was nearly 2 years old when I saw him again. It wasn't a case of illness this time. 1 or 2 of Harry's cows had been calving before their time, and it was typical of him that he should ask me to blood test his entire herd for brucellosis. We worked our way easily through the cows, and I had a long row of glass tubes filled with blood in just over an hour. "Well, that's a lot in here," the farmer said. "When you have the bull to do, and we're finished." He led the way across the yard, through the door, into the calf pens, and along a passage to the bull box at the end. He opened the half door, and as I looked inside, I felt a sudden sense of shock. Monty was enormous. The neck, with its jutting humps of muscle, supported a head so huge that the eyes looked tiny. And there was nothing friendly in those eyes now. No expression at all, in fact, only a cold, black glitter. He was standing sideways to me, facing the wall, but I knew he was watching me as he pushed his head against the stones, his great horns scoring the whitewash with slow, menacing deliberation. Occasionally he snorted from deep in his chest, but apart from that he remained ominously still. Monty wasn't just a bull. He was a vast, brooding presence. Harry grinned as he saw me staring over the door. Well, do you fancy popping inside to scratch his head? That's what you always used to do. No thanks. I dragged my eyes away from the animal. But I wonder what my expectation of life would be if I did go in. I reckon you'd last about a minute, Harry said thoughtfully. He's a grand bull, all I ever expected, but by God, he's a mean one. I never trust him an inch. And how, I asked without enthusiasm, am I supposed to get a sample of blood from him? Oh, I'll trap his head in yon corner. Harry pointed to a metal yoke above a trough in an opening into the yard at the far side of the box. I'll give him some meal to tice him in. He went back down the passage, and soon I could see him out in the yard scooping meal into the trough. The bull at first took no notice, and continued to prod at the wall with his horns. Then he turned with awesome slowness, took a few unhurried steps across the box, and put his nose down to the trough. Harry, out of sight in the yard, pulled the lever, and the yoke crashed shut on the great neck. "All right," the farmer cried, hanging onto the lever. "I have him. You can go in now." I opened the door and entered the box, and though the bull was held fast by the head, there was still the uneasy awareness that he and I were alone in that small space, together. And as I passed along the massive body and put my hand on the neck, I sensed a quivering emanation of pent-up power and rage. Digging my fingers into the jugular furrow, I watched the vein rise up and I poised my needle. It would take a good, hard thrust to pierce that leathery skin. The bull stiffened but did not move as I plunged the needle in, and with relief I saw the blood flowing darkly into the syringe. Thank God I'd hit the vein first time and didn't have to start poking around. I was withdrawing the needle and thinking that the job had been so simple after all, when everything started to happen. The bull gave a tremendous bellow and whipped around at me with no trace of his former lethargy. I saw that he had got one horn out of the yoke, and though he couldn't reach me with his head, his shoulder knocked me on my back with a terrifying revelation of unbelievable strength. I heard Harry shouting from outside, and as I scrambled up and headed for the box door, I saw that the madly plunging creature had almost got his second horn clear, and when I reached the passage, I heard the clang of the yoke as he finally freed himself. Anybody who has travelled a narrow passage a few feet ahead of about a ton of snorting, pounding death will appreciate that I didn't dawdle. I was spurred on by the certain knowledge that if Monty caught me, he would plaster me against the wall as effortlessly as I would squash a ripe plum. And though I was clad in long oilskin coat and Wellingtons, I doubt whether an Olympic sprinter in full running kit would have bettered my time. I made the door at the end with a foot to spare, dived through, and crashed it shut. The first thing I saw was Harry Sumner running round from the outside of the box. He was very pale. I couldn't see my face, but it felt pale. Even my lips were cold and numb.
"Oh, God, I'm sorry," Harry said hoarsely. "The yoke couldn't have closed properly, that bloody great neck of his. The lever just jerked out of me hand. Damn, I'm glad to see you. I thought you were a goner."
I looked down at my hand. The blood-filled syringe was still tightly clutched there. "Well, I've got my sample anyway, Harry, and it's just as well because it would take some fast talking to get me in there again to try for another. I'm afraid you've just seen the end of a beautiful friendship."
"Aye, the big sod!"
Harry listened for a few moments to the thudding of Monty's horns against the door. "And after all you did for him, there's gratitude for you." Chapter 11. I suppose if it hadn't been for the tuberculin testing scheme, I'd never have come to know Ewan and Ginny Ross. Siegfried broached the matter to me one morning as I was making up some colic mixture in the dispensary. "All this extra testing work is a bit much for a one-man practice, especially when it's an older man. Ewan Ross has been on the phone asking me if I could help him, and we've thrashed out a plan which could benefit us both. But it depends on you." "Oh, what do you mean?" "Well, would you be willing to go up to Scarborough and do his testing, say, 3 days a week? Ewan and I would split the proceeds, and you get a little cut too." I screwed a cork into the last bottle. "Well, it's all right with me. I'd enjoy a bit of fresh country. It's real wild up there. About 25 miles away, isn't it?" "Yeah, just about. It's a bit bleak, but it's beautiful in fine weather. And I'm sure you'll get on with Ewan." "Well, I've heard a lot about him," I laughed. "They say he'd rather settle down with a bottle than work." Siegfried turned a level gaze on me. "They say a lot of things, but he's a good friend of mine and just about the best veterinary surgeon I've ever seen." He paused for a moment, then went on. "I want you to go up there tomorrow to meet him. Then you can judge for yourself." As I drove out next morning, I reflected on the snippets which had come through to me about Ewan Ross. I didn't know all that much about him. 25 miles was enough to make him remote from my own working area. And in any case, hard drinking and wild behaviour were the norm among the older members of the profession. The more recent graduates were a different type altogether, more scientifically orientated, more conscious of professional standards. But the men who had been on the go for 20 years or more, many of them ex-servicemen, were a hard-bitten, rugged lot of characters. Most of them had had a hell of a life, working single-handed through the years when times were hard, money short, and the work at its roughest, and I suppose they just had to erupt now and then. Ewan Ross, it was said, would incarcerate himself in some village pub and go on a bender lasting days on end, until his wife finally managed to winkle him out and entice him back to his practice. People said, too, that he liked to challenge big farm men in bars to take a hold, to shake hands with him and have a test of grip which usually finished with the big man on the floor. There were tales, too, of brushes with the police. He'd lost his licence for a while for being drunk in charge of a car, and other things. The scene beyond my car windows was changing all the time as I drove. The Dales country around Darrowby was softened by the trees which lined the valley floors, and by the lush, level pastures by the rivers where they wandered among leisurely shallows. But this was the high Pennines, the harsh, wind-blown roof of England, almost treeless with only the endless miles of dry stone walls climbing and criss-crossing over the bald heights. And driving into Scarborough, it occurred to me that this was just the sort of place some seedy character would want to hole up. It was only too easy to picture the broken-down vet and his harassed, blousy wife. I'd always thought Darrowby was quiet and a bit rough-hewn, but it was a sophisticated metropolis compared to Scarborough. On this windy, sunless day, the grey horseshoe of buildings grouped around the steeply sloping marketplace seemed in danger of sliding down the high fell on which it was perched. I drove past the Armmongers, the Methodist chapel, a draper's with a few dowdy clothes in the window, the Temperance Hotel. There was no attempt at adornment or softness anywhere, and apart from a few muffled women battling against the wind, the streets were empty. I found the veterinary surgeon's plate on a small modern house about 200 yards beyond the marketplace, and knocked at the door. I had a fairly clear mental image by now of my colleague within, needing a shave, running to fat, the smell of whisky about him, and as the door opened, I drew in my breath in anticipation. A tallish, heavy-shouldered man stood there. The face, ruddy and handsome, with pale, blue, friendly eyes, could have been that of a young man, but for the swathes of silver in the sandy hair above it. The suit of soft brown tweed hung gracefully on his lean frame. He held out his hand. "You'll be James Herriot. Come away in." The voice had the lilt of the Scottish Highlands with something else in it. He led the way into the kitchen where a woman was standing by the stove. "Jinny," he called, "come and meet Siegfried's right-hand man, young Mr. Herriot." Virginia Ross turned her head and looked at me. "Hello. You're just in time for coffee?" And she gave me a crooked smile with one eyebrow slightly raised, which had an extraordinary effect. Over the years I knew her, she always looked at me like that, as though I was a quite pleasant but amusing object, and it always did the same thing to me. It's difficult to put into words, but perhaps I can best describe it by saying that if I'd been a little dog, I'd have gone leaping and gambling round the room, wagging my tail furiously. She would be about 10 years younger than Ewan, somewhere in her early 40s, but she had that kind of attractiveness that was ageless. She filled 3 mugs with coffee, and I sat down at the table with the feeling that I was with friends. I couldn't count the times I've sat at that kitchen since that first day, drinking tea or coffee, or if I happened in around lunchtime eating Ginny's delectable food. She was a cook with the magic touch. In fact, as time went on, I found she could do just about anything. She spoke several languages, had read everything. She painted and embroidered, and as I said, she could cook. Oh, how she could cook! She must have had to work on a very tight budget, but she managed to make a poem out of the simplest materials. Ewan pushed away his mug and stood up. "I've got to operate on a colt for an umbilical hernia. Would you care to come along?" "Yes," I said. "I'd like that very much." We went out to a small building alongside the house, which was the surgery and dispensary. There is a fascination in seeing another man set up, and I browsed happily along the shelves and tables. There isn't nearly as much fun in doing this nowadays because vets all use the same drugs, a narrow variation in the range of antibiotics, sulfonamides, and steroids. But back there in 1939 we were still using the countless mystical remedies of the Dark Ages. And Ewan's selection was even more primitive than ours at Darrowby. Physic balls, electuaries, red blister, stimulant draught, ammonia powders, cooling lotions, alterative mixture, Donovan solution, and a lot of Ewan's own pet ideas with a whiff of black magic about them, like his paste of arsenic and soft soap, which you smeared on a length of twine and tied around the necks of tumours where it was supposed to eat its way through. As I wandered around, I watched him preparing for the operation. He didn't seem to have a sterilizer, but he was methodically boiling the instruments in a saucepan on a gas ring. Then he took them out with forceps and carefully wrapped them one by one in sheets of clean brown paper. He was a picture of unhurried calm. It was the same when we got to the farm. Ewan paced about the field till he found a perfectly level spot where the grass was long and soft. Then he pottered along, peering closely at the ground, throwing aside a few small stones which were lurking there. When he was satisfied, he made a table out of a couple of straw bales, covered it with a clean sheet, and laid out his instruments on it meticulously. Next to the bales he stationed a bucket of hot water, soap, and towel, and finally produced a beautiful soft white rope tied in a neat coil. Only then did he allow the colt to be led out. I must have looked a bit open-mouthed because he grinned and said, "I never start anything until I've set my stall out properly." What struck me was the difference from my boss in Darrowby. Siegfried would never have had the patience to go through all this procedure. His system was based on Napoleon's dictum of "on s'engage, et puis on voit," and it usually involved a lot of yelling and rushing about. I had to admit that this was more peaceful. But I really saw what Ewan was made of when he started to do the job. He was using the old-fashioned method of casting the horse by sidelines and trussing him up before administering the chloroform. But he did it as I'd never seen it done before. The patient was a shaggy little animal with the beginnings of feathers round his hooves. He was typical of the hundreds of cart colts we had to deal with every year, and he trembled nervously as he looked around him. Ewan seemed to pacify him immediately with a few soft words as he placed the rope around his neck, then between the hind legs and back through the neck loop. And when the farm men pulled on the rope, he stood by the head still talking, so that the colt collapsed easily onto the grassy bed. It was an education for me to watch him then, deftly tugging and knotting till the animal was positioned on his back, with his legs tied together fore and hind, and the operation area exposed. Once more, Ewan had set out his stall properly. He gave me the job of looking after the chloroform muzzle while he incised the skin, tucked away the hernia, and neatly sutured the wound. He did it all with the firm, almost rough movements of the expert surgeon, and as I watched the strong fingers at work, I was reminded again of the tales of "take a hold." Even when he was finished and had thoroughly cleared away the last drop of blood and debris from the operation site, he still was in no hurry. He washed and dried his instruments with great deliberation, wrapped them up again in the sheets of brown paper, then sat down on the straw bales to wait for the colt to come round from the anaesthetic. As he sat there, perfectly relaxed, he pulled a cigarette paper from his pocket, tipped a stream of dark brown dusty tobacco into it from a little pouch, rolled the paper effortlessly with one hand, licked it, screwed up one end, and thrust it into his mouth. As the smoke curled around his ears, he gave a few instructions in his soft Highland voice. "Now just pull him onto his chest, will you? That's right. Put your knee behind his shoulder and let him rest there for a while. Don't hurry him now. He'll get up when he's ready." He didn't leave for another 20 minutes, when the colt gave a final effort and heaved himself to his feet, where he stood shakily, looking around him in some bewilderment. "Let him stand there a while, till he's steady on his legs," said Ewan. "Then you can walk him back to his box." He turned to me. "Well now, there's not a bad little pub in the village. How about a beer before lunch?" There was nobody but ourselves in the bar. Ewan took a contented sip of his half-pint, then pulled a small pouch again from his pocket. I watched him again as he rolled another cigarette with one hand. I laughed. "You know, I've only seen that done by cowboys on the pictures. Where did you learn the art?" "Oh, that?" Ewan gave a shy smile. "In Canada, a long time ago. It was the only way I had of getting a smoke for years, and I've never got out of the way of it." He obviously found difficulty in talking about himself, but as we sat I was able to build a picture of his history. He was a farmer's son from West Sutherland, and even as a small boy he had walked with horses and been fascinated by them. On leaving school he had, like many other restless Highlanders, sailed away to seek his fortune. First he tried Australia, where he took a job riding the rabbit fences. Then he moved to Canada and worked on a ranch for years, more or less living in the saddle. He came to England with the Canadian Expeditionary Force at the beginning of the war and served till 1918 in the cavalry. I suppose he must have recognized then that his life seemed to be inevitably bound up with horses, so he enrolled with a lot of other ex-servicemen in the London Veterinary College. That was where he met Ginny. He didn't go into details of how he had finally landed in Scarborough, and I didn't press him. But it seemed such a waste. You don't often find a top-class horseman and veterinary surgeon combined. Siegfried was such a one, and I never thought I'd see a better. But you and Ross could beat them all. The extraordinary thing was that he had settled in a cattle and sheep district, where his equine skills were seldom exploited. Certainly there were numbers of racing stables in the Pennines, but Ewan made not the slightest attempt to gain a footing there. A horse specialist in a big Bentley used to travel round doing most of the racing work, and making a packet of money in the process. He wasn't a bad chap either. But Ewan had forgotten more about horses than he'd ever know. I suppose the simple explanation was that Ewan was devoid of ambition. He didn't want a big, successful practice. He wasn't interested in being rich or famous. Even this morning, when I was talking to him about our plans in Darrowby, I could see he was listening with polite attention, but it didn't mean a thing to him. No, Ewan would do enough work to keep going, and beyond that, he just didn't give a damn. We stayed for something like half an hour in the bar, and we drank 3 glasses of beer apiece. I looked at my watch. "I'd better be getting back down the hill to Darrowby," I said. "I've got a few things fixed for this afternoon." Ewan smiled. "Oh, there's no hurry. We'll just have one for the road." His voice was soft as usual, but it had a sleepy quality now, and I was surprised to see a slight glassiness in the pale blue eyes. There was no doubt about it. That small amount of drink had affected him. "No, thanks," I said. "I've really got to go." And as I drove back along the narrow, dry-walled road that crawled its slow way among the fells, I pondered on the strange fact. Ewan Ross couldn't drink. Or he had a certain proportion of alcohol in his bloodstream so that he was easily topped up. But I didn't think it was that. He just had a low threshold for the stuff. I had a conviction that he would have stayed in that pub if I'd been agreeable. And who knows when he might have come out. Ewan's famous benders could have all started as simply. Anyway, I was only guessing, and I never did find out, because I always said, "No thanks," when he said, "We'll just have one for the road." All the years I knew him, I never saw him drunk or anything like it. So I can't say anything about that other side of his life. Strangely enough, circumstances took me through Scarborough just a few days afterwards. It was Sunday, and the church was turning out, and from my car I saw Ewan and Ginny, dressed in their best, walking down the street ahead of me. I didn't catch them up, just watching them till the straight-backed, easy-striding man and the elegant woman turned the corner out of sight. And I thought, as I was to think so often, what marvellous-looking people were my 2 new friends. Chapter 12. You know, there's maybe something in this Rains ghost business after all. Tristan pushed his chair back from the breakfast table, stretched out his legs more comfortably, and resumed his study of the Darrowby and Hulton Times. "It says here that they've got a historian looking into it, and this man has unearthed some interesting facts." Siegfried didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed as his brother took out a woodbine and lit it. Siegfried had given up smoking a week ago, and he didn't want to watch anybody light up, particularly somebody like Tristan, who invested even the smallest action with quiet delight, rich fulfillment. My boss's mouth tightened to a grim line as the young man unhurriedly selected a cigarette, flicked his lighter, and dragged the smoke deep with a kind of ecstatic gasp. "Yes," Tristan continued, thin, outgoing wisps mingling with his words. "This chap points out that several of the monks were murdered at Rains Abbey in the 14th century. Well, so what?" snapped Siegfried. Tristan raised his eyebrows. "This cowled figure that's been seen so often lately near the abbey. Why shouldn't it be the spirit of one of those monks?" "What? What's that you say? Well, after all, it makes you think, doesn't it?" "Who knows what fell deeds might have been?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Siegfried barked. Tristan looked hurt. "That's all very well, and you may laugh, but remember what Shakespeare said." He raised a solemn finger. "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your—" "Oh, balls!" said Siegfried, bringing the discussion effectively to a close. I took a last thankful swallow of coffee and put down my cup. I was pleased that the topic had petered out fairly peacefully, because Siegfried was in an edgy condition. Up to last week he had been a dedicated puffer of pipe and cigarettes. He had also developed a classical smoker's cough, and had suffered increasingly from violent stomachache. At times his long, thin face had assumed the appearance of a skull, the cheeks deeply sunken, the eyes smouldering far down in their sockets, and the doctor had said he must give up smoking. Siegfried had obeyed, felt immediately better, and was instantly seized with the evangelical zeal of the convert. But he didn't just advise people to give up tobacco. I've seen him several times strike a cigarette from the trembling fingers of farm workers, push his face to within inches of theirs, and grind out menacingly, "Now don't ever let me see you with one of those bloody things in your mouth again, do you hear?" Even now there are grizzled men who tell me with a shudder, "Nay, I've never had a fag since Mr. Farnan told me to stop 30 years back. Nay, bugger it, the way he looked at me, I dursn't do it." However, the uncomfortable fact remained that his crusade hadn't the slightest effect upon his brother. Tristan smoked almost continuously, and he never coughed, and his digestion was excellent. Siegfried looked at him now as he contentedly tapped off a little ash and took another blissful suck. "You smoke too many of those bloody cigarettes. So do you." "No, I don't," Siegfried retorted. "I am a non-smoker, and it's time you were too. It's a filthy habit, and you'll kill yourself the way you're going." Tristan gave him a benign look, and again his words were floating out on the fine woodbine mist. "Oh, I'm sure you're wrong. Do you know, I think it rather agrees with me." Siegfried got up and left the room. I sympathized with him, for he was in a difficult position. Being in loco parentis, he was, in a sense, providing his brother with the noxious weeds, and his innate sense of propriety prevented him from abusing this position by dashing the things from Tristan's hands as he did with others. He had to fall back on exhortation, and it was getting him nowhere. And there was another thing. He probably wanted to avoid a row this morning as Tristan was leaving on one of his mysterious trips back to the veterinary college. In fact, my first job was to take him down to the Great North Road, where he was going to hitch a lift. After I left him there, I set off on my rounds, and as I drove, my thoughts kept going back to the conversation at breakfast. A fair number of people were prepared to swear that they'd seen the Rains ghost, and though it was easy to dismiss some of them as sensation-mongers or drunkards, the fact remained that others were very solid citizens indeed. Now, the story was always the same. There was a hill beyond Rains village, and at the top a wood came right up to the roadside. Beyond lay the abbey. People driving up the hill late at night said they had seen the monk in their headlights, a monk in a brown habit just disappearing into the wood. They believed the figure had been walking across the road, but they weren't sure because it was always a little too far away. But they were adamant about the other part. They had seen a cowled figure, head bowed, go into that wood. There must have been something uninviting about the apparition, because nobody ever said that they'd gone into the wood after it. It was strange that after my thoughts had been on Rains during the day, I should be called to the village at 1 o'clock the following morning. Crawling from bed and climbing wearily into my clothes, I couldn't help thinking of Tristan curled up peacefully in his Edinburgh lodgings far away from the troubles of practice. But I didn't feel too bad about getting up. Rains was only 3 miles away, and the job held no prospect of hard labour. A colic and a little boy's Shetland pony. And it was a fine night, very cold with the first chill of autumn, but with a glorious full moon to light my way along the road. They were walking the pony round the yard when I got there. The owner was the accountant at my bank, and he gave me a rueful smile. "I'm very sorry to get you out of bed, Mr. Herriot, but I was hoping this bit of bellyache would go off. We've been parading him around here for 2 hours. When we stop, he tries to roll." "No, you've done the right thing," I said. "Rolling can cause a twist in the bowel." I examined the little animal and was reassured. He had a normal temperature, good strong pulse, and listening at his flank, I could hear the typical abdominal sounds of spasmodic colic. What he needed was a good evacuation of the bowel. But I had to think carefully when computing the dose of arecaline for this minute member of the equine species. I finally settled on 1/8 of a grain and injected into the neck muscles. The pony stood for a few moments in the typical colic position, knuckling over and sinking down on one hind leg, then the other, and occasionally trying to lie down. "Walk him on again slowly, will you?" I was watching for the next stage, and I didn't have long to wait. The pony's jaws began to champ and his lips to slobber, and soon long dribbles of saliva hung down from his mouth. All right so far, but I had to wait another 15 minutes before he finally cocked his tail and deposited a heap of feces on the concrete of the yard. "I think he'll be okay now," I said. "So I'll leave you to it. Give me another ring if he's still in pain." Beyond the village, the road curved suddenly out of sight of the houses, then began the long, straight climb to the abbey. Just up there at the limits of my headlights would be where the ghost was always seen, walking across the road and into the black belt of trees. At the top of the hill, on an impulse, I drew into the side of the road and got out of the car. This was the very place. At the edge of the wood, under the brilliant moon, the smooth boles of the beeches shone with an eerie radiance, and high above, the branches creaked as they swayed in the wind. I walked into the wood, feeling my way carefully with an arm held before me, until I came out the other side. Rains Abbey lay before me. I had always associated the beautiful ruin with summer days, with the sun warming the old stones of the graceful arches, the chatter of voices, children playing on the cropped turf. But this was 2:30 a.m. in an empty world, and the cold breath of the coming winter on my face. I felt suddenly alone. In the cold glare, everything was uncannily distinct. But there was a look of unreality about the silent rows of columns reaching into the dark sky and throwing their long, pale shadows over the grass. Away at the far end I could see the monks' cells, gloomy black caverns deep in shadow, and as I looked an owl hooted, accentuating the heavy, blanketing silence. A prickling apprehension began to creep over me, a feeling that my living person had no place here among these brooding relics of dead centuries. I turned quickly and began to hurry through the wood, bumping into trees, tripping over roots and bushes, and when I reached my car I was trembling and more out of breath than I should have been. It was good to slam the door, turn the ignition, and hear the familiar roar of the engine. I was home within 10 minutes and trotted up the stairs, looking forward to catching up on my lost sleep. Opening my bedroom door, I flicked on the switch, and I felt a momentary surprise when the room remained in darkness. Then I stood frozen in the doorway. By the window where the moonlight flooded in, making a pool of silver in the gloom, a monk was standing. A monk in a brown habit, motionless, arms folded, head bowed. His face was turned from the light towards me, but I could see nothing under the drooping cowl but a horrid abyss of darkness. I thought I would choke. My mouth opened, but no sound came, and in my racing mind one thought pounded above the others. There were such things as ghosts, after all. Again my mouth opened, and a hoarse shriek emerged. "Who in the name of God is that?" The reply came back immediately in a sepulchral bass. "Tristan." I don't think I actually swooned, but I did collapse limply across my bed, and lay there gasping, the blood thundering in my ears. I was dimly aware of the monk standing on a chair and screwing in the light bulb, giggling helplessly the while. Then he flicked on the switch and sat on my bed. With his cowl pushed back on his shoulders, he lit a woodbine and looked at me, still shaking with laughter. "Oh, God, Jim! That was marvellous! Even better than I expected!" I stared up at him and managed to whisper. "But you're in Edinburgh." "Not me, old lad. There wasn't much doing, so I concluded my business and hit straight back. I just got in when I saw you coming up the garden. I barely had time to get the bulb out and climb into my outfit. I couldn't miss the opportunity." "Feel my heart," I murmured. Tristan rested his hand on my ribs for a moment, and as he felt the fierce hammering, a fleeting concern crossed his face. "Oh, hell, I'm sorry, Jim." Then he patted my shoulder reassuringly. "But don't worry. If it was going to be fatal, you'd have dropped down dead on the spot. And anyway, a good fright is very beneficial. Acts like a tonic. You won't need a holiday this year." "Thanks," I said. "Thanks very much." "I wish you could have heard yourself." He began to laugh again. A scream of terror. "Oh, dear. Oh, dear." I hoisted myself slowly into a sitting position, pulled out the pillow, propped it against the bedhead, and leant back against it. I still felt very weak. I eyed him coldly. "So you're the rain's ghost." Tristan grinned in reply, but didn't speak. "You young devil. I should have known. But tell me, why do you do it? What do you get out of it?" "Oh, I don't know." The young man gazed dreamily at the ceiling through the cigarette smoke. "I suppose it's just getting the timing right so that the drivers aren't quite sure whether they've seen me or not. And then I get a hell of a kick out of hearing them revving up like mad and roaring off for home. None of them ever slows down, you know." "Well, somebody once told me your sense of humour was overdeveloped," I said. "And I'm telling you it'll land you in a cart one of these days."
Not a chance. I keep my bike behind a hedge about 100 yards down the road so I can make a quick getaway if necessary. There's no problem. Well, please yourself. I got off the bed and made shakily for the door. I'm going downstairs for a tot of whiskey, and just remember this. I turned and glared at him. If you try that trick on me again, I'll strangle you. A few days later, at about 8 o'clock in the evening, I was sitting reading by the fireside in the big room at Scaledale House, when the door burst open and Siegfried burst into the room. "James," he rapped out, "old Horace Dawson's cow has split its teat. Sounds like a stitching job. The old chap won't be able to hold the cow, and he has no near neighbours to help him, so I wonder if you'd come and give me a hand." Sure, yes, glad to." I marked the place in my book, stretched and yawned, then got up from the chair. I noticed Siegfried's foot tapping on the carpet, and it occurred to me, not for the first time, that the only thing that would satisfy him would be some kind of ejector seat on my chair, which would hurl me straight through the door and into action on the word of command. I was being as quick as I could, but I had the feeling, as always, when I was writing something for him or operating under his eyes, that I wasn't going nearly fast enough. There were elements of tension in the knowledge that the mere fact of watching me rise from the chair and replace my book in the fireside alcove was an almost unbearable strain for him. By the time I was halfway across the carpet, he had disappeared into the passage. I followed at a trot and just made it into the street as he was starting the car. Grabbing the door, I made a dive for the interior and felt the road whip away from under my foot as we took off into the darkness. 15 minutes later, we screeched to a halt in the yard behind a little small holding standing on its own across a couple of fields. The engine had barely stopped before my colleague was out of the car and striding briskly towards the cowhouse. He called to me over his shoulder as he went. "Bring the suture materials, James, will you, and the local and syringe and that bottle of wound lotion." I heard the brief murmur of conversation from within, then Siegfried's voice again, raised this time in an impatient shout. "James, what are you doing out there? Can't you find those things?" I had hardly got the boot open, and I rummaged frantically among the rows of tins and bottles. I found what he required, galloped across the yard, and almost collided with him as he came out of the building. He was in mid-shout. "James, what the hell's keeping you? You're there. Right, let's have the stuff. What have you been doing all this time?" He had been right about Horace Dawson. A tiny, frail man of about 80, who couldn't be expected to do any strong-arm stuff. Despite his age, he had stubbornly refused to give up milking the 2 fat, short-horn cows which stood in the little cobbled byre. Our patient had badly damaged a teat. Either she or her neighbour must have stood on it, because there was a long tear running almost full length with the milk running from it. "It's a bad one, Horace," Siegfried said. "You can see it goes right into the milk channel. But we'll do what we can for her. It'll need a good few stitches in there." He bathed and disinfected the teat, then filled the syringe with local anaesthetic. "Grab her nose, James," he said, then spoke gently to the farmer. "Horace, will you please hold her tail for me? Just catch it by the very end. That's the way. Lovely." The little man squared his shoulders. "Aye, I can do that fine, Mr. Farnan." "Good lad, Horace. That's splendid. Thank you. Now, stand well clear." He bent over, and as I gripped the animal's nose, he inserted the needle above the top extremity of the wound. There was an instant smacking sound as the cow registered her disapproval by kicking Siegfried briskly halfway up his Wellington boot. He made no sound, but breathed deeply and flecked his knee a couple of times before crouching down again. "Cush, pet," he murmured soothingly as he stuck the needle in again. This time the cloven foot landed on his forearm, sending the syringe winging gracefully through the air till it came to rest by a piece of good fortune in the hay rack. Siegfried straightened up, rubbed his arm thoughtfully, retrieved his syringe, and approached the patient again. For a few moments he scratched around the root of her tail and addressed her in the friendliest manner. "All right, old lady. It isn't very nice, is it?" When he got down again, he adopted a new stance. Burrowing with his head into the cow's flank and stretching his long arms high, he managed, despite a few more near misses, to infiltrate the tissues round the wound with local. Then he proceeded to thread a needle unhurriedly, whistling tunelessly under his breath. Mr. Dawson watched him admiringly. "I knows why you're such a good fellow with animals, Mr. Farnan. It's because you're so patient. I reckon you're patientest man I've ever seen." Siegfried inclined his head modestly and recommenced the work. And it was more peaceful now. The cow couldn't feel a thing as my colleague put in a long, even row of stitches, pulling the lips of the wound firmly together. When he had finished, he put an arm round the old man's shoulders. Now, Horace, if that heals well, the teat will be as good as new. But it won't heal well if you pull at it, so I want you to use this tube to milk her. He held up a bottle of spirit in which a teat siphon gleamed. Very good, said Mr. Dawson firmly. I'll use it. Siegfried wagged a playful finger in his face. But you've got to be careful, you know. You must boil the tube every time before use and keep it always in the bottle or you'll finish up with mastitis. Will you do that? Mr. Farnham, the little man said, holding himself very erect. I'll do exactly as you say. That's my boy, Horace. Siegfried gave him a final pat on the back before starting to pick up his instruments. I'll pop back in about 2 weeks to take the stitches out. As we were leaving, the vast form of Claude Blenkiron loomed suddenly in the bar door. He was the village policeman, though obviously off-duty judging by the smart check jacket and slacks. I saw you had so much on, Horace, and I wondered if you wanted an hand. Nay, thank you, Mr. Blenkiron. It's good of you, but you're hour late. We've just done job, the old man replied. Siegfried laughed. Wish you'd arrived half an hour ago, Claude. You could have tucked this cow under your arm while I stitched her. The big man nodded and a slow smile spread over his face. He looked the soul of geniality, but I felt as always that there was a lot of iron behind that smile. Claude was a well-loved character in the district, a magnificent athlete who bestowed lavish help and friendship on all who needed it on his beat. But though he was a sturdy prop to the weak and the elderly, he was also a merciless scourge of the ungodly. I have no first-hand knowledge, but there were rumours that Claude preferred not to trouble the magistrates with trivialities, but dispensed his own form of instant justice. It was said that he kept a stout stick handy, and acts of hooliganism and vandalism were rapidly followed by a shrill yowling down some dark alley. Second offenders were almost unknown, and in fact his whole district was remarkably law-abiding. I looked again at the smiling face. He really was the most pleasant-looking man, but as I say, there was something else there, and nothing would ever have induced me to pick a fight with him. Right then, he said. I was just on my way into Darrowby, so I'll say good night, gentlemen. Siegfried put a hand on his arm. Just a moment, Claude. I want to go on to see another of my cases. I wonder if you'd give Mr. Herriot a lift into town. Oh, I'll do that with pleasure, Mr. Farnham, the policeman replied and beckoned me to follow him. In the darkness outside, I got into the passenger seat of a little Morris 8, and waited for a few moments while Claude squeezed his bulk behind the wheel. As we set off, he began to talk about his recent visit to Bradford, where he had been taking part in a wrestling match. We had to go through Rains village on the way back, and as we left the houses behind and began the ascent to the abbey, he suddenly stopped talking. Then he startled me as he snapped upright in his seat and pointed ahead. Look! Look there, it's that bloody monk! Where? Where? I feigned ignorance, but I had seen it all right. The cowled, slow-pacing figure heading for the wood. Claude's foot was on the boards and the car was screaming up the hill. At the top he swung savagely onto the roadside grass so that the headlights blazed into the depth of the wood, and as he leapt from the car there was a fleeting moment when his quarry was in full view. A monk, skirts hitched high, legging it with desperate speed among the trees. The big man reached into the back of the car and pulled out what looked like a heavy walking stick. After the bugger! He shouted, plunging eagerly forward. I panted after him. Look, wait a minute! What are you going to do to him if you catch him? I'm going to come across his house with me ash plant, Claude said with chilling conviction, and galloped ahead of me till he disappeared from the circle of light. He was making a tremendous noise, beating against the tree trunks and emitting a series of intimidating shouts. My heart bled for the hapless spectre blundering in the darkness with the policeman's cries dinning in his ears. I waited with tingling horror for the final confrontation, and the tension increased as time passed and I could still hear Claude in full cry. Come out of there, you can't get away, come on, show yourself! While his splintering blows echoed among the trees. I did my own bit of searching, but found nothing. The monk did indeed seem to have disappeared, and when I finally returned to the car I found the big man already there. Well, that's a rummer, Mr. Herriot, he said. I can't find him, and I can't think where he's got to. I was hard on his heels when I first spotted him, and he can't get out of the wood because I can see over the fields in the moonlight. I've had a scout round the abbey too, but he isn't there. He's just bloody vanished. I was going to say something like, well, what else could you expect from a ghost, but the huge hand was still swinging that stick, and I decided against it. Well, I reckon we'd better get on to Darrowby.
The policeman grunted, stamping his feet on the frosty turf. I shivered. It was bitterly cold, with an east wind getting up, and I was glad to climb back into the car. In Darrowby, I had a few companionable beers with Claude at his favourite haunt, the Black Bull, and it was 10:30 when I got into Skeldale House. There was no sign of Tristan, and I felt a twinge of anxiety. It must have been after midnight when I was awakened by a faint scuffling from the next room. Tristan occupied what had been the long, narrow dressing room in the grand days when the house was young. I jumped out of bed and opened the communicating door. Tristan was in pyjamas, and he cuddled 2 hot water bottles to his bosom. He turned his head and gave me a single, haggard glance before pushing one of the bottles well down the bed. Then he crawled between the sheets and lay on his back with the second bottle clasped across his chest and his eyes fixed on the ceiling. I went over and looked down at him in some concern. He was shaking so much that the whole bed vibrated with him. "How are you, Tris?" I whispered. After a few moments, a faint croak came up. "Frozen to the bloody marrow, Jim." "But where the heck have you been?" Again the croak. "In a drain pipe." "A drain pipe? Where?" The head rolled feebly from side to side on the pillow. "Up in the wood. Didn't you see the pipes by the roadside?" A great light flashed. "Of course, yes. They're going to put a new sewer into the village, aren't they?" "That's right," Tristan whispered. "When I saw that big bloke powdering into the wood, I cut straight back and dived into one of the pipes. God knows how long I was in there." "But why didn't you come out after he left?" A violent shudder shook the young man's frame, and he closed his eyes briefly. I couldn't hear a thing in there. I was jammed tight with my cowl over my ears, and there was a 90-mile-an-hour wind screaming down the pipe. I didn't hear the car start, and I didn't come out in case that chap was still standing there with his bloody great shillelagh." He took hold of the quilt with one hand and picked at it fitfully. "Well, never mind, Tris," I said. "You'll soon get warmed up, and you'll be all right after a night's sleep." Tristan didn't appear to have heard. "They're horrible things, drain pipes, Jim." He looked up at me with hunted eyes. "They're full of muck, and they stink of cat's pee." I know. I put his hand back inside the quilt and pulled the sheets up round his chin. "You'll be fine in the morning." I switched off the light and tiptoed from the room. As I closed the door, I could still hear his teeth chattering. Clearly, it wasn't only the cold that was bothering him. He was still in a state of shock. And no wonder. The poor fellow had been enjoying a little session of peaceful haunting, with never a care in the world, when, without warning, there was a scream of brakes, a blaze of light, and that giant bounding into the middle of it all like a demon king. It had all been too much. Next morning at the breakfast table, Tristan was in poor shape. He looked very pale, he ate little, and at intervals his body was racked by deep coughing spasms. Siegfried looked at him quizzically. "I know what's done this to you. I know why you're sitting there like a zombie, coughing your lungs up." His brother stiffened in his chair, and a tremor crossed his face. "You do?" "Yes. I hate to say I told you so, but I did warn you, didn't I? It's all those bloody cigarettes." Tristan never did give up smoking, but the Rains ghost was seen no more, and remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Chapter 13. The arrangement with you and Ross had worked out very well. It meant a lot of driving for me. 25 miles to Scarbon, then a full day round the farms in that area, followed by the run back to Darrowby at night. But I enjoyed working up there on the airy summit of Yorkshire, and meeting a fresh community of farmers who, like all hillmen, seemed to vie with each other in hospitality. In their rough, flagged kitchens I ate superb meals which belied their modest description of a bit of dinner, and it was almost routine for me to bring home a parcel of butter, a few eggs, sometimes an exquisite piece of spare rib. Of course, I realized I was lucky. At the commencement of the tuberculin testing scheme, there was a nice incentive bonus on the milk, or on the number of cattle, and I appeared on the farms almost as a bringer of bounty. In later years, when attestation became universal, the stock owners came to regard the tests as a necessary nuisance, but as I say, I was lucky. I was in on the honeymoon period. The arrangement suited Siegfried, too. Certainly he had to work hard on the days when I was away, but it brought in some welcome revenue to the practice. And best of all, it suited Ewan. Because without doing a single thing or even thinking about it, he had a ministry cheque on his breakfast table every quarter. This was absolutely tailored to his personality, because nothing would ever have induced him to spend hours in routine work, then go home and fill in forms with long columns of descriptions and ages and measurements. When he had to do a job, he did it magnificently. And he did it with such care, always boiling up before he left the house, and wrapping syringes and instruments in his strips of clean brown paper, of which he must have had an endless supply. But if he could get away with it, he stayed at home. In fact, after lunch every day he took off his shoes, put on his slippers, and got down by the fireside. Once he was there, it took something spectacular to shift him. I have seen him sitting there smoking while Ginny answered the phone to farmers who wanted his services. "Ah, it'll do tomorrow," he would say. Not for him the sweat of fighting the clock, the panic of urgent calls coming in from opposite directions, the tightening ball of tension in the stomach when the work began to pile up. No, no. He put on his slippers, rolled cigarettes, and let it all flow past him. He had only a mild interest in the work we did in Garraby, but he was fascinated by the funny things that happened to us. He dearly loved to listen to my accounts of the various contretemps at Skeldale House, and strangely, he wanted to hear them again and again, almost as a child would. Often, as he lay back in his chair with the smoke rising from his twisted little cigarette, he would say suddenly in his soft Highland Canadian voice, "Tell me about the rubber suit." I must have told him that tale 20 times before, but it made no difference. He would gaze fixedly at me as I went through the story again, and though his expression hardly changed, his shoulders would begin to shake silently, and the pale blue eyes to brim with tears. Looking back, I often wonder who was right, Ewan or all the successful vets who gave themselves ulcers dashing round in circles. I do know that he enjoyed a deference from his clients which I never encountered elsewhere. Perhaps there is a lesson somewhere in the fact that he received grateful thanks if he went to an animal the same day he was called, whereas Siegfried and I, who tried to get to a case within 20 minutes, were greeted with, "What kept you?" if we took half an hour. There was another advantage to Ewan in having me to do his testing. He was able to pass on occasional private jobs to me while I was on the farms, and as the weeks passed, he began to use me more and more as a general assistant. It became commonplace for the farmers to say, "Oh, and Mr. Ross said, would you take some nanberries off a sturk's belly while you're here?" Or, "Will you inject some calves for scour? Mr. Ross rang and said you were coming." One morning I was startled to find a couple of strapping 2-year-old horses waiting for me to castrate standing before I commenced the day's work. If the farmers had any objection to a young stranger doing their work, they never voiced it. Whatever Ewan did or arranged was right with them. In fact, there didn't seem to be much they wouldn't do for him. This was brought home to me forcibly one night. I had had a particularly rough day in the Scarborough district. Herds, which I thought had about 20 animals, turned out to have 50 or 60, and these were scattered around in little buildings miles apart on the fell sides. There was only one way to get to them. You walked. And while this might have been enjoyable in good weather, it had been a lowering late autumn day with a gusting wind scouring the flattened grass and almost piercing my bones like the first quick gleam of winter's teeth. It had almost stupefied me. And on top of that, I'd had a wider-than-usual selection of Ewan's private jobs, a couple of cleansings, a farrowing, a few pregnancy diagnoses, all jacket-off jobs which left my arms raw and painful. I must have tested about 400 unyielding bovines, elbowing and squeezing between their craggy bodies, and it seemed almost too much that just as I was turning away from the very last cow of the day, she would kick me resoundingly just behind the knee. This farewell gesture dropped me to a moaning heap on the byre floor, and it was some minutes before I was able to hobble away. The journey back to Garraby had seemed interminable, and it didn't help at all when I got home and found that Siegfried was out, and that there were a few more calls left for me in our own practice. When I finally crawled into bed, I had nothing left to offer. It was just after midnight when the bedside phone rang. With a feeling of disbelief, I recognized Ewan's voice. What the devil could he possibly want with me at this hour? "Hello, Jim. I'm sorry to disturb you." The words seemed to reach out and caress me. "Oh, that's all right, Ewan. What can I do for you?" I said, trying to sound casual, but gripping the sheets tightly with my free hand. Ewan paused for a moment. Well now, I'm in a wee bit of bother here. It's a carving. The window rattled as the wind buffeted the glass. A carving? I quavered. Yes, a big cow with a great long pelvis and the calf's head is back. I've been trying for an hour, but I'm damned if I can reach it. My arm's not long enough. Oh, yes, I've a very short arm myself, I babbled. I know just how you feel. I'm no good when it comes to jobs like that. A soft chuckle came over the line. I don't want your arm, Jim. It's that embryotomy I want. Embryotomy? That's right. Remember you were telling me what a wonderful instrument it was. Why couldn't I keep my big mouth shut? My mind began to hunt around desperately for a way of escape. But Ewan, you kill the calf. An embryotomy isn't indicated in a case like this. This calf's dead and stinking, Jim. All I want is to get its head off to save the cow. I was trapped. I didn't say anything more, but lay quivering, waiting for the terrible words which I knew were coming. They came all right. Just slip out here and do it for me, will you, Jim? As I tottered from my bed, I became aware immediately that the knee where I'd been kicked had stiffened up, and I could hardly bend it. In the darkness of the garden, the dead leaves crunched softly under my feet, and when I reached the yard, the wind roared in the elms, tearing the last leaves from the branches and hurling them past my face like driven snowflakes. Huddled over the wheel, my head nodding with weariness, I drove out of the town. My destination was Hutton House, a farm about 5 miles to the other side of Scarborough, and I muttered feebly to myself as I peered through the windscreen. Just slip out here, he says. Just slip out 30 bloody miles over narrow twisting roads, and get down on your belly and knock your guts out. Damn Ewan Ross, and damn his Highland charm and his Highland indolence. I was like a bloody little shuttlecock, back and forth, and I was absolutely whacked, and my arms were sore, and my knee ached. Almost whimpering with self-pity, I bemoaned my lot. This country vetting was a mug's game. I should have been a doctor. My mother always wanted me to be a doctor, and I wouldn't have to drive 30 miles to a cold cowhouse, but just pop round the corner into a nice warm bedroom and pat the hand of some sweet old lady and dole out a few pills, then back within minutes to my bed, my deep, deep, soft bed. I lurched suddenly into wakefulness as the car careered straight for the roadside wall. Gripping the wheel tightly, feeling the wind pulling against the steering, I decided that the main thing was not to fall asleep. It wasn't easy. There was a numbing sameness about the miles of walls, the endless strip of road rolling out before me, but finally, after about an hour, I chugged into Scarborough, and for a few moments my headlights swept across the unheeding, tight-shut face of the little town. Then the last 5 miles with the engine fighting against the rising ground before I drew up outside the gate of Hutton House. I should say the first gate, because there were 4 along the track leading to the pinpoint of light high on the fell side. And at each gate, the wind, whipping straight from the north, tugged fiercely at the car door as I got out, and each time as I turned away from the headlights, the fields were lost in the blackness, and there was only the cold glitter of stars in a clean, swept sky. At last, the huddle of farm buildings lay before me, and I drove up to the chink of brightness which came from the byre door. Even here in the yard, the wind tore at me as I wrestled with the boot. Gasping, I lifted out my Wellingtons, bottle of antiseptic and the accursed embryotomy, and hurried over to the low building. Inside, all was peace. A delicious warmth rising from the low row of somnolent cows, my patient propped on her chest between 2 bales, Mr. Hugill, the stooping, wrinkled farmer, and Ewan sitting comfortably cross-legged, smoking one of his funny cigarettes. He was sitting in a chair, too. They had even brought a chair out for him. And in the light of the big oil lamp, he looked across at me without speaking for a moment. Then he gave me his shy smile. Jim, it's good of you to come. I've had a damn hard try, but I know when I'm beat. I can tell you you're a sight for sore eyes walking in that door. Mr. Hugill chuckled. Aye, we're badly in need of a bit of young blood on the job. Suddenly I stopped, feeling sorry for myself. I didn't care about the long journey, about being winkled from my delectable bed. But I didn't feel much like young blood as I stripped off, knelt down gingerly on my stiff knee, and thrust an arm, chafed red and tingling from the antiseptic, into the cow. I realized straight away what Ewan meant. This cow did have a hell of a long pelvis. The calf's feet were in the passage, and the head was tucked away back along the rib somewhere. I had to surmise this, because at full stretch I could just reach the cleft made by the flexion of the neck. There was no chance of straightening it out, so my task was clear. I had to get an embryotomy wire down that cleft and round the neck so that I could cut off the head. This was one of those carvings without the true savour, without the rewarding sight of a new living creature at the finish. But sometimes it happened like this. The calf I was feeling had been dead for about 24 hours, judging by the sweetish smell and the episematous crackling under the skin, and had to be regarded simply as a piece of inanimate tissue which had to be removed, or the mother would surely die of septicemia, or had to be slaughtered. As though divining my thoughts, the cow laid her head along her side, looked at me, and moaned softly. She had the bonny white face of the Hereford cross, and she looked sick. She wanted rid of that thing inside her more than anybody. The usual procedure is to pass a cord round the part to be cut off, and then pull the wire through. But it isn't as easy as that. It's one thing pushing it into a tight space, but quite another thing finding it at the other side. Fortunately, some intelligent chap who clearly knew what carving was all about had come up with a simple invention. A heavy lead weight with a small hole at one end for the cord and a bigger one at the other end for your finger. I fished my weight out now and again pushed an arm alongside the dry legs and up to the cleft in the neck. By straining to the limit, I managed to force the weight forward and felt it fall down into the cleft. I came out of the cow now and carefully soaped my arm. This was the moment of truth. If I could get hold of the weight on the underside of the neck and pull it through with the cord attached, the rest was easy. The job was over, in fact. If I couldn't reach it, all was lost. Again down on the cobbles, and again the long reach between the calf's legs and the clinging vaginal wall, right forward beneath the twisted neck where my lead weight just had to be. It wasn't there. Digging my toes between the stones on the floor, I fought for another inch and managed to pass my fingers up into the cleft. Still nothing. The weight hadn't fallen through. It was stuck up there, probably a fraction above my groping fingers, and my hopes were stuck with it. I went back to the bucket and soaked the other arm. Sometimes that worked, but the result was the same. A desperate fumbling at nothing. Not for the first time I cursed the accident of anatomy which had given me a short arm. Siegfried, with his slender build and long reach, would have been putting his jacket on by now, all ready to go home. But there was nothing else for it but to fight on, and I wasn't in shape for fighting. Even a man in peak condition can't spend much time inside a cow without having the blood squeezed relentlessly from his arm by the uterine contractions. But when he starts, as I did, from a point of maximum fragility, it is really no contest. It took only about a minute for my arm to be reduced to something like a stalk of asparagus with useless twitching fingers on the end. I had to keep changing round faster and faster till I was flopping on the cobbles like a stranded fish. And all the time it was getting worse in there. Drier, more clinging, everything closing down till I could hardly move, never mind get my hand on that precious lead weight. I must have gone on like this for the best part of an hour before the futility of it became plain. I had to try something else. Hoisting myself onto my knees, I turned round. "Mr. Hugill, would you please bring me some warm water in another bucket?" As the farmer hurried from the byre, I turned to Ewan. "It's that bloody weight," I said. "I expected it to fall straight down, but it hasn't. The bend in the neck must be so tight the thing can't get through. I'm going to pump some water in to see if it'll open things up a bit." Ewan looked with compassion at my sweating face and sagging jaw, at the caked dirt and slime and bits of straw sticking to my chest. "Right, Jim," he said. "That sounds like a good idea." I didn't enjoy my visit out to the car. Standing stripped to the waist in total darkness in the teeth of a north wind is an overrated pastime, but it made a change from the cobbles. I fumbled a pump and a rubber tube from the boot and returned to the bar at a trot. Ewan operated the pump as I pushed the tube forward over the dried-out legs, playing the water from side to side, and especially into that bend in the neck. When I'd finished, I came out of the cow quickly, dropped the tube, and slightly breathless, soaked my arm again. This was really it this time. That water would give me more room, but only for a few seconds. Lying down again, I inserted my arm, and it was like a different world. Lots of space, everything moist and movable. My fingers trembled as they inched forward under that neck, and, hallelujah, the weight was there, the smooth, metallic, beautiful edge of the thing just projecting from among the hair. I could twiddle it with the end of my fingers, and I felt it gradually coming down till the hole was within reach, and I thrust my fingers through it with a savage relief, and lay like that for a few moments, smiling stupidly down at the wet stones, and knowing I had won. The rest was routine. Joining the cord to the wire and pulling it round the neck. Threading the wire through the shining steel tubes of the embryotomy, which protected the vaginal wall from the cutting edge. The few minutes of steady sawing till the sudden lack of resistance told me that the head was off and the obstruction removed. After that, Ewan and I took a leg apiece and delivered the calf without difficulty. The head followed, and the job was done. Swilling myself down with the last of the water, I looked at the cow. She had had a long tussle, but nothing to do her any harm. No hard pulling, no internal damage. She should be all right. And as though trying to reassure me, she hunched her hind legs under her, gave a heave, and got to her feet. "By God, that's a good sign," Mr. Hugill said. The cow turned her fine white face towards me for a moment, straddled her legs, strained a couple of times, and the placenta welled in multicoloured entirety from her vulva and plopped into the channel. "And that's a better sign," Ewan murmured. He looked at his watch. Nearly 3 o'clock. Then he turned to the farmer. "Is your missus up, Mr. Hugill?" The old man didn't seem surprised at the question. In fact, he seemed to be expecting it. "Aye, she's up right enough, Mr. Ross." "And is the fire on?" "Aye, there's a right good fire, Mr. Ross," he replied eagerly. "Splendid," Ewan said, rubbing his hands. "Well, I think we'll have some boiled eggs." He looked over at me. "Boiled eggs all right for you, Jim?" Boiled eggs? The concept was difficult to grasp at this hour. "Yes. Just the thing for you after your hard work." "Oh, well, right, just as you say." Ewan became very brisk. "Fine. We'll have boiled eggs, Mr. Hugill, and some tea, of course, and maybe a little toast." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully like a diner at his favourite restaurant, pondering over the menu. "Oh, and a few scones would be very nice." "Very good, Mr. Ross. I'll go in and tell Mrs." The farmer nodded happily and scuttled away. 10 minutes later, walking into the farmhouse kitchen, I felt strangely disembodied. Maybe it was because my physical state had progressed from mere exhaustion to something like coma, but the whole thing seemed unreal. The brasses of the hearth and mantelpiece glinting in the flames from a crackling wood fire. The table under a hissing tilly lamp laden with its burden of scones, crusty bread, ham and egg pie, curd tarts, fruit cake. It all looked like something from a dream. And it was funny, but the most incredible objects of all were the boiled eggs, brown and massive, top-heavy in their china cradles, 2 for Ewan at the top of the table and 2 for me down the side. Mrs. Hugill, stout and beaming, poured our tea. Then she and her husband sat down on either side of the fire and waited with evident interest for us to go into action. Ewan, with total lack of self-consciousness, began busily to knock the tops off his eggs and slap butter on the toast. I followed mechanically, noting even through the mists that the eggs had a creamy savour, which you maybe only found when the hens spent their lives pecking around a 1,500-foot-high farmyard, and that the tang of yeast was strong in the homemade bread, even though I mumbled it with a dry mouth and numb lips. The tea, too, would have been excellent but for the fact that I added salt to it instead of sugar. Just sat and watched myself pouring salt from the little spoon first onto my egg plate, then into my tea. It tasted different, but I don't recommend it. All the time the call of home and bed was getting stronger, but Ewan was in no hurry. Speaking through a mouthful of ham and egg pie, he addressed his hostess. "Mrs. Hugill, now I know why you always win the prizes at Scarborough Show with your baking." As the good lady giggled with pleasure, I struggled to my feet. "I second that, Mrs. Hugill. I've really enjoyed it, but it's time I was away. I've a long way to go." Ewan swallowed, wiped his lips, and smiled across the table. Well, I can't thank you enough, Jim. You've saved the situation. I couldn't have done what you've done tonight even if I'd had your magic embryotomy. Oh, it's all right. It's been a pleasure. I made my way to the door and took a last look back at the scene, which I still could scarcely believe. The farmer and his wife nodding and waving from the bright fireside, Ewan in lordly state at the head of the table, hacking vigorously at a large Wensleydale cheese. I hardly noticed the run back. In a comfortable state of suspended animation, I sat with half-closed eyes fixed on the road ahead. There was none of the apprehension of the journey out, none of the moaning and griping, just the warm satisfaction that a good cow would be pulling hay from its rack tomorrow morning, instead of hanging from the butcher's hook. Only a little thing, nothing world-shaking, but good. When I drove into the yard at Scaledale House, the gale had blown itself out, leaving a deep litter of leaves shining brilliant gold in the headlights, and I scuffed my way through them ankle-deep, feeling the still air cool on my face in the darkness. Bed was an unbelievable haven, and as I floated away, my last emotion was a feeling of wonder at the things the farmers would do for Ewan Ross. My clients had shown me many kindnesses in the past, and I had a lot of future still ahead of me. But I doubted whether anybody would ever give me boiled eggs at 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 14. It was the chance to start my public speaking career. A definite opportunity which I knew I should grasp, yet I shrank from it. "Oh, I don't know," I said to the curate. "I've never done anything of that sort before. Maybe you'd better look for somebody else." The curate beamed at me. He was in his 30s and had always struck me as being a saintly man, since he obviously saw no evil in anything or anybody. "Oh, come now, Mr. Herriot. I'm sure you'd manage splendidly, and the youth club are longing to hear you. A lot of my young people are from farming families, and they'd be quite fascinated to have a vet speak to them." "Well, it's very nice of you to say so, Mr. Blenkinsop." But I had a mental image of the packed church hall, the rows of faces looking up at me, and I began to sweat at the very thought. "I tell you what, if they want to hear a vet, I'll get Mr. Farman to give them a talk. He's very good." The curate squeezed my arm. "But, Mr. Herriot, it's you I want. You're very young, and the boys and girls would have something in common with you from the start. And you'd only have to speak for about half an hour, and then there would be questions and a lively discussion." "Oh, I don't think I'd better," I muttered, though inwardly I writhed at the shame of being scared to get up in front of an audience. "Look, maybe some other time, but I really don't feel I could do it just at present." Mr. Blenkinsop sighed. "Ah, well, just as you wish, but I know the club members will be disappointed. And Miss Alderson, too." "Miss Alderson?" "Yes. Helen helps me run the club. In fact, it was she who suggested you as a speaker." "She did?" "Yes, indeed." "She attends all the meetings, I suppose?" I said. "Oh, of course. I'm sure she was looking forward to seeing you at our next get-together." Well, I wonder, maybe I'd better have a bash at it." "Splendid." The curate's face shone with pleasure. "You have plenty of time. It's not till 3 weeks on Tuesday." "Well done, James," Siegfried said at lunch. "I'm glad you grasped the nettle. All professional men have to get used to public speaking, and the sooner you begin, the better. And it helps our image. One has to wave the flag a little now and then." "I suppose so." I fiddled with my napkin for a moment. "But I haven't much idea what to say. Have you any suggestions?" "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hall. That looks wonderful," Siegfried said to our housekeeper as she impassively placed a large steak and kidney pie in front of him. Then he turned to me again. "Well, James, you've been asked to speak as a vet, so you've got to deal with veterinary matters. If they're farmers' sons and daughters, they'll lap it up." "Yes, but that's a big subject. I mean, what exactly do you mean?" My employer attacked the pie resolutely, and a heavenly steam escaped as his knife pierced the crust. "Pass your plate, James." He minded on meat and pastry, then pushed a tureen of mashed potatoes towards me. "I know it's a big subject, so you've got to pick out some attractive and interesting aspects." "I don't think I'd know where to start.
I wish you'd sort of sketch something out for me. Siegfried chewed thoughtfully for a few moments. Everybody has their own ideas about these things, of course, but if I were you, I'd start off with something to catch their attention, some provocative remark or question. Then I'd paint a broad tapestry of the profession, including its history, and in between I'd shove in some practical things, maybe about first aid in animals. First aid, eh? Yes, that's right. My employer was warming to his subject. How to stop hemorrhaging, how to deal with emergencies when the vet isn't available. How about puncturing the rumen in a bloated cow? That'd make 'em sit up. Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Yes, I think I'll do that. I made a few quick mental notes. But how about the opening remark you mentioned? Any ideas about that? Siegfried carefully transported an extra boiled leek from its bed of white sauce onto his plate. For perhaps a minute he stared ahead of him in silence. Then, without warning, he crashed his fist down on the table, making me bite my tongue painfully. I've got it, James. Not a shadow of doubt about it. He held up a finger and intoned, What does MRCBS mean to you? There's your opening line. How about that? Gosh, it's good. I gazed at him admiringly. What does MRCBS mean to you? Oh, I really like that. There you are, then, he said, chewing smugly. And you must deliver it in loud, ringing tones. You'll have them on the edge of their seats right from the start and gasping to hear more. A good beginning is vital. Well, thanks, Siegfried. You've been a big help. Well, I think I can get the material together now, but the only thing is, can I put it over? I've never spoken in public. What if I dry up as soon as I get to my feet? I mean, what if I can't remember a thing? Oh, there's no possibility of that. But I know how you feel, and I'll give you one more piece of advice. He pointed solemnly at me with his fork. Since it's your first time, you want to get the whole thing word perfect. Practice it day by day till you can recite it like poetry. Then you'll be all right. Okay, I said. I'll do that, too. Siegfried leant back and laughed. Good lad. And in the meantime, stop worrying. You're going to knock 'em cold, James. I just know you are. I took his advice literally, and over the next few weeks, as I drove along the frost-bound roads, my lips were continually moving, as I harangued my imaginary audience. Several times I saw roadside workers look at me in surprise as my declamations boomed out at them through the open windows, and I got to the stage where every syllable, every inflection tripped effortlessly off my tongue in perfect order. In fact, it all began to sound so good to me that in a fearful sort of way I was beginning to look forward to the big night. How many would be there to hear me? 50, 60, maybe even 100. Well, let 'em all come. And Helen would be there. Maybe my stock wasn't so high in that direction, but it wouldn't do any harm if she were to see me hold the mass of young people in my thrall, the youthful faces upturned eagerly to me, drinking in my every word. My confidence grew steadily as the days passed, and when the fateful Tuesday evening finally arrived, I was in a state of pallid resolution. No panic, a certain tension and dryness of the mouth, but above all a cold determination to make good. Before I left for the church hall, I bathed, put on my best suit, and inspected my face carefully in the mirror. It wouldn't do if I had a piece of cow muck sticking on an eyebrow in front of all that throng. I was glad I didn't have far to walk, because there had been a fall of snow that morning, followed by a few hours of icy rain, and the streets were deep in slush. As I opened the hall door and stepped inside, the curate met me with a radiant smile. Ah, Mr. Herriot, here you are. So kind of you to come. Our young people can hardly wait to hear you. We were in a narrow lobby with doors on either side, and from somewhere I could hear music and laughter. But I didn't pay much attention, because Helen was coming down the stairs at the far end. She laughed, and for a moment her eyes held mine with that warm, interested, kind look which was part of her. It was a funny thing, but whenever I met Helen, she looked at me like that. I hadn't had a lot of luck in my contacts with her, but afterwards there was no difference. It was always the same calm, friendly smile. Of course, she was a kind girl, Helen. That was it. This was probably the way she looked at everybody, with that soft flame kindling in her eyes' blue depths, and the full lips parted over the white teeth. And there was the way her mouth went into little upturned folds in the corners, and how her dark hair fell softly across the white of her cheek. But Mr. Blenkinsop was giving a series of little coughs, I dragged my attention back to him. "Come in and see our club room before you start," he said, opening one of the doors. "I think you'll agree that it's a pleasant place for them to come in these wintry evenings." We went inside. A gramophone was playing, and some pretty teenage girls were foxtrotting together to the music. A few lads lounged about, while two others were playing billiards on a miniature table in the corner. The curate gazed fondly at the scene. The music stopped, the record was changed for a waltz, and the dancing began again. It struck me as strange that it didn't seem to occur to any of the boys to dance with these attractive girls. I looked at the two billiard players. They would be about 15 or 16 and were obviously devotees of the cinema. There was something of the Bowery pool room in their scowling attitude, the cigarettes dangling from their lips, the way they squinted through the smoke as they bent to play a shot, the tough, deadpan chalking of the cues, the contemptuous, gangsterish disregard of the other occupants of the room. The curate clapped his hands. "Come now, boys and girls, it's time you join the others in the hall. Mr. Herriot is ready to talk to you now." The room emptied rapidly as the young people went through a door in the far corner. Soon there only remained the gangsters at the billiard table. They didn't appear to have heard. The curate called to them several times more, but they took no notice. Finally Helen went over and whispered tensely at them, and at length they threw down their cues, and with a single malevolent glance in my direction, they slouched from the room. This, then, was the moment of truth when I would face my audience after the weeks of preparation. I took a deep breath and followed the others into the hall and onto the platform. Perched on a shaky chair between Helen and Mr. Blenkinsop, I surveyed the scene. It wasn't a big hall. It would probably have held 100 if it had been full. But it wasn't full tonight. In fact, the main feature about it was space. I made a quick count of the audience. There were 12. They were disposed in little knots among the empty chairs. Halfway up clustered the 6 teenage girls. Then, a few rows behind, a very fat boy holding a bag of potato crisps, and near him a thin, dispirited-looking youth with sleepy eyes. Right on the back row, against the wall, the 2 gangsters lounged in attitudes of studied boredom. What surprised me most, however, was the sight of 2 tiny girls, mere tots of about 4, right in the middle of the front row, a long way from anybody else. One sported a big pink bow in her hair, while the other wore pigtails. Their little legs swinging, they looked at me incuriously. I turned to Helen. "Who are those 2? "Oh, they like to come with their big sisters now and then. They love it, and they're very good. They won't be any trouble." I nodded stupidly, still trying to adjust my mind to the fact that these were the people who were going to receive my searching exposition on veterinary science. None of them seemed to be showing the slightest interest in me, except for one very pretty little thing in the centre of the teenage group, who gazed up at me with shining eyes as though she couldn't wait for me to begin. Mr. Blenkinsop stood up and made a charming introductory speech. As he spoke, the gangsters at the back giggled, wrestled, and dug at each other's ribs. The girls, with the exception of the little darling in the centre, peeped back at the fighting pair in admiration. At last I heard the curate's final words. "And now I have great pleasure in asking Mr. Herriot to address you." I got slowly to my feet and gazed over the 12. The gangsters were still wrestling. The fat boy put a crisp in his mouth and began to crunch it loudly. Down at the front, tot number 1 was sucking her thumb, while the other, rocking her head from side to side, appeared to be singing to herself. I felt a moment of wild panic. Should I change the entire plan and just talk casually about a few trivial points? But I couldn't. I had the whole thing off parrot-like, and I'd have to deliver it as I'd learnt it. There was no way out. With an effort, I steadied myself and cleared my throat. "What does MRCBS mean to you?" I cried. It seemed to startle Mr. Blenkinsop because he jumped slightly in his chair, but the audience remained totally unmoved. MRCBS appeared to mean not a thing to them. I ploughed ahead, sketching out the history of the Royal College, painstakingly illustrating its development from the early days of farriery. Nobody was listening except the little pet in the centre, but I was in the groove and I couldn't stop. "A supplemental royal charter was granted in 1932, I pronounced after about 10 minutes hard going, and just then the thin boy yawned. I had labelled him as an ineffectual sort of lad, but he certainly could yawn.
It was a stretching, groaning, voluptuous paroxysm, which drowned my words, and it went on, till he finally lay back, bleary and exhausted by the effort. His companion munched his crisps stolidly. By the time I'd been holding forth for 20 minutes, I seemed to be standing listening to myself with a kind of wonder. After qualification, I was saying, the main avenues open to the new graduate are general practice and work under the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. The latter is mainly concerned with preventive medicine and with the implementation of the laws governing the notifiable diseases. The gangsters punched each other fiercely with stifled laughter. The fat boy had another crisp. Tot 1 drew ecstatically on her thumb while the other hand fondled a lock of her hair. Tot 2 stuck her legs straight out and admired her little white socks and red shoes. Only the dear girl in the middle paid any attention. I began to break out in a light perspiration. The thing was taking a lot longer than I'd thought to get through, and I had the growing conviction that I must be looking more and more of a chump in Helen's eyes as time went on. I had rehearsed a few light sallies designed to send my audience into convulsions of laughter, as a contrast to the absorbing serious stuff, but even those who were listening failed to change expression at my shafts of wit, except, of course, for the little treasure in the middle, who peeled back at me sweetly every time. But I stuck to it grimly. Surely I'd get through to them when I came to the practical bit about first aid. "All right," I said. "You've got a calf with a nasty cut on its leg. The blood is pouring out and you can't get hold of a vet. If you just leave it, the blood will all run out and the calf will die. What are you going to do?" Nobody seemed to care much either way except for Tot 2. She obviously didn't like the turn things were taking, and she stared up at me, her lower lip protruding and trembling. I went on to explain about tourniquets and pressure pads, and then moved on to a discussion of bloat. "The cow is blown up, ready to burst," I proceeded. "You've got to do something, or she could drop down dead any second." I glanced apprehensively at Tot 2. Her lip was sticking out more every second, and was now like a soup plate, but it was no good. I had to go on. "You must get a knife, like a carving knife, and stick it straight into the stomach," I declaimed desperately. "Now, I'll tell you just where to stick it in." But Tot 2 had had enough. She threw back her head and bawled heartily till her big sister hurried down a few rows and led her away in floods of tears, her pigtails dangling forlornly. Tot 1 was undisturbed, utterly engrossed as she was, with her thumb and the wisp of hair she was rubbing. Anyway, I was getting towards the last lap now. "The future of the profession, I am convinced, will be less and less involved with the problems of the individual animal," I went on, addressing myself now exclusively to the little sweetheart in the centre, who kept her eye fixed on me with open admiration. The thin boy went into another of his mighty yawns, while his companion finished his last crisp and crumpled a bag noisily. "We must also consider the emergence of small animal work in any of our plans for the future. Over the past few years, the increase in this field has been—" But I had to pause, as there was a major disturbance at the back. The jolly feud between the gangsters had flared into ugly warfare. Fists flew, blood streamed, a few ripe oaths rocketed over the company. After a couple of minutes, the combatants drew apart and sat glaring and snarling at each other as they dabbed their wounds. "Whatever the uncertainties, and despite the depressed state of agriculture, I feel there will always be a place for the veterinary surgeon in our national economy." That was it. I sat down, and Helen, the curate, and the little charmer in the middle applauded enthusiastically. Mr. Blenkinsop rose, beaming delightedly around him. He congratulated me on my splendid talk, and said how much they'd all enjoyed it, and finished by saying he would now throw the meeting open for questions. I settled back in my chair. So this was to be the lively discussion he had talked about. I hunted round anxiously from face to face, but my audience stared back, dead-eyed. For the first time all evening, there was a dead silence. The minutes ticked away, and I felt the tension building in me, but at last there was a stirring in the middle of the hall. It was my darling girl. God bless and keep her, she was going to say something. I felt a sudden glow at the knowledge that my words had stimulated a response in at least one young mind. She sat up in her seat, moistened her lips, and smiled at me, bright-eyed. She was indeed going to ask a question, and as it turned out, it was the only one of the evening. I leant forward expectantly as she began to speak. "Mr. Herriot, I have a little dog what's molting. What can I do for him?" Chapter 15. Probably the most dramatic occurrence in the history of veterinary practice was the disappearance of the draft horse. It is an almost incredible fact that this glory and mainstay of the profession just melted quietly away within a few years. And I was one of those who were there to see it happen. When I first came to Darrowby, the tractor had already begun to take over, but tradition dies hard in the agricultural world, and there were still a lot of horses around. Which was just as well, because my veterinary education had been geared to things equine, with everything else a poor second. It had been a good scientific education in many respects, but at times I wondered if the people who designed it still had a mental picture of the horse doctor with his top hat and frock coat, busying himself in a world of horse-drawn trams and brewers' drays. We learned the anatomy of the horse in great detail, then that of the other animals much more superficially. It was the same with the other subjects. From animal husbandry, with such insistence on a thorough knowledge of shoeing that we developed into amateur blacksmiths, right up to medicine and surgery, where it was much more important to know about glanders and strangles than canine distemper. Even as we were learning, we youngsters knew it was ridiculous with the draft horse already cast as a museum piece, and the obvious potential of cattle and small animal work. Still, after we had absorbed a vast store of equine lore, it was a certain comfort that there was still a lot of patience on which we could try it out. I should think in my first 2 years I treated farm horses nearly every day, and though I never was and never will be an equine expert, there was a strange thrill in meeting with the age-old conditions whose names rang down almost from medieval times: quitter, fistulous withers, pole evil, thrush, shoulder slip. Vets had been wrestling with them for hundreds of years, using very much the same drugs and procedures as myself. Armed with my firing iron and box of blister, I plunged determinedly into what has always been the surging mainstream of veterinary life. And now, in less than 3 years, the stream had dwindled, not exactly to a trickle, but certainly to the stage where the final dry-up was in sight. This meant, in a way, a lessening of the pressures on the veterinary surgeon, because there is no doubt that horsework was the roughest and most arduous part of our life. So that today, as I looked at the 3-year-old gelding, it occurred to me that this sort of thing wasn't happening as often as it did. He had a long tear in his flank where he had caught himself on barbed wire, and it gaped open whenever he moved. There was no getting away from the fact that it had to be stitched. The horse was tied by the head in his stall, his right side against the tall wooden partition. One of the farm men, a hefty 6-footer, took a tight hold of the head collar and leant back against the manger as I puffed some iodoform into the wound. The horse didn't seem to mind, which was a comfort because he was a massive animal, emanating an almost tangible vitality and power. I threaded my needle with a length of silk, lifted one of the lips of the wound, and passed it through. This was going to be no trouble, I thought, as I lifted the flap at the other side and pierced it. But as I was drawing the needle through, the gelding made a convulsive leap, and I felt as though a great wind had whistled across the front of my body. Then, strangely, he was standing there against the wooden boards, as if nothing had happened. On the occasions when I have been kicked, I have never seen it coming. It is surprising how quickly those great muscular legs can whip out. But there was no doubt he had had a good go at me because my needle and silk were nowhere to be seen. The big man at the head was staring at me with wide eyes and a chalk-white face, and the front of my clothing was in an extraordinary state. I was wearing a gabardine mac, and it looked as if somebody had taken a razor blade and painstakingly cut the material into narrow strips which hung down in ragged strips to ground level. The great iron-shod hoof had missed my legs by an inch or two, but my mac was a write-off. I was standing there looking around me in a kind of stupor when I heard a cheerful hail from the doorway.
"Now then, Mr. Herriot, what's he done at you?"
Cliff Tyman, the old horseman, looked me up and down with a mixture of amusement and asperity. "He's nearly put me in hospital, Cliff," I replied shakily. "About the closest near miss I've ever had. I just felt the wind of it."
"What were you trying to do?"
"Stitch that wound, but I'm not going to try it any more. I'm off to the surgery to get a chloroform muzzle." The little man looked shocked.
"You don't need no chloroform. I'll out him and you'll have no trouble."
"I'm sorry, Cliff." I began to put away my suture material, scissors and powder.
"Look, you're a good bloke, I know, but he's had a go at me and he's not going to get another chance. I don't want to be lame for the rest of my life." The horseman's small, wiry frame seemed to bunch into a ball of aggression. He thrust forward his head in a characteristic posture and glared at me. "I've never heard out as daft in me life." Then he swung round on the big man who was still hanging on to the horse's head, the ghastly pallor of his face now tinged with a delicate green. "Come on out of there, Bob. You're that bloody scared you're upsetting the horse. Come on out of it and let me have him." Bob gratefully left the head and, grinning sheepishly, moved with care along the side of the horse. He passed Cliff on the way, and the little man's head didn't reach his shoulder. Cliff seemed thoroughly insulted by the whole business. He took hold of the head collar and regarded the big animal with the disapproving stare of a schoolmaster at a naughty child. The horse, still in the mood for trouble, laid back his ears and began to plunge about the stall, his huge feet clattering ominously on the stone floor, but he came to rest quickly as the little man uppercutted him furiously in the ribs. "Get stood up straight there, you big bugger! What's the matter with you?" Cliff barked, and again he planted his tiny fist against the swelling barrel of the chest, a puny blow which the animal could scarcely have felt, but which reduced him to quivering submission. "Try to kick, would you, eh? I'll bloody fettle you!" He shook the head collar and fixed the horse with a hypnotic stare as he spoke. Then he turned to me. "You can come and do your job, Mr. Herriot. He won't hurt you." I looked irresolutely at the huge, lethal animal. Stepping open-eyed into dangerous situations is something vets are called upon regularly to do, and I suppose we all react differently. I know there are times when an over-vivid imagination made me acutely aware of the dire possibilities, and now my mind seemed to be dwelling voluptuously on the frightful power in those enormous shining quarters, on the unyielding flintiness of the spatulate feet with their rims of metal. Cliff's voice cut into my musings. "Come on, Mr. Herriot. I tell you, he won't hurt you." I reopened my box and tremblingly threaded another needle. I didn't seem to have much option. The little man wasn't asking me, he was telling me. I'd have to try again. I couldn't have been a very impressive sight as I shuffled forwards, almost tripping over the tattered hula-hula skirt which dangled in front of me, my shaking hands reaching out once more for the wound, my heart thundering in my ears. But I needn't have worried. It was just as the little man had said. He didn't hurt me. In fact, he never moved. He seemed to be listening attentively to the mutterings which Cliff was directing into his face from a few inches' range. I powdered and stitched and clipped as though working on an anatomical specimen. Chloroform couldn't have done it any better. As I retreated thankfully from the stall and began again to put away my instruments, the monologue at the horse's head began to change its character. The menacing growl was replaced by a wheedling, teasing chuckle. "Well, you see, you're just a daft old bugger getting yourself all irrigated over nowt. You're a good lad, really, aren't you? A real good lad." Cliff's hand ran caressingly over the neck, and the towering animal began to nuzzle his cheek, as completely in his sway as any Labrador puppy. When he had finished, he came slowly from the stall, stroking the back, ribs, belly, and quarters, even giving a playful tweak at the tail on parting, while what had been a few minutes ago an explosive mountain of bone and muscle submitted happily. I pulled a packet of gold flake from my pocket. "Cliff, you're a marvel. Will you have a cigarette?" "It'd be like giving a pig a strawberry," the little man replied. Then he thrust forth his tongue, on which reposed a half-chewed gobbet of tobacco. "It's allus there. I push it in first thing in the morning, as soon as I get out of bed, and there it stays. You'd never know, would you?" I must have looked comically surprised because the dark eyes gleamed and the rugged little face split into a delighted grin. I looked at that grin, boyish, invincible, and reflected on the phenomenon that was Cliff Tyreman. In a community in which toughness and durability was the norm, he stood out as something exceptional. When I'd first seen him nearly 3 years ago, barging among cattle, grabbing their noses and hanging on effortlessly, I put him down as an unusually fit middle-aged man, but he was in fact nearly 70. There wasn't much of him, but he was formidable, with his long arms swinging, his stumping, pigeon-toed gait, and his lowered head. He seemed always to be butting his way through life. "I didn't expect to see you today," I said. "I heard you had pneumonia." He shrugged. "Aye, so much as sort. First time I've ever been off work since I was a lad.
And you should be in bed now, I should say. I looked at the heaving chest and partly open mouth. I could hear you wheezing away when you were at the horse's head.
Nay, I can't stick that nohow. I'll be right in a day or two.
He seized a shovel and began busily clearing away the heap of manure behind the horse, his breathing loud and stertorous in the silence. Harlan Grange was a large, mainly arable farm in the low country at the foot of the dale, and there had been a time when this stable had had a horse standing in every one of the long row of stalls. There had been over 20 with at least 12 regularly at work, but now there were only 2, the young horse I'd been treating and an ancient grey called Badger. Cliff had been head horseman, and when the revolution came, he turned to tractoring and other jobs around the farm with no fuss at all. This was typical of the reaction of thousands of other farm workers throughout the country. They didn't set up a howl at having to abandon the skills of a lifetime and start anew. They just got on with it. In fact, the younger men seized avidly upon the new machines and proved themselves natural mechanics. But to the old experts like Cliff, something had gone. He would say,
"It's a bloody sight easier sitting on a tractor. It used to play hell with me feet walking up and down them fields all day."
But he couldn't lose his love of horses. The fellow feeling between working man and working beast, which had grown in him since childhood, and was in his blood forever. My next visit to the farm was to see a fat bullock with a piece of turnip stuck in his throat, but while I was there, the farmer, Mr. Gilling, asked me to have a look at old Badger. "He's had a bit of a cough lately. Maybe it's just his age, but see what you think." The old horse was the sole occupant of the stable now.
"I've sold the 3-year-old, Mr. Gilling said, "but I'll still keep the old un. He'll be useful for a bit of light carting."
I glanced sideways at the farmer's granite features. He looked the least sentimental of men, but I knew why he was keeping the old horse. It was for Cliff.
"Cliff will be pleased anyway," I said.
Mr. Gilling nodded.
"Aye, I never knew such a fellow for horses."
He was never happier than when he was with them. He gave a short laugh.
"Do you know, I can remember years ago when he used to fall out with his missus, he'd come down to this stable of a night and sit amongst his horses. Just sit here for hours on end looking at him and smoking. That was before he started chewing tobacco."
"And did you have Badger in those days?"
"Aye, we bred him. Cliff helped at his foaling. I remember the little beggar came arse first, and he had a bit of a job pulling him out."
He smiled again. Maybe that's why he was always Cliff's favourite. He always worked Badger himself, year in, year out, and he was that proud of him that if he had to take him into town for any reason, he'd plait the ribbons into his mane and hang all the brasses on him first. He shook his head reminiscently. The old horse looked around with mild interest as I went up to him. He was in his late 20s, and everything about him suggested serene old age. The gaunt projection of the pelvic bones, the whiteness of face and muzzle, the sunken eye with its benign expression. As I was about to take his temperature, he gave a sharp, barking cough, and it gave me the first clue to his ailment. I watched the rise and fall of his breathing for a minute or two, and the second clue was there to be seen. Further examination was unnecessary. "He's broken-winded, Mr. Gilling, or he's got pulmonary emphysema, to give it its proper name. Do you see that double lift of the abdomen as he breathes out? That's because his lungs have lost their elasticity and need an extra effort to force the air out." "Well, what's caused it, then?" "Well, it's to do with his age, but he's got a bit of a cold on him at the moment, and that's brought it out." "Will he get rid of it in time?" the farmer asked. "Well, he'll be a bit better when he gets over his cold, but I'm afraid he'll never be quite right. I'll give you some medicine to put in his drinking water, which will alleviate his symptoms." I went out to the car for a bottle of the arsenical expectorant mixture which we used then. It was about 6 weeks later when I heard from Mr. Gilling again. He rang me about 7 o'clock one evening. "I'd like you to come out and have a look at old Badger," he said. "What's wrong? Is it his broken wind again?" "No, it's not that. He's still got the cough, but it doesn't seem to bother him much. No, I think he's got a touch of colic. I've got to go out, but Cliff will attend to you." The little man was waiting for me in the yard. He was carrying an oil lamp. As I came up to him, I exclaimed in horror, "Good grief, Cliff, what have you done to yourself?" His face was a patchwork of cuts and scratches, and his nose, almost without skin, jutted from between two black eyes. He grinned through the wounds, his eyes dancing with merriment. "Came off me bike the other day. Hit a stone and went right over handlebars, arse over tip." He burst out laughing at the very thought. "But damn it, man, haven't you been to a doctor? You're not fit to be out in that state." "Doctor? Nay, there's no need to bother them fellas. It's not much." He fingered a gash on his jaw. "I'll lap me chin up for a day and a bit of bandage, but it's right enough now." I shook my head as I followed him into the stable. He hung up the oil lamp, then went over to the horse. "Can't reckon that fella up," he said. "You'd think there wasn't much ailing him, but there's summat." There were no signs of violent pain, but the animal kept transferring his weight from one hind foot to the other, as if he did have a little abdominal discomfort. His temperature was normal, and he didn't show symptoms of anything else. I looked at him doubtfully. Maybe he has a bit of colic. There's nothing else to see anyway. I'll give him an injection to settle him down. "Right you are, mister, that's good." Cliff watched me get my syringe out, then he looked around him into the shadows at the far end of the stable. "Funny thing only one horse standing here. I remember when there was a great row of 'em, and the barfins and bridles hanging there on the stalls, and the rest of the harness behind them all shining hot wool." He transferred his plug of tobacco to the other side of his mouth and smiled. "By God, I were in here at 6 o'clock every morning feeding them and getting them ready for work, and I'll tell you it was a sight to see us all going off ploughing at the start of the day. Maybe 6 pairs of horses setting off with their harness jingling and the ploughman sitting sideways on their backs. Like a regular procession it was." I smiled. "It was an early start, Cliff." "Ah, by God, and a late finish. We'd bring the horses home at night and give 'em a light feed and take their harness off, and then we'd go and have our own teas, and we'd be back out here again afterwards, curry-combing and dandy-brushing all the sweat and dirt off 'em. Then we'd give 'em a right good stiff feed of chop and oats and hay to set 'em up for the next day." "There wouldn't be much left of the evening then, was there?" "Nay, there wasn't. It was about like work in bed, I reckon, but it never bothered us." I stepped forward to give Badger the injection, then paused. The old horse had undergone a slight spasm, a barely perceptible stiffening of the muscles, and as I looked at him, he cocked his tail for a second, then lowered it. "There's something else here," I said. "Will you bring him out of his stall, Cliff, and let me see him walk across the yard?" And watching him clop over the cobbles, I saw it again. The stiffness, the raising of the tail. Something clicked in my mind. I walked over and rapped him under the chin, and as the membrana nictitans flicked across the eye, then slid slowly back, I knew. I paused for a moment. My casual little visit had suddenly become charged with doom. "Cliff, I'm afraid he's got tetanus." "Lockjaw, do you mean?" "That's right. I'm sorry, but there's no doubt about it. Has he had any wounds lately, especially in his feet?" "Well, he were dead lame about a fortnight ago, and Blacksmith let some matter out of his hoof. Made a right big hole." There it was. "It's a pity he didn't get an anti-tetanus shot at the time," I said. I put my hand into the animal's mouth and tried to prise it open, but the jaws were clamped tightly together. "I don't suppose he's been able to eat today?" "Well, he had a bit this morning, but not tonight." "What's the lookout for him, Mr. Herriot?" What indeed? If Cliff had asked me the same question today, I would have been just as troubled to give him an answer. The facts are that 70 to 80% of tetanus cases die, and whatever you do to them in the way of treatment doesn't seem to make a whit of difference to those figures. But I didn't want to sound entirely defeatist. "It's a very serious condition, as you know, Cliff, but I'll do all I can. I've got some antitoxin in the car, and I'll inject that into his vein, and if the spasms get very bad, I'll give him a sedative. As long as he can drink, there's a chance for him because he'll have to live on fluids. Gruel will be fine." For a few days, Badger didn't get any worse, and I began to hope. I've seen tetanus horses recover, and it is a wonderful experience to come in one day and find that the jaws have relaxed, and the hungry animal can once more draw food into its mouth. But it didn't happen with Badger. They had got the old horse into the big loose box where he could move around in comfort, and each day as I looked over the half door, I felt myself willing him to show some little signs of improvement. But instead, after the first few days, he began to deteriorate. A sudden movement or the approach of any person would throw him into a violent spasm, so that he would stagger stiff-legged round the box like a big wooden toy, his eyes terrified, saliva drooling from between his fiercely clenched teeth. One morning I was sure he would fall, and I suggested putting him in slings. I had to go back to the surgery for the slings, and it was just as I was entering Scaledale House that the phone rang. It was Mr. Gilling. "He's beat us to it, I'm afraid. He's flat out on the floor, and I doubt it's a bad job, Mr. Herriot. We'll have to put him down, won't we?" "I'm afraid so. There's just one thing. Mallock will be taking him away, but Cliff says he doesn't want Mallock to shoot him. Wants you to do it. Will you come?" I got out the humane killer and drove back to the farm, wondering at the fact that the old man should find the idea of my bullet less repugnant than the knacker man's. Mr. Gilling was waiting in the box, and by his side Cliff, shoulders hunched, hands deep in his pockets. He turned to me with a strange smile. "I was just saying to boss how grand our lad used to look when I got him up for a show. By God, you should have seen him with his coat polished and the feathers on his legs scrubbed as white as snow and a big blue ribbon round his tail." "I can imagine it, Cliff," I said. "Nobody could have looked after him better." He took his hands from his pockets, crouched by the prostrate animal, and for a few minutes stroked the white-flecked neck and pulled at the ears, while the old sunken eye looked at him impassively. He began to speak softly to the old horse, but his voice was steady, almost conversational, as though he was chatting to a friend. "Many's the 1,000 miles I've walked after you, lad. And many's the talk we've had together, but I didn't have to say much to that, did I? I reckon you knew every move I made, everything I said, just one little word, and you always did what I wanted you to do." He rose to his feet. "I'll get on with my work now, boss," he said firmly, and strode out of the box. I waited a while so that he wouldn't hear the bang which signalled the end of Badger, the end of the horses of Harland Grange, and the end of the sweet core of Cliff Tarman's life. As I was leaving, I saw the little man again. He was mounting the iron seat of a roaring tractor, and I shouted to him above the noise. "The boss says he's going to get some sheep in, and you'll be doing a bit of shepherding. I think you'll enjoy that." Cliff's undefeated grin flashed out as he called back to me. "Aye, I don't mind learning something new. I'm no but a lad yet." Chapter 16. This was a different kind of ringing. I had gone to sleep as the great bells in the church tower down the street pealed for the Christmas midnight mass, but this was a sharper, shriller sound. It was difficult at first to shake off the mantle of unreality in which I had wrapped myself last night. Last night, Christmas Eve. It had been like a culmination of all the ideas I had ever held about Christmas. A flowering of emotions I had never experienced before. It had been growing in me since the afternoon call to a tiny village, where the snow lay deep on the single street, and on the walls and on the ledges of the windows, where the lights on the tinsel trees glowed red and blue and gold. And as I left it in the dusk, I drove beneath the laden branches of a group of dark spruce, as motionless as though they had been sketched against the white background of the fields. And when I reached Darrowby it was dark, and around the marketplace the little shops were bright with decorations, and the light from the windows fell in a soft yellow wash over the trodden snow of the cobbles. People, anonymously muffled, were hurrying about doing their last-minute shopping, their feet slithering over the rounded stones. I had known many Christmases in Scotland, but they had taken second place to the New Year celebrations. There had been none of this air of subdued excitement which started days before with folks shouting good wishes and coloured lights winking on the lonely fell-sides, and the farmers' wives plucking the fat geese, the feathers piled deep around their feet. And for fully 2 weeks you heard the children piping carols in the street, then knocking on the door for sixpences. And best of all, last night the Methodist choir had sung out, filling the night air with rich, thrilling harmony. Before going to bed, and just as the church bells began, I closed the door of Scaledale House behind me and walked again into the marketplace. Nothing stirred now in the white square, stretching smooth and cold and empty under the moon. And there was a Dickensian look about the ring of houses and shops put together long before anybody thought of town planning, tall and short, fat and thin, squashed in crazily around the cobbles, their snow-burdened roofs jagged and uneven against the frosty sky. As I walked back, the snow crunching under my feet, the bells clanging, the sharp air tingling in my nostrils, the wonder and mystery of Christmas enveloped me in a great wave. Peace on earth, goodwill towards men. The words became meaningful as never before, and I saw myself suddenly as a tiny particle in the scheme of things. Darrowby, the farmers, the animals, and I seemed, for the first time, like a warm, comfortable entity. I hadn't been drinking, but I almost floated up the stairs of Scaledale House to my bedroom. The temperature up there was about the same as in the street. It was always like that, and I had developed the habit of hurling off my clothes and leaping into the bed before the freezing air could get at me. But tonight, my movements were leisurely, and when I finally crawled between the sheets, I was still wallowing in my Yuletide euphoria. There wouldn't be much work tomorrow. I'd have a long lie, maybe till 9, and then a lazy day, a glorious hiatus in my busy life. As I drifted into sleep, it was as though I was surrounded by the smiling faces of my clients looking down at me with an all-embracing benevolence. And strangely I fancied I could hear singing, sweet and haunting, just like the Methodist choir, God rest ye, merry gentlemen. But now there was this other bell which wouldn't stop. Must be the alarm, but as I pawed at the clock, the noise continued, and I saw that it was 6 o'clock. It was the phone, of course. I lifted the receiver. A metallic voice, crisp and very wide awake, jarred in my ear. "Is that the vet?" "Yes, Herriot speaking," I mumbled. "This is Brown, Willits Hill. I've got a cow down with milk fever, and I want you here quick." Right. I'll see to it." "Don't take how long." Then a click at the far end. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling. So this was Christmas Day. The day when I was going to step out of the world for a spell and luxuriate in the seasonal spirit. I hadn't bargained for this fellow jerking me brutally back to reality, and not a word of regret or apology. No, sorry to get you out of bed or anything like that. Never mind Merry Christmas. It was just a bit hard. Mr. Brown was waiting for me in the darkness of the farmyard. I had been to his place a few times before, and as my headlights blazed on him, I was struck as always by his appearance of perfect physical fitness. He was a gingery man of about 40, with high cheekbones set in a sharp-featured, clear-skinned face. Red hair peeped from under a check cap, and a faint auburn down covered his cheeks, his neck, the backs of his hands. It made me feel a bit more sleepy just to look at him. He didn't say good morning, but nodded briefly, then jerked his head in the direction of the byre. "She's in there," was all he said. He watched in silence as I gave the injections, and it wasn't until I was putting the empty bottles into my pocket that he spoke. "You don't suppose I'll have to milk her today?" "No," I replied. "Better leave the bag full." "Anything special about feeding?" "No, she can have anything she likes, when she wants it." Mr. Brown was very efficient. Always wanted to know every detail. As we crossed the yard, he halted suddenly and turned to face me. Could it be that he was going to ask me in for a nice hot cup of tea? "You know," he said as I stood ankle-deep in the snow, the frosty air nipping at my ears, "I've had a few of these cases lately. Maybe there's something wrong with my routine. Do you think I'm steaming up my cows too much?" "It's quite possible." I hurried towards the car. One thing I wasn't going to do was deliver a lecture on animal husbandry at this moment. My hand was on the door handle when he said, "I'll give you another ring if she's not up by dinner time. And there's one other thing. That was a hell of a bill I had from you fellas last month, so tell your boss not to be so savage with his pen." Then he turned and walked quickly away towards the house. Well, that was nice, I thought, as I drove away. Not even thanks or goodbye, just a complaint and a promise to haul me away from my roast goose if necessary. A sudden wave of anger surged in me. Bloody farmers! There were some miserable devils among them. Mr. Brown had doused my festive feelings as effectively as if he had thrown a bucket of water over me. As I mounted the steps of Scaledale House, the darkness had paled to a shivery grey. Mrs. Hall met me in the passage. She was carrying a tray. "I'm sorry," she said. "There's another urgent call. Mr. Farland's had to go out too, but I've got a cup of coffee and some fried bread for you. Come in and sit down. You've got time to eat it before you go." I sighed. It was going to be just another day after all. "What's this about, Mrs. Hall?" I asked, sipping the coffee. "It's all Mr. Kirby," she replied. "He's in a right state about his nanny goat." "Nanny goat?" "Aye, says she's choking." "Choking? How the hell can she be choking?" I shouted. "I'm sure I don't know. And I wish you wouldn't shout at me, Mr. Herriot. It's not my fault. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hall. I'm really sorry." I finished the coffee sheepishly. My feeling of goodwill was at a very low ebb. Mr. Kirby was a retired farmer, but he had sensibly taken a cottage with a bit of land where he had kept enough stock to occupy his time. A cow, a few pigs, and his beloved goats. He had always had his goats, even when he was running his dairy herd. He had a thing about them. The cottage was in a village high up the dale. Mr. Kirby met me at the gate. "Here, lad, I'm right sorry to be bothering you this early in the morning and Christmas and all, but I didn't have no choice. Dorothy's real bad." He led the way to a stone shed which had been converted into a row of pens. Behind the wire of one of them, a large white Saanen goat peered out at us anxiously, and as I watched her, she gulped, gave a series of retching coughs, then stood trembling, saliva drooling from her mouth. The farmer turned to me wide-eyed. "You see, I had to get you out, didn't I? If I left her till tomorrow, she'd be a goner." "No, you're right, Mr. Kirby, you couldn't leave her. There's something in her throat." We went into the pen, and as the old man held the goat against the wall, I tried to open her mouth. She didn't like it very much, and as I prized her jaws apart, she startled me with a loud, long-drawn, human-sounding cry. It wasn't a big mouth, but I have a small hand, and as the sharp back teeth tried to nibble me, I poked a finger deep into the pharynx. There was something there, all right. I could just touch it, but I couldn't get hold of it. Then the animal began to throw her head about, and I had to come out. I stood there, saliva dripping from my hand, looking thoughtfully at Dorothy. After a few moments, I turned to the farmer. "You know, this is a bit baffling. I can feel something at the back of her throat, but it's soft, like cloth. I've been expecting to find a bit of twig or something sharp sticking in there. It's funny what a goat will pick up when she's pottering around outside, but if it's cloth, what the heck's holding it in there? Why hasn't she swallowed it down?" "Aye, it's a rum one, isn't it?" The old man ran a gentle hand along the animal's back. "Do you think she'll get rid of it herself? Maybe it'll just slip down." "No, I don't. Well, it's stuck fast, God knows how, but it is. And I've got to get it out soon because she's beginning to blow up. Look, here." I pointed to the goat's left side, bulged by the tympanitic rumen, and as I did so, Dorothy began another paroxysm of coughs which seemed almost to tear her apart. Mr. Kirby looked at me with a mute appeal, but just at that moment I didn't see what I could do. Then I opened the door of the pen. "I'm going to get my torch from the car. Maybe I can see something to explain this." The old man held the torch as I once more pulled the goat's mouth open and again heard the curious, childlike wailing. It was when the animal was in full cry that I noticed something under the tongue. A thin, dark band. "I can see what's holding the thing now," I cried. "It's hooked round the tongue with string or something." Carefully, I pushed my forefinger under the band and began to pull. It wasn't string. It began to stretch as I pulled carefully at it, like elastic. Then it stopped stretching, and I felt a real resistance. Whatever was in the throat was beginning to move. I kept up a gentle traction, and very slowly the mysterious obstruction came sliding up over the back of the tongue and into the mouth, and when it came within reach, I let go the elastic, grabbed the sodden mass, and hauled it forth. It seemed as if there was no end to it. A long snake of dripping material nearly 2 feet long. But at last I had it out onto the straw of the pen. Mr. Kirby seized it and held it up, and as he unravelled the mass wonderingly, he gave a sudden cry. "God help us, it's me summer drawers!" "Your what?" "Me summer drawers. I don't like them long johns when weather gets warmer, and I allus change into these little short uns. Missus was having a clear-out before the end of the year, and she didn't know whether to wash 'em or make 'em into dusters. She washed 'em at finish, and Dorothy must have got 'em off the line." He held up the tattered shorts and regarded them ruefully. "By God, they've seen better days, but I reckon Dorothy's fettled them this time."
Then his body began to shake silently. A few low giggles escaped from him, and finally he gave a great shout of laughter. It was an infectious laugh, and I joined in as I watched him. He went on for quite a long time, and when he'd finished he was leaning weakly against the wire netting. "My poor Howard Drawers," he gasped, then leant over and patted the goat's head. "But as long as you're all right, lass, I'm not worried." "Oh, she'll be okay." I pointed to her left flank. "You can see her stomach's going down already." As I spoke, Dorothy belched pleasurably and began to nose interestedly at her hay-rack. The farmer gazed at her fondly. "Isn't that grand to see? She's ready for her grub again." And if she hadn't got her tongue round the elastic, that lot would have gone right down and killed her. I really don't think it would, you know. It's amazing what ruminants can carry around in their stomachs. I once found a bicycle tire inside a cow when I was operating for something else. The tire didn't seem to be bothering her in the least. "I see." Mr. Kirby rubbed his chin. "So Dorothy might have wandered around with them drawers inside her for years." "Well, it's possible. You'd never have known what became of them." "By God, that's right," Mr. Kirby said, and for a moment I thought he was going to start giggling again, but he mastered himself and seized my arm. "But I don't know what I'm keeping you out here for, lad. You must come in and have a bit of Christmas cake." Inside the tiny living room of the cottage I was ushered to the best chair by the fireside, where 2 rough logs blazed and crackled. "Bring cake out for Mr. Herriot, mother," the farmer cried as he rummaged in the pantry. He reappeared with a bottle of whisky at the same time as his wife bustled in carrying a cake, thickly laid with icing and ornamented with coloured spangles, toboggans, and reindeers. Mr. Kirby unscrewed the stopper. "You know, Mother, we're lucky to have such men as this to come out on a Christmas morning to help us." "Aye, we are that." The old lady cut a thick slice of the cake and placed it on a plate by the side of an enormous wedge of Wensleydale cheese. Her husband, meanwhile, was pouring my drink. Yorkshiremen are amateurs with whisky, and there was something delightfully untutored in the way he was sloshing it into the glass, as if it was lemonade. He would have filled it to the brim if I hadn't stopped him. Drink in hand, cake on knee, I looked across at the farmer and his wife, who were sitting in upright kitchen chairs watching me with quiet benevolence. The 2 faces had something in common, a kind of beauty. You would find faces like that only in the country. Deeply wrinkled and weathered, clear-eyed, alight with a cheerful serenity. I raised my glass. "A happy Christmas to you both." The old couple nodded and replied smilingly. "And the same to you, Mr. Herriot." "Aye, and thanks again, lad," said Mr. Kirby. "We're right grateful to you for running out here to save our Dorothy. We've maybe mucked up your day for you, but it would have mucked up ours if we'd lost the old lass, wouldn't it, Mother?" "Don't worry, you haven't spoiled anything for me," I said. "In fact, you've made me realise again that it really is Christmas." And as I looked round the little room with the decorations hanging from the low beam ceiling, I could feel the emotions of last night surging slowly back, a warmth creeping through me that had nothing to do with the whisky. I took a bite of the cake and followed it with a moist slice of cheese. When I had first come to Yorkshire, I had been aghast when offered this unheard-of combination. But time had brought wisdom, and I had discovered that the mixture, when chewed boldly together, was exquisite. And, strangely, I had also found that there was nothing more suitable for washing it finally over the tonsils than a draught of raw whisky. "You don't mind Wireless, Mr. Herriot?" Mrs. Kirby asked. "We always like to have it on Christmas morning to hear towed hymns. I'll turn it off if you like." "No, please leave it. It sounds grand." I turned to look at the old radio with its chipped wooden veneer, the ornate scrollwork over the worn fabric. It must have been one of the earliest models, and it gave off a tinny sound, but the singing of the church choir was none the less sweet. "Hark the herald angels sing," flooding the little room, mingling with the stutter of the logs and the soft voices of the old people. They showed me a picture of their son, who was a policeman over in Hulton, and their daughter, who was married to a neighbouring farmer. They were bringing their grandchildren up for Christmas dinner, as they always did, and Mrs. Kirby opened a box and ran a hand over the long row of crackers. The choir started on Once in Royal David City. I finished my whisky, and put up only feeble resistance as the farmer plied the bottle again.
Through the small window I could see the bright berries of a holly tree pushing through their covering of snow. It was really a shame to have to leave here, and it was sadly that I drained my glass for the second time and scooped up the last crumbs of cake and icing from my plate. Mr. Kirby came out with me, and at the gate of the cottage he stopped and held out his hand. "Thank you, lad. I'm right grateful," he said, "and all the very best to you." For a moment the rough, dry palm rasped against mine. Then I was in the car, starting the engine. I looked at my watch. It was still only 9:30, but the first early sunshine was sparkling from a sky of palest blue. Beyond the village the road climbed steeply, then curved around the rim of the valley in a wide arc. And it was here that you came suddenly upon the whole great expanse of the plain of York, spread out almost at your feet. I always slowed down here, and there was always something different to see, but today the vast checkerboard of fields and farms and woods stood out with a clarity I had never seen before. Maybe it was because this was a holiday, and down there no factory chimney smoked, no lorries belched fumes, but the distance was magically foreshortened in the clear, frosty air, and I felt I could reach out and touch the familiar landmarks far below. I looked back at the enormous white billows and folds of the fells, crowding close, one upon another into the blue distance, every crevice uncannily defined, the highest summits glittering where the sun touched them. I could see the village with the Kirby's cottage at the end. I had found Christmas, and peace, and goodwill, and everything back there. Farmers, they were the salt of the earth. Chapter 17. Marmaduke Skelton was an object of interest to me long before our paths crossed. For one thing, I hadn't thought people were ever called Marmaduke outside of books, and for another, he was a particularly well-known member of the honourable profession of unqualified animal doctors. Before the Veterinary Surgeons Act of 1948, anybody who fancied his chance at it could dabble in the treatment of animal disease. Veterinary students could quite legally be sent out to cases while they were seeing practice. Certain members of the lay public did a bit of veterinary work as a sideline, while others did it as a full-time job. These last were usually called quacks. The disparaging nature of the term was often unjust, because though some of them were a menace to the animal population, others were dedicated men who did their job with responsibility and humanity, and, after the Act, were brought into the profession's fold as veterinary practitioners. But long before all this, there were all sorts and types among them. The one I knew best was Arthur Lumley, a charming little ex-plumber who ran a thriving small animal practice in Broughton, much to the chagrin of Mr. Angus Greer, MRCVS. Arthur used to drive around in a small van. He always wore a white coat and looked very clinical and efficient, and on the side of his van, in foot-high letters, which would have got a qualified man a severe dressing down from the Royal College, was the legend, Arthur Lumley, MKC, Canine and Feline Specialist. The lack of letters after their name was the one thing which differentiated these men from qualified vets in the eyes of the general public, and I was interested to see that Arthur did have an academic attainment. However, the degree of MKC was unfamiliar to me, and he was somewhat cagey when I asked him about it. I did find out eventually what it stood for: Member of the Kennel Club. Marmaduke Skelton was of a vastly different breed. I had been working long enough round the Scarborough district to become familiar with some of the local history, and it seemed that when Mr. and Mrs. Skelton were producing a family in the early 1900s, they must have thought their offspring were destined for great things. They named their 4 sons Marmaduke, Sebastian, Cornelius, and, incredibly, Alonzo. The 2 middle brothers drove lorries for the Express Dairy, and Alonzo was a small farmer. One of my vivid memories is the shock of surprise when I was filling up the forms after his tuberculin test, and I asked him for his first name. The exotic appellation pronounced in gruff Yorkshire was so incongruous that I thought he was pulling my leg. In fact, I was going to make a light comment, but something in his eye prompted me to leave it alone. Marmaduke, or Duke as he was invariably called, was the colourful member of the family. I had heard a lot about him on my visits to Scarborough farms. He was a right good hand at carving, foaling, and lambing, and as good as any veterinary in the diagnosis and treatment of animals' ailments. He was also an expert castrator, docker, and pig killer. He made a nice living at his trade, and of course in Ewan Ross he had the ideal professional opposition. A veterinary surgeon who worked only when he felt like it, and who didn't bother to go to a case unless he was in the mood. Much as the farmers liked, and in many cases revered Ewan, they were often forced to fall back on Duke's services. If Duke had confined his activities to treating his patients, I don't think Ewan would ever have spared him a thought. But Skelton liked to enliven his farm visits with sneers about the old Scotch vet, who had never been much good anyway, and was definitely getting past it now. Maybe even that didn't get very far under Ewan's skin, but at the mention of his rival's name his mouth would harden a little, and a ruminative expression creep into the blue eyes. And it wasn't easy to like Duke. There were the tales you heard about his savage brawls, and about how he knocked his wife and children around when the mood was on him. I didn't find his appearance engaging either when I first saw him swaggering across Scarborough Marketplace. A black bull of a man, a shaggy Heathcliff with fierce, darting eyes, and the hint of braggadocio in the bright red handkerchief tied round his neck. But on this particular afternoon I wasn't thinking about Duke Skelton. In fact, I wasn't thinking about anything much as I sprawled in a chair by the Rosses' fireside. I had just finished one of Ginny's lunches, something with the unassuming name of fish pie, but in truth, a magical concoction in which the humble haddock was elevated to unimagined heights by the admixture of potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, macaroni, and things only Ginny knew. Then the apple crumble, and the chair close to the fire with the heat from the flames beating on my face. The thoughts I had were slumberous ones, that this house and the people in it had come to have a magnetic attraction for me. That if this had been a big, successful practice, the phone would have been dinging and Ewan would be struggling into his coat as he chewed his last bite. And an unworthy thought as I glanced through the window at the white garden and the snow-burdened trees. That if I didn't hurry back to Darrowby, Siegfried might do double the work and finish the lot before I got home. Playing with the soothing picture of the muffled figure of my boss battling round the farms, I watched Ginny placing a coffee cup by her husband's elbow. Ewan smiled up into her face, and just then the phone rang. Like most vets, I am bell-happy, and I jumped, but Ewan didn't. He began quietly to sip his coffee as Ginny picked up the receiver, and he didn't change expression when his wife came over and said, "It's Tommy Thwaite. One of his cows has put its calf bed out." These dread tidings would have had me leaping round the room, but Ewan took a long swallow at his coffee before replying, "Thank you, dear. Will you tell him I'll have a look at her shortly?" He turned to me and began to tell me something funny which had happened to him that morning, and when he finished he went into his characteristic laugh, showing nothing apart from a vibration of the shoulders and a slight popping of the eyes. Then he relaxed in his chair and recommenced his leisurely sipping. Though it wasn't my case, my feet were itching. A bovine prolapsed uterus was not only an urgent condition, but it held such grim promise of hard labour that I could never get it over quickly enough. Some were worse than others, and I was always in a hurry to find out what was in store. Ewan, however, appeared to be totally incurious. In fact, he closed his eyes, and I thought for a moment he was settling down for a postprandial nap. But it was only a gesture of resignation at the wrecking of his afternoon's repose, and he gave a final stretch and got up. "Want to come with me, Jim?" he asked in his soft voice. I hesitated for a moment, then, callously abandoning Siegfried to his fate, I nodded eagerly and followed Ewan into the kitchen. He sat down and pulled on a pair of thick woolen oversocks which Ginny had been warming by the stove. Then he put on his Wellingtons, a short overcoat, yellow gloves, and a check cap. As he strolled along the narrow track which had been dug through the garden snow, he looked extraordinarily youthful and debonair. He didn't go into his dispensary this time, and I wondered what equipment he would use, thinking at the same time of Siegfried's words, "Ewan has his own way of doing everything." At the farm, Mr. Thwaite trotted over to meet us. He was understandably agitated, but there was something else. A nervous rubbing of the hands, an uneasy giggle as he watched my colleague opening the car boot. "Mr. Ross," he blurted out at last, "I don't want you to be upset, but I've something to tell you." He paused for a moment. "Duke Skelton's in there with me cow." Ewan's expression did not flicker. "All right. Then you won't need me. He closed the boot, opened the door, and got back into the car. Hey, I didn't mean you to go away. Mr. Thwaite ran round and cried through the glass. Duke just happened to be at village, and he said he'd help me out. Fine, Ewan said, winding down the window. I don't mind in the least. I'm sure he'll do a good job for you. The farmer screwed up his face in misery. But you don't understand. He's been in there for about an hour and a half, and he's no further forward. He's not doing a bit of good, and he's about buggered and all. I want you to take over, Mr. Ross. No, I'm sorry. Ewan gave him a level stare. I couldn't possibly interfere. You know how it is, Tommy. He's begun the job. I've got to let him finish. He started the engine. No, don't go! Shouted Mr. Thwaite, beating the car roof with his hands. Duke's whacked, I tell you. If you drive away now, I'm going to lose one of my best cows. You've got to help me, Mr. Ross. He seemed on the verge of tears. My colleague looked at him thoughtfully as the engine purred. Then he bent forward and turned off the ignition. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll go in there and see what he says. If he wants me to help, then I will. I followed him into the byre, and as we paused just inside the door, Duke Skelton looked up from his work. He had been standing head down, one hand resting on the rump of a massive cow, his mouth hanging open, his great barrel chest heaving. The thick hair over his shoulders and ribs was matted with blood from the huge, averted uterus which dangled behind the animal. Blood and filth streaked his face and covered his arms, and as he stared at us from under his shaggy brows, he looked like something from the jungle. Well now, Mr. Skelton, Ewan murmured conversationally. How are you getting on? Duke gave him a quick, malevolent glance. I'm doing all right. The words rumbled from deep down through his gaping lips. Mr. Thwaite stepped forward, smiling ingratiatingly. Come on, Duke. You've done your best. I think you should let Mr. Ross give you a hand now. Or I don't. The big man's jaw jutted suddenly. If I was looking for help, I wouldn't want him. He turned away and seized the uterus. Hoisting it in his arms, he began to push at it with fierce concentration. Mr. Thwaite turned to us with an expression of despair and opened his mouth to lament again, but Ewan silenced him with a raised hand, pulling a milking stool from a corner and squatted down comfortably against the wall. Unhurriedly he produced his little pouch and one-handed began to make a cigarette. As he licked the paper, screwed up the end and applied a match, he gazed with blank eyes at the sweating, struggling figure a few feet from him. Duke had got the uterus about halfway back. Grunting and gasping, legs straddled, he had worked the engorged mass inch by inch inside the vulva, till he had just about enough cradled in his arms for one last push. And as he stood there, taking a breather with the great muscles of his shoulders and arms rigid, his immense strength was formidably displayed. But he wasn't as strong as that cow. No man is as strong as a cow, and this cow was one of the biggest I'd ever seen, with a back like a tabletop and rolls of fat round her tailhead. I had been in this position myself, and I knew what was coming next. I didn't have to wait long. Duke took a long, wheezing breath and made his assault, heaving desperately, pushing with arms and chest, and for a second or two he seemed to be winning as the mass disappeared steadily inside. Then the cow gave an almost casual strain, and the whole thing welled out again till it hung down, bumping against the animal's hocks. As Duke almost collapsed against her pelvis in the same attitude as when we first came in, I felt pity for the man. I found him uncharming, but I felt for him. That could easily have been me standing there, my jacket and shirt hanging on that nail, my strength ebbing, my sweat mingling with the blood. No man could do what he was trying to do. You could push back a calf bed with the aid of an epidural anesthetic to stop the straining, or you could sling the animal up to a beam with a block and tackle. You couldn't just stand there and do it from scratch, as this chap was trying to do. I was surprised Duke hadn't learned that with all his experience. But apparently it still hadn't dawned on him even now, because he was going through all the motions of having another go. This time he got even further, a few more inches inside before the cow popped it out again. The animal appeared to have a sporting streak, because there was something premeditated about the way she played her victim along before timing her thrust at the very last moment. Apart from that, she seemed somewhat bored by the whole business. In fact, with the possible exception of Ewan, she was the calmest among us. Duke was trying again. As he bent over wearily and picked up the gory organ, I wondered how often he had done this since he arrived nearly 2 hours ago. He had guts, there was no doubt, but the end was near. There was a frantic urgency about his movements, as though he knew himself it was his last throw. And as he yet again neared his goal, his grunts changed to an agonized whimpering, an almost tearful sound, as though he were appealing to the recalcitrant mass, beseeching it to go away inside and stay away, just this once. And when the inevitable happened, and the poor fellow, panting and shaking, surveyed once more the ruin of his hopes, I had the feeling that somebody had to do something. Mr. Thwaite did it. "You've had enough, Duke," he said. "For God's sake, come in the house and get cleaned up. Missus will give you a bit of dinner, and while you're having it, Mr. Ross will see what he can do." The big man, arms hanging limp by his sides, chest heaving, stared at the farmer for a few seconds, then he turned abruptly and snatched his clothes from the wall. "All right," he said, and began to walk slowly towards the door. He stopped opposite Ewan, but didn't look at him. "But I tell you something, Mr. Thwaite. If I can't put that calf bed back, this our bugger never will." Ewan drew on his cigarette and peered at him impassively. He didn't follow him with his eyes as he left the byre, but leant back against the wall, puffed out a thin plume of smoke, and watched it rise and disappear among the shadows in the roof. Mr. Thwaite was soon back. "Now, Mr. Ross," he said a little breathlessly, "I'm sorry about you having to wait, but we can get on now. I expect you'll be needing some fresh hot water, and is there anything else you want?" Ewan dropped his cigarette on the cobbles and ground it with his foot. "Yes, you can bring me a pound of sugar." "What's that?" "A pound of sugar." "A pound of, Right, I'll get it." In no time at all, the farmer returned with an unopened paper bag. Ewan split the top with his finger, walked over to the cow, and began to dust the sugar all over the uterus. Then he turned to Mr. Thwaite again. "And I'll want a pig stool, too. I expect you have one." "Oh, we have one, but what the youngman—" Ewan cocked a gentle eye at him. "Bring it in, then. It's time we got this job done." As the farmer disappeared at a stiff gallop, I went over to my colleague. "What's going on, Ewan? What the devil are you chucking that sugar about for?" "Oh, it draws the serum out of the uterus. You can't beat it when the thing's engorged like that." "It does?" I glanced unbelievingly at the bloated organ. "And aren't you going to give her an epidural and some pituitary and a calcium injection?" "Oh, no," Ewan replied with his slow smile. "I never bothered about those things." I didn't get the chance to ask him what he wanted with a pig stool, because just then Mr. Thwaite trotted in with one under his arm. Most farms used to have them. They were often called creels, and the sides of bacon were laid on them at pig-killing time. This was a typical specimen, like a long, low table with 4 short legs and a slatted concave top. Ewan took hold of it and pushed it carefully under the cow, just in front of the udder, while I stared at it through narrowed eyes. I was getting out of my depth. Ewan then walked unhurriedly out to his car and returned with a length of rope and 2 objects wrapped in the inevitable brown paper. As he draped the rope over the partition, pulled on a rubber parturition gown and began to open the parcels, I realized I was once again watching Ewan setting out his stall. From the first parcel he produced what looked like a beer tray, but which I decided couldn't possibly be. But when he said, "Here, hold this a minute, Jim," and I read the emblazoned gold scroll, "John Smith's Magnet Pale Ale," I had to change my mind. It was a beer tray. He began to unfold the bound paper from the other object, and my brain reeled a little as he fished out an empty whiskey bottle and placed it on the tray. Standing there with my strange burden, I felt like a stooge in a conjuring act, and I wouldn't have been a bit surprised if my colleague had not produced a live rabbit next. But all he did was to fill the whiskey bottle from some of the clean hot water from the bucket. Next, he looped the rope round the cow's horns, passed it round the body a couple of times, then leant back and pulled. Without protest, the big animal collapsed gently on top of the pig stool and lay there with her rear end stuck high in the air. "Right, now we can start," Ewan murmured. And as I threw down my jacket and began to tear off my tie, he turned to me in surprise. "Here, what do you think you're doing?" "Well, I'm going to give you a hand, of course." One corner of his mouth twitched upwards. "It's kind of you, Jim, but there's no need to get stripped off." This will only take a minute. I just want you and Mr. Thwaite to keep the thing level for me." He gently hoisted the organ, which to my fevered imagination had shrunk visibly since the sugar, onto the beer tray and gave the farmer and me an end each to hold. Then he pushed the uterus back. He did literally only take a minute, or not much more. Without effort, without breaking sweat or exerting visible pressure, he returned that vast mass to where it belonged, while the cow, unable to strain or do a thing about it, just lay there with an aggrieved expression on her face. Then he took his whiskey bottle, passed it carefully into the vagina, and disappeared up to arm's length, where he began to move his shoulder vigorously. "What the hell are you doing now?" I whispered agitatedly into his ear from my position at the end of the beer tray. "I'm rotating each horn to get it back into place, and pouring a little hot water from the bottle into the ends of the horns to make sure they're completely involuted." "Oh, I see." I watched as he removed the bottle, soaked his arms in the bucket, and began to take off his overall. "But, aren't you going to stitch it in?" I blurted out. Ewan shook his head. "No, Jim. If you put it back properly, it never comes out again." He was drying his hands when the bar door opened and Duke Skelton slouched in. He was washed and dressed with his red handkerchief knotted round his neck, and he glared, fierce-eyed, at the cow, which, tidied up and unperturbed, looked now just like all the other cows in the row. His lips moved once or twice before he finally found his voice. "It's all right for some people," he snarled. "Some people with their bloody fancy injections and instruments. It's bloody easy that way, isn't it?" Then he swung round and was gone. As I heard his heavy boots clattering across the yard, it struck me that his words were singularly inapt. What was there even remotely fancy about a pig stool, a pound of sugar, a whiskey bottle, and a beer tray? Chapter 18. I work for cats. That was how Mrs. Bond introduced herself on my first visit, gripping my hand firmly and thrusting out her jaw defiantly, as though challenging me to make something of it. She was a big woman with a strong, high cheekboned face and a commanding presence, and I wouldn't have argued with her anyway. So I nodded gravely, as though I fully understood and agreed, and allowed her to lead me into the house. I saw at once what she meant. The big kitchen living room had been completely given over to cats. There were cats on the sofas and chairs, and spilling in cascades onto the floor. Cats sitting in rows along the windowsills, and right in the middle of it all, little Mr. Bond, pallid, wispy-moustached in his shirt-sleeves, reading a newspaper. It was a scene that was going to become very familiar. A lot of cats were obviously uncastrated toms because the atmosphere was vibrant with their distinctive smell, a fierce pungency which overwhelmed even the sickly wisps from the big saucepans of nameless cat food bubbling on the stove. And Mr. Bond was always there, always in his shirt-sleeves and reading his paper, a lonely little island in a sea of cats. I had heard of the Bonds, of course. They were Londoners who, for some obscure reason, had picked on North Yorkshire for their retirement. People said they had a bit of brass, and they had bought an old house on the outskirts of Darrowby, where they kept themselves to themselves, and the cats. I had heard that Mrs. Bond was in the habit of taking in strays and feeding them, and giving them a home if they wanted it. And this had predisposed me in her favour, because in my experience the unfortunate feline species seemed to be fair game for every kind of cruelty and neglect. They shot cats, threw things at them, starved them, and set their dogs on them for fun. It was good to see somebody taking their side. My patient on this first visit was no more than a big kitten, a terrified little blob of black and white crouching in a corner. "He's one of the outside cats," Mrs. Bond boomed. "Outside cats?" "Yes. All these you see here are the inside cats. The others are the really wild ones who simply refuse to enter the house. I feed them, of course, but the only time they come indoors is when they're ill." "I see. I've had frightful trouble catching this one. I'm worried about his eyes. There seems to be a skin growing over them, and I do hope you can do something for him. His name, by the way, is Alfred." "Alfred? Ah, yes, quite." I advanced cautiously on the little half-grown animal, and was greeted by a waving set of claws and a series of open-mouthed spittings. He was trapped in his corner, or else he would have been off with the speed of light. Examining him was going to be a problem. I turned to Mrs. Bond.
Could you let me have a sheet of some kind? An old ironing sheet would do. I'm going to have to wrap him up. Wrap him up? Mrs. Bond looked very doubtful, but she disappeared into another room and returned with a tattered sheet of cotton which looked just right. I cleared the table of an amazing variety of cat-feeding dishes, cat books, cat medicines, and spread out the sheet. Then I approached my patient again. You can't be in a hurry in a situation like this, and it took me perhaps 5 minutes of wheedling and puss-pussing while I brought my hand nearer and nearer. When I got as far as being able to stroke his cheek, I made a quick grab at the scruff of his neck, and finally bore Alfred, protesting bitterly and lashing out in all directions, over to the table. There, still holding tightly to his scruff, I laid him on the sheet and started the wrapping operation. This is something which has to be done quite often with obstreperous felines, and although I say it, I am rather good at it. The idea is to make a neat, tight roll, leaving the relevant piece of cat exposed. It may be an injured paw, perhaps the tail, and in this case, of course, the head. I think it was the beginning of Mrs. Bond's unquestioning faith in me when she saw me quickly enveloping that cat, till all you could see of him was a small black and white head protruding from an immovable cocoon of cloth. He and I were now facing each other more or less eyeball to eyeball, and Alfred couldn't do a thing about it. As I say, I rather pride myself on this little expertise, and even today my veterinary colleagues have been known to remark, "Old Herriot may be limited in many respects, but by God he can wrap a cat." As it turned out, there wasn't a skin growing over Alfred's eyes. There never is. He's got a paralysis of the third eyelid, Mrs. Bond. Animals have this membrane which flicks across the eye to protect it. In this case, it hasn't gone back, probably because the cat is in low condition. Maybe he had a touch of cat flu or something else which has weakened him. I'll give him an injection of vitamins and leave you some powder to put in his food if you could keep him in for a few days. I think he'll be all right in a week or two. The injection presented no problems, with Alfred furious but helpless inside his sheet, and I had come to the end of my first visit to Mrs. Bond's. It was the first of many. The lady and I established an immediate rapport, which was strengthened by the fact that I was always prepared to spend time over her assorted charges, crawling on my stomach under piles of logs in the outhouses to reach the outside cats, coaxing them down from trees, stalking them endlessly through the shrubbery. But from my point of view, it was rewarding in many ways. For instance, there was the diversity of names she had for her cats. True to her London upbringing, she had named many of the Toms after the great Arsenal team of those days. There was Eddie Hapgood, Cliff Bastin, Ted Drake, Wilf Copping. But she did slip up in one case, because Alex James had kittens 3 times a year with unfailing regularity. Then there was her way of calling them home. The first time I saw her at this was on a still summer evening. The 2 cats she wanted me to see were out in the garden somewhere, and I walked with her to the back door, where she halted, clasped her hands across her bosom, closed her eyes, and gave tongue in a mellifluous contralto. "Bates, Bates, Bates, Bates." She actually sang out the words in a reverent monotone, except for a delightful little lilt on the Bates. Then once more she inflated her ample ribcage like an operatic prima donna, and out it came again, delivered with the utmost feeling. "Bates, Bates, Bates, Bates." Anyway, it worked, because Bates the cat came trotting from behind a clump of laurel. There remained the other patient, and I watched Mrs. Bond with interest. She took up the same stance, breathed in, closed her eyes, composed her features into a sweet half-smile, and started again. 7 times 3, 7 times 3, 7 times 3. It was set to the same melody as Bates, with the same dulcet rise and fall at the end. She didn't get the quick response this time, though, and had to go through the performance again and again, and as the notes lingered on the still evening air, the effect was startlingly like a muezzin calling the faithful to prayer. At length she was successful, and a fat tortoiseshell slunk apologetically along the wall-side into the house. "By the way, Mrs. Bond," I asked, making my voice casual, "I didn't quite catch the name of that last cat." "Oh, 7 times 3. She smiled reminiscently. "Yes, she is a dear. She's had 3 kittens 7 times running, you see, so I thought it a rather good name for her. Don't you?" "Oh, yes, I do indeed. Splendid name, splendid." Another thing which warmed me towards Mrs. Bond was her concern for my safety. I appreciated this because it is a rare trait among animal owners.
I could think of the trainer after one of his racehorses had kicked me clean out of a loose box, examining the animal anxiously to see if it had damaged his foot, and the little old lady, dwarfed by the bristling, teeth-bared Alsatian, saying, "You'll be gentle with him, won't you, and I hope you won't hurt him. He's very nervous." The farmer, after an exhausting carving, which I feel certain has knocked about 2 years off my life expectancy, grunting morosely, "I doubt you've tired that cow out, young man." Mrs. Bond was different. She used to meet me at the door with an enormous pair of gauntlets to protect my hands against scratches, and it was an inexpressible relief to find that somebody cared. It became part of the pattern of my life, walking up the garden path among the innumerable slinking, wild-eyed little creatures which were the outside cats, the ceremonial acceptance of the gloves at the door, then the entry into the charged atmosphere of the kitchen, with little Mr. Bond and his newspaper just visible among the milling, furry bodies of the inside cats. I was never able to ascertain Mr. Bond's attitude to cats. Come to think of it, he hardly ever said anything, but I had the impression he could take them or leave them. The gauntlets were a big help, and at times they were a veritable godsend, as in the case of Boris. Boris was an enormous blue-black member of the outside cats, and my bête noire in more senses than one. I always cherished the private conviction that he'd escaped from a zoo. I had never seen a domestic cat with such sleek, writhing muscles, such dedicated ferocity. I'm sure there was a bit of puma in Boris somewhere. It had been a sad day for the cat colony when he turned up. I always found it difficult to dislike any animal. Most of the ones which try to do us a mischief are activated by fear, but Boris was different. He was a malevolent bully, and after his arrival the frequency of my visits increased because of his habit of regularly beating up his colleagues. I was forever stitching up tattered ears, dressing gnawed limbs. We had one trial of strength fairly early. Mrs. Bond wanted me to give him a worm dose, and I had the little tablet already held in forceps. How I ever got hold of him I don't quite know, but I hustled him onto the table and did my rapping act at lightning speed, swathing him in roll upon roll of stout material. Just for a few seconds I thought I had him as he stared up at me, his great brilliant eyes full of hate. But as I pushed my loaded forceps into his mouth, he clamped his teeth viciously down on them, and I could feel claws of amazing power tearing inside the sheet. It was all over in moments. A long leg shot out and ripped its way down my wrist. I let go my tight hold of the neck, and in a flash Boris sank his teeth through the gauntlet into the ball of my thumb and was away. I was left standing there stupidly, holding the fragmented worm tablet in a bleeding hand, and looking at the bunch of ribbons which had once been my wrapping sheet. From then on, Boris loathed the very sight of me, and the feeling was mutual. But this was one of the few clouds in a serene sky. I continued to enjoy my visits there, and life proceeded in a tranquil course, except perhaps for some leg-pulling from my colleagues. They could never understand my willingness to spend so much time over a lot of cats. And of course this fitted in with the general attitude, because Siegfried didn't believe in people keeping pets of any kind. He just couldn't understand their mentality and pronounced his views to anybody who cared to listen. He himself, of course, kept 5 dogs and 2 cats. The dogs, all of them, travelled everywhere with him in the car, and he fed dogs and cats every day with his own hands. Wouldn't allow anybody else to do the job. In the evening, all 7 animals would pile themselves round his feet as he sat in his chair by the fire. To this day, he is still as vehemently anti-pet as ever, though another generation of waving dogs' tails almost obscures him as he drives around, and he also has several cats, a few tanks of tropical fish, and a couple of snakes. Tristan saw me in action at Mrs. Bond's on only one occasion. I was collecting some long forceps from the instrument cupboard when he came into the room. "Anything interesting, Jim?" he asked. "No, not really. I'm just off to see one of the Bond cats. It's got a bone stuck between its teeth." The young man eyed me ruminatively for a moment. "Think I'll come with you. Haven't seen much small animal stuff lately." As we went down the garden of the cat establishment, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. One of the things which had built up my happy relationship with Mrs. Bond was my tender concern for her charges. Even with the wildest and the fiercest, I exhibited only gentleness, patience, and solicitude. It wasn't really an act, it came quite naturally to me. However, I couldn't help wondering what Tristan would think of my cat bedside manner. Mrs. Bond in the doorway had summed up the situation in a flash,
and had 2 pairs of gauntlets waiting. Tristan looked a little surprised as he received his pair, but thanked the lady with typical charm. He looked still more surprised when he entered the kitchen, sniffed the rich atmosphere, and surveyed the mass of furry creatures occupying almost every available inch of space. "Mr. Herriot, I'm afraid it's Boris who has the bone in his teeth," Mrs. Bond said. "Boris?" My stomach lurched. How on earth are we going to catch him? "Oh, I've been rather clever," she replied. "I've managed to entice him with some of his favourite food into a cat basket." Tristan put his hand on a big wicker cage on the table. "In here, is he?" he asked casually. He slipped back the catch and opened the lid. For something like a third of a second, the coiled creature within and Tristan regarded each other tensely. Then a sleek black body exploded silently from the basket past the young man's left ear onto the top of a tall cupboard. "Christ!" said Tristan. "What the hell was that?" "That," I said, "was Boris, and now we're going to have to get hold of him again." I climbed onto a chair, reached slowly onto the cupboard, and started "puss, puss, pussing" in my most beguiling tone. After about a minute, Tristan appeared to think he had a better idea. He made a sudden leap and grabbed Boris's tail, but only briefly, because the big cat freed himself in an instant and set off on a whirlwind circuit of the room, along the tops of cupboards and dressers, across the curtains, careering round and round like a wall of death rider. Tristan stationed himself at a strategic point, and as Boris shot past, swiped at him with one of the gauntlets. "Missed the bloody thing!" he shouted in chagrin. "But here he comes again! Take that, you black sod! Oh, damn it! I can't nail him!" The docile little inside cat, startled by the scattering of plates and tins and pans, and by Tristan's cries and arm-wavings, began to run around in their turn, knocking over whatever Boris had missed. The noise and confusion even got through to Mr. Bond, because just for a moment he raised his head and looked around him in mild surprise at the hurtling bodies before returning to his newspaper. Tristan, flushed with the excitement of the chase, had really begun to enjoy himself. I cringed inwardly as he shouted over to me happily, "Send him on, Jim! I'll get the bugger next time round." We never did catch Boris. We just had to leave the piece of bone to work its own way out. So it wasn't a successful veterinary visit. But Tristan, as we got back into the car, smiled contentedly. "That was great, Jim. I didn't realize you had so much fun with your pussies." Mrs. Bond, on the other hand, when I next saw her, was rather tight-lipped over the whole thing. "Mr. Herriot," she said, "I hope you aren't going to bring that young man with you again." Chapter 19. I always liked having a student with us. These young men had to see at least 6 months' practice on their way through college, and most of their vacations were spent going round with a vet. We, of course, had our own resident student in Tristan, but he was in a different category. I often envied him his remarkable brain, because he didn't have to be taught anything. He seemed to know things, to absorb knowledge without apparent effort, or indeed without showing interest. If you took Tristan to a case, he usually spent his time on the farm, sitting in a car, reading his Daily Mirror and smoking woodbines. There were all types among the others. Some from the country, some from the towns, some dull-witted, some bright. But as I say, I liked having them. For one thing, they were good company in the car. A big part of a country vet's life consists of solitary driving, and it was a relief to be able to talk to somebody. It was wonderful, too, to have a gate opener. Some of the outlying farms were approached through long, gated roads. One, which always struck terror into me, had 8 gates, and it's hard to convey the feeling of sheer luxury when somebody else leapt out and opened them. And there was another little pleasure, asking the students questions. My own days of studying and examinations were still fresh in my memory, and on top of that I had all the vast experience of nearly 3 years of practice. It gave me a feeling of power to drop casual little queries about the cases we saw, and watch the lads squirm as I had so recently squirmed myself. I suppose that even in those early days I was forming a pattern for later life. Unknown to myself, I was falling into the way of asking a series of my own pet questions, as all examiners are liable to do, and many years later I overheard one youngster asking another, "Has he grilled you on the causes of fits in calves yet?" "Don't worry, he will." That made me feel suddenly old. But there was compensation on another occasion when a newly qualified ex-student rushed up to me and offered to buy me all the beer I could drink. You know what the examiner asked me in the final oral? The causes of fits in calves. By God, I paralysed him. He had to beg me to stop talking. The students were useful in other ways. They ran and got things out of the car boot, they pulled a rope at carvings, they were skilled assistants at operations, they were a repository for my worries and doubts. It isn't too much to say that during their brief visits they revolutionised my life. So this Easter I waited on the platform of Darrowby Station with pleasant anticipation. This lad had been recommended by one of the ministry officials. A really first-class chap. Final year London, several times gold medalist. He's seen mixed and town practice and thought he ought to have a look at some of the real rural stuff. I said I'd give you a ring. His name is Richard Carmody. Veterinary students came in a variety of shapes and sizes, but there were a few features most of them had in common, and I already had a mental picture of an eager-faced lad in tweed jacket and rumpled slacks carrying a rucksack. He would probably jump onto the platform as soon as the train drew up. But this time there was no immediate sign of life, and a porter had begun to load a stack of egg boxes into the guard's van before one of the compartment doors opened and a tall figure descended in a leisurely manner. I was doubtful about his identity, but he seemed to place me on sight. He walked over, held out a hand, and surveyed me with a level gaze. Mr. Herriot? Yes, that's right. My name's Carmody. Oh, yes. Good. How are you? We shook hands, and I took in the fine check suit and tweedy hat, the shining brogues and pigskin case. This was a very superior student, in fact, a highly impressive young man. About a couple of years younger than myself, but with a mature air in the set of his broad shoulders, and the assurance on his strong, high-coloured face. I led him across the bridge out into the station yard. He didn't actually raise his eyebrows when he saw my car, but he shot a cold glance at the mud-spattered vehicle, at the cracked windscreen and smooth tyres. And when I opened the door for him, I thought for a moment he was going to wipe the seat before sitting down. At the surgery, I showed him round. I was only the assistant, but I was proud of our modest setup, and most people were impressed by their first sight of it. But Carmody said, in the little operating room. Yes, I see. In the dispensary, and quite at the instrument cupboard. In the stockroom he was more forthcoming. He reached out and touched the packet of our beloved androbine worm medicine for horses. Still using this stuff, eh? He said with a faint smile. He didn't go into any ecstasies, but he did show signs of approval when I took him out through the French windows into the long, high-walled garden, where the daffodils glowed among the unkempt tangle, and the wisteria climbed high over the old bricks of the tall Georgian house. In the cobbled yard at the foot of the garden he looked up at the rooks making their high din in the overhanging elms, and he gazed for a few moments through the trees to where you could see the bare ribs of the fells still showing the last white runnels of winter. "Charming," he murmured. "Charming." I was glad enough to see him to his lodgings that evening. I felt I needed time to readjust my thinking. When we started out next morning, I saw he had discarded his check suit, but was still very smart in a hacking jacket and flannels. "Haven't you any protective clothing?" I asked. "Well, I've got these." He indicated a spotless pair of Wellingtons in the back of the car. "Well, yes, but I mean an oilskin or a coat of some kind. Some of our jobs are pretty dirty." He smiled indulgently. "Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right. I've been around the farms before, you know." I shrugged my shoulders and left it at that. Our first visit was to a lame calf. The little animal was limping round its pen, holding up a foreleg and looking very woebegone. The knee was visibly swollen, and as I palpated it, there seemed to be a lumpiness in the fluid within, as if there might be a flocculus of pus among it. The temperature was 104. I looked up at the farmer. "This is joint ill. He's probably got an infection through his navel soon after birth, and it settled in his knee. We'll have to take care of him because his internal organs, such as the liver and lungs, can be affected. I'll give him an injection and leave you some tablets for him." I went out to the car, and when I came back, Carmody was bending over the car, feeling at the distended knee and inspecting the navel closely. I gave my injection, and we left. "You know," Carmody said as we drove out of the yard, "that wasn't joint ill." "Really?" I was a bit taken aback. I didn't mind students discussing the pros and cons of my diagnosis as long as they didn't do it in front of the farmer, but I had never had one tell me bluntly that I was wrong. I made a mental note to try to keep this fellow away from Siegfried. One remark like that, and Siegfried would hurl him unhesitatingly out of the car, big as he was. "How do you make that out, then?" I asked him. "Well, there was only the one joint involved, and the navel was perfectly dry. No pain or swelling there. I should say he just sprained that knee." "Well, you might be right, but wouldn't you say the temperature was a bit high for a sprain?" Carmody grunted and shook his head slightly. Apparently he had no doubts. A few gates cropped up in the course of our next batch of calls, and Carmody got out and opened them just like any ordinary being, except that he did it with a certain leisurely elegance. Watching his tall figure as he paced across, his head held high, the smart hat set at just the right angle, I had to admit again he had enormous presence. It was remarkable at his age. Shortly before lunch I saw a cow that the farmer had said on the phone might have TB. "She's gone down Nick ever since she calved, Governor. I doubt she's a screw, but you better have a look at her any road." As soon as I walked into the bar, I knew what the trouble was. I'd been blessed with an unusually sensitive nose, and the sickly sweet smell of ketone hit me right away. It has always afforded me a childish pleasure to be able to say suddenly in the middle of a tuberculin test, "There's a cow in here about 3 weeks calved that isn't doing very well." And I watched the farmer scratch his head and ask how I knew. I had another little triumph today. "Started going off a cake first, didn't she?" And the farmer nodded assent. "And the flesh has just melted off her since then?" "That's right. I've never seen a cow go down as quick." "Well, you can stop worrying, Mr. Smith. She hasn't got TB. She's got slow fever, and we'll be able to put her right for you." Slow fever is the local term for acetonemia, and the farmer smiled in relief. "Damn, I'm glad. I thought she was dog meat. I nearly rang Mal up this morning." I couldn't reach for the steroids which we used today, but I injected 6 ounces of glucose and 100 units of insulin intravenously. It was one of my pet remedies and might make modern vets laugh, but it used to work. The cow, dead-eyed and gaunt, was too weak to struggle as the farmer held her nose. When I had finished, I ran my hand over the jutting bones, covered, it seemed, only by skin. "She'll soon fatten up now," I said, "but cut her down to once-a-day milking. That's half the battle, and if that doesn't work, stop milking her entirely for 2 or 3 days. "Yes, I reckon she's putting it in bucket instead of on her back." "That's it exactly, Mr. Smith." Carmody didn't seem to appreciate this interchange of homespun wisdom and fidgeted impatiently. I took my cue and headed for the car. "I'll see you in a couple of days," I cried as we drove away, and waved to Mrs. Smith, who was looking out from the farmhouse doorway. Carmody, however, raised his hat gravely and held it a few inches above his head till we'd left the yard, which was definitely better. I had noticed him doing that at every place we'd visited, and it looked so good that I was playing with the idea of starting to wear a hat so that I could try it too. I glanced sideways at my companion. Most of a morning's work done, I hadn't asked him any questions. I cleared my throat. "By the way, talking about that cow we've just seen, can you tell me something about the causes of acetonemia?" Carmody regarded me impassively. "As a matter of fact, I can't make up my mind which theory I endorse at the moment. Stevens maintains it is the incomplete oxidation of fatty acids, Schollemer leans towards liver intoxication, and Janssen implicates one of the centers of the autonomic nervous system. My own view is that if we could only pinpoint the exact cause of the production of diacetic acid and beta-oxybutyric acid in the metabolism, we'd be well on the way to understanding the problem. Don't you agree?" I closed my mouth, which had begun to hang open. "Oh, yes, I do indeed. It's that that old beta-oxy, yes. Yes, that's what it is, without a doubt." I slumped lower in my seat and decided not to ask Carmody any more questions. And as the stone walls flipped past the windows, I began to face up to the gradually filtering perception that this was a superior being next to me. It was depressing to ponder on the fact that not only was he big, good-looking, completely sure of himself, but brilliant as well. Also, I thought bitterly, he had every appearance of being rich. We rounded the corner of a lane and came up to a low huddle of stone buildings. It was the last call before lunch, and the gate into the yard was closed. "We might as well go through," I murmured. you mind?" The student heaved himself from the car, unlatched the gate, and began to bring it round. And he did it as he seemed to do everything, coolly, unhurriedly, with natural grace. As he passed the front of the car, I was studying him afresh, wondering again at his style, his massive composure, when apparently from nowhere, an evil-looking little black cur dog glided silently out, sank its teeth with dedicated venom into Carmody's left buttock, and slunk away. Not even the most monolithic dignity could survive being bitten deeply and without warning in the backside. Carmody screamed, leapt in the air, clutching his rear, then swarmed to the top of the gate with the agility of a monkey. Squatting on the top bar, his natty hat tipped over one eye, he glared about him wildly. "What the hell?" he yelled. "What the bloody hell?" "It's all right," I said, hurrying towards him and resisting the impulse to throw myself on the ground and roll about. "It was just a dog." "Dog? What dog? Where?" Carmody's cries took on a frantic note. "It's gone, disappeared. I only saw it for a couple of seconds, and indeed, as I looked around, it was difficult to believe that that flitting little black shadow had ever existed." Carmody took a bit of coaxing down from the top of the gate, and when he finally did reach ground level, he limped over and sat down in the car instead of seeing the case. And when I saw the tattered cloth on his bottom, I couldn't blame him for not risking a further attack. If it had been anybody else, I'd have told him to drop his pants so that I could slap on some iodine, but in this instance I somehow couldn't bring myself to do it. I left him sitting there. Chapter 20. When Carmody turned up for the afternoon round, he had completely recovered his poise. He had changed his flannels and adopted a somewhat lopsided sitting position in the car, but apart from that, the dog episode might never have happened. In fact, we had hardly got under way when he addressed me with a touch of arrogance. "Look, I'm not going to learn much just watching you do things. Do you think I could carry out injections and the like? I want actual experience with the animals themselves." I didn't answer for a moment, but stared ahead through the maze of fine cracks on the windscreen. I couldn't very well tell him that I was still trying to establish myself with the farmers, and that some of them had definite reservations about my capabilities. Then I turned to him. "Okay. I'll have to do the diagnosing, but whenever possible, you can carry on from there." He soon had his first taste of action. I decided that a litter of 10-week-old pigs might benefit from an injection of E. coli antiserum, and handed him the bottle and the syringe. And as he moved purposely among the little animals, I thought with gloomy satisfaction that though I may not be au fait with all the small print in the textbooks, I did no better than to chase pigs into the dirty end of the pen to catch them. Because with Carmody in close pursuit, the squealing creatures leapt from their straw bed and charged in a body towards a stagnant lake of urine against the far wall. And as the student grabbed at their hind legs, the pigs scrabbled among the filth, kicking it back over him in a steady shower. He did finally get them all injected, but at the end his smart outfit was liberally spattered, and I had to open the windows wide to tolerate his presence in the car. The next visit was to a big arable farm in the Low Country, and it was one of the few places where they had hung onto their horses. The long stables had several stalls in use, and the names of the horses on the walls above: Boxer, Captain, Bobby, Tommy, and the mares Bonnie and Daisy. It was Tommy, the old cart horse, we had to see, and his trouble was a stoppage. Tommy was an old friend of mine. He kept having mild bouts of colic with constipation, and I often wondered if he had a physalis lurking about in his bowels somewhere. Anyway, 6 grams of istin and a pint of water invariably restored him to normal health, and I began automatically to shake up the yellow powder in a drenching bottle. Meanwhile, the farmer and his man turned the horse round in his stall, ran a rope under his noseband, threw it over a beam in the stable roof, and pulled the head upwards. I handed the bottle to Carmody and stepped back. The student looked up and hesitated. Tommy was a big horse, and the head, pulled high, was far beyond reach. But the farm man pushed a ramshackle kitchen chair wordlessly forward, and Carmody mounted it and stood swaying precariously. I watched with interest. Horses are awkward things to drench at any time, and Tommy didn't like istin, even though it was good for him. On my last visit, I had noticed that he was becoming very clever at holding the bitter mixture at the back of his throat instead of swallowing it. I had managed to foil him by tapping him under his chin, just as he was toying with the idea of coughing it out, and he had gulped it down with an offended look. But it was more and more becoming a battle of wits. Carmody never really had a chance. He started off well enough by grasping the horse's tongue and thrusting the bottle past the teeth, but Tommy outwitted him effortlessly by inclining his head and allowing the liquid to flow from the far side of his mouth.
"It's coming out to the side, young man!"
the farmer cried with some asperity. The student gasped and tried to direct the flow down the throat, but Tommy had thumbed him up immediately as an amateur, and was now in complete command of the situation. By judicious rolling of the tongue and a series of little coughs and snorts, he kept ridding himself of most of the medicine, and I felt a pang of pity at the sight of Carmody weaving about on the creaking chair as the yellow fluid cascaded over his clothes. At the end, the farmer squinted into the empty bottle.
"Well, I reckon Toss got some of it,"
he muttered sourly. Carmody eyed him impassively for a moment, shook a few ounces of Istin solution from somewhere up his sleeve, and strode out of the stable. At the next farm, I was surprised to detect a vein of sadism in my make-up. The owner, a breeder of pedigree large white pigs, was exporting a sour brood, and it had to be injected to various tests, including a blood sample for brucellosis. Extracting a few cc's of blood from the ear vein of a struggling pig is a job which makes most vets shudder, and it was clearly a dirty trick to ask a student to do it. But the memory of his coldly confident request at the beginning of the afternoon seemed to have stilled my conscience. I handed him the syringe with scarcely a qualm. The pig man slipped the noose into the sow's mouth and drew it tight over the snout and behind the canine teeth. This common method of restraint isn't at all painful, but the sow was one of those who didn't like any form of mucking about. She was a huge animal. As soon as she felt the rope, she opened her mouth wide in a long-drawn, resentful scream. The volume of sound was incredible, and she kept it up effortlessly without any apparent need to draw breath. Conversation from then on was out of the question, and I watched in the appalling din as Carmody put an elastic tourniquet at the base of the sow's ear, swabbed the surface with spirit, and then poked with his needle at the small blood vessel. Nothing happened. He tried again, but the syringe remained obstinately empty. He had a few more attempts. Then, as I felt the top of my head was going to come loose, I wandered from the pen into the peace of the yard. I took a leisurely stroll round the outside of the piggery, pausing for a minute or two to look at the view at the far end, where the noise was comparatively faint. When I returned to the pen, the screaming hit me again like a pneumatic drill, and Carmody, sweating and slightly pop-eyed, looked up from the ear where he was still jabbing fruitlessly. It seemed to me that everybody had had enough. Using sign language, I indicated to the student that I'd like to have a go, and by a happy chance my first effort brought a dark welling of blood into the syringe. I waved to the pigman to remove the rope, and the moment he did so, the big sow switched off the noise magically, and began to nose quite unperturbed among the straw. Nothing very exciting at the next place. I kept the triumph out of my voice as we drove away. Just a bullock with a tumour on its jaw. But it's an interesting herd. All Galloways. And this group we're going to see have been wintered outside. They're the toughest animals in the district. Carmody nodded. Nothing I said seemed to rouse much enthusiasm in him. For myself, this herd of untamed black cattle always held a certain fascination. Contacts with them were always coloured by a degree of uncertainty. Sometimes you could catch them to examine them. Sometimes you couldn't. As we approached the farm, I could see a bunch of about 30 bullocks streaming down the scrubby hillside on our right. The farm men were driving them down through the scattered gorse bushes and the sparse group of trees to where the stone walls met in a rough V at the front. One of them waved to me. "We're going to try to get a rope on him down in the corner while he's among his mates. He's a wick bugger. You'd never get near him in field." After a lot of shouting and waving and running about, the bullocks were finally cornered and they stood in a tight, uneasy pack, their shaggy black poles bobbing among the steam rising from their bodies. "There he is! You can see the thing on his face!" A man pointed to a big beast about the middle of the bunch, and began to push his way towards him. My admiration for the Yorkshire farm worker rose another notch as I watched him squeezing between the plunging, kicking animals. "When I get the rope on his head, we'll all have to get to the end. One man'll ever hold him," he gasped as he fought his way forward. He was obviously an expert, because as soon as he got within reach, he dropped the halter onto the bullock's head with practised skill. "Right!" he shouted. "Give me a hand with him. We have him now." But as he spoke, the beast gave a great bellow and began to charge from the pack. The man cried out despairingly and disappeared among the hairy bodies. The rope whipped free out of reach of everybody, except Carmody. As the bullock shot past him, he grabbed the trailing rope with a reflex action and hung on. I watched, fascinated, as man and beast careered across the field. They were travelling away from me towards the far slope, the animal head down, legs pistoning, going like a racehorse, the student also at full speed but very upright, both hands on the rope in front of him, a picture of resolution. The men and I were helpless spectators, and we stood in a silent group as the beast turned left suddenly and disappeared behind a clump of low trees. It was gone for only a few moments, but it seemed a long time, and when it reappeared it was going faster than ever, hurtling over the turf like a black thunderbolt. Carmody, incredibly, was still there on the end of the rope, and still very upright, but his strides had increased to an impossible length, till he seemed to be touching the ground only every 20 feet or so. I marvelled at his tenacity, but obviously the end was near. He took a last few soaring, swooping steps, then he was down on his face, but he didn't let go. The bullock, going better than ever, had turned towards us now, dragging the inert form apparently without effort, and I winced as I saw it was heading straight for a long row of cowpats. It was when Carmody was skidding face down through the third heap of muck that I suddenly began to like him. And when he finally did have to release his hold and lay for a moment motionless on the grass, I hurried over to help him up. He thanked me briefly, then looked calmly across the field at a sight which is familiar to every veterinary surgeon, his patient thundering out of sight across the far horizon. The student was almost unrecognizable. His clothes and face were plastered with filth, except where the saffron streaks of the istin showed up like war paint. He smelt abominably. He had been bitten in the backside. Nothing had really gone right for him all day, yet he was curiously undefeated. I smiled to myself. It was no good judging this bloke by ordinary standards. I could recognize the seeds of greatness when I saw them. Carmody stayed with us for 2 weeks, and after that first day, I got on with him not so badly. Of course, it wasn't the same relationship as with other students. There was always a barrier of reserve. He spent a lot of time squinting down the practice microscope at blood films, skin scrapings, milk smears, and by the end of the day he had collected a fresh supply of samples from the cases he had seen. He would come and drink a polite beer with me after an evening's call, but there was none of the giggling over the day's events as with the other young lads. I had the feeling always that he would rather have been writing up his casebook and working out his findings. But I didn't mind. I found an interest in being in contact with a truly scientific mind. He was as far removed as he could be from the traditional studious swat. His was a cold, superior intellect, and there was something rewarding in watching him at work. I didn't see Carmody again for over 20 years. I picked out his name in the record when he qualified with top marks. Then he disappeared into the great world of research for a while to emerge with a PhD, and over the years he added a string of further degrees and qualifications. Every now and then an unintelligible article would appear in the professional journals under his name, and it became commonplace when reading the scientific papers to see references to what Dr. Carmody had said on the subject. When I finally did see him, he was the guest of honour at a professional banquet, an international celebrity heavy with honours. From where I was sitting at the far end of one of the side tables, I listened to his masterly speech with a feeling of inevitability. The wide grasp of his subject, the brilliant exposition. I had seen it all coming those many years ago. Afterwards, when we had left the tables, he moved among us, and I gazed with something like awe at the majestic figure approaching. Carmody had always been big, but with the tailcoat tight across the massive shoulders and the vast expanse of gleaming shirt front stretched over the curving abdomen, he was almost overpowering. As he passed, he stopped and looked at me. "It's Herriot, isn't it?" The handsome, high-coloured face still had that look of calm power. "Yes, it is. It's good to see you again." We shook hands. "And how is the practice at Darrowby?" "Oh, as usual," I replied. "Bit too busy at times. We could do with some help if you ever felt like it." Carmody nodded gravely. "I'd like that very much. It would be good for me." He was about to move on when he paused. Perhaps you'd let me know any time you want a pig bled? For a moment we looked into each other's eyes, and I saw a small flame flicker briefly in the frosty blue. Then he was gone. As I looked at the retreating back, a hand gripped my arm. It was Brian Miller, a happily obscure practitioner like myself. "Come on, Jim, I'll buy you a drink," he said. We went into the bar and ordered 2 beers. "That Carmody," Brian said. "The man's got a tremendous brain, but by God, he's a cold fish." I sipped at the beer and looked thoughtfully into my glass for a few seconds. "Oh, I don't know," I said. "He certainly gives that impression, but Carmody's all right." Chapter 21. The big room at Scaledale House was full. It seemed to me that this room, with its graceful alcoves, high carved ceiling and French windows, lay at the centre of our life in Darrowby. It was where Siegfried, Tristan and I gathered when the day's work was done, toasting our feet by the white wood fireplace with the glass-fronted cupboard on top, talking over the day's events. It was the heart of our bachelor existence, sitting there in a happy stupor, reading, listening to the radio, Tristan usually flipping effortlessly through the Daily Telegraph crossword. It was where Siegfried entertained his friends, and there was a constant stream of them, old and young, male and female. But tonight it was Tristan's turn, and the pack of young people with drinks in their hands were there at his invitation, and they wouldn't need much persuasion. Though just about the opposite of his brother in many ways, he had the same attractiveness which brought the friends running at the crook of a finger. The occasion was the daffodil ball at the Drovers' Arms, and we were dressed in our best. This was a different kind of function from the usual village institute hop, with the farm lads in their big boots and music from a scraping fiddle and piano. It was a proper dance, with a popular local band, Lenny Butterfield and his Hot Shots, and it was an annual affair to herald the arrival of spring. I watched Tristan dispensing the drinks. The bottles of whiskey, gin and sherry which Siegfried kept in the fireplace cupboard had taken some severe punishment, but Tristan himself had been abstemious. An occasional sip from a glass of light ale perhaps, but nothing more. Drinking to him meant the bulk intake of draught bitter. All else was mere vanity and folly. Dainty little glasses were anathema, and even now, when I see him at a party where everybody is holding small drinks, Tristan somehow contrives to have a pint in his hand. "Nice little gathering, Jim," he said, appearing at my elbow. "A few more blokes than girls, but that won't matter much." I eyed him coldly. I knew why there were extra men. It was so that Tristan wouldn't have to take the floor too often. It fitted in with his general dislike of squandering energy that he was an unenthusiastic dancer. He didn't mind walking the girl round the floor now and again during the evening, but he preferred to spend most of the time in the bar. So, in fact, did a lot of the Darrowby folk. When we arrived at the Drovers, the bar was congested, while only a dedicated few circled round the ballroom. But, as time went on, more and more couples ventured out, and by 10 o'clock the dance floor was truly packed. And I soon found I was enjoying myself. Tristan's friends were an effervescent bunch, likeable young men and attractive girls. I just couldn't help having a good time. Butterfield's famed band, in their short red jackets, added greatly to the general merriment. Lenny himself looked about 55, and indeed all 4 of the Hot Shots ensemble were rather elderly, but they made up for their grey hairs by sheer vivacity. Not that Lenny's hair was grey. It was dyed a determined black, and he thumped the piano with dynamic energy, beaming out at the company through his horn-rimmed glasses, occasionally bawling a chorus into the microphone by his side, announcing the dances, making throaty wisecracks. He gave value for money. There was no pairing off in our party, and I danced with all the girls in turn. At the peak of the evening, I was jockeying my way round the floor with Daphne, and the way she was constructed made it a rewarding experience. I never had been one for skinny women, but I suppose you could say that Daphne's development had strayed a little too far in the other direction. She wasn't fat, but lavishly endowed. Battling through the crush, colliding with exuberant neighbours, bouncing deliciously off Daphne with everybody singing as they danced, and the Hot Shots pouring out an insistent boom-boom beat, I felt I hadn't a care in the world. And then I saw Helen. She was dancing with the inevitable Richard Edmondson, his shining gold head floating above the company like an emblem of doom. And it was uncanny how, in an instant, my cosy little world disintegrated leaving a chill, gnawing emptiness. When the music stopped, I returned Daphne to her friends and went to find Tristan. The comfortable little bar in the Drovers was overflowing, and the temperature was like an oven. Through an almost impenetrable fog of cigarette smoke, I discerned my colleague on a high stool holding court with a group of perspiring revellers. Tristan himself looked cool and, as always, profoundly content. He drained his glass, smacked his lips gently as though it had been the best pint of bitter he'd ever tasted, and then, as he reached across the counter and courteously requested a refill, he spotted me struggling towards him. When I reached his stool, he laid an affable hand on my shoulder. "Ah, Jim, nice to see you. Splendid dance this, don't you think?" I didn't bring up the fact that I hadn't seen him on the floor yet, but making my voice casual, I mentioned that Helen was there. Tristan nodded benignly. "Yes, saw her come in. Why don't you go and dance with her?" "I can't do that. She's with a partner, young Edmondson." "Not at all." Tristan surveyed his fresh pint with a critical eye and took an exploratory sip. "She's with a party like us. No partner." "Well, how do you know that?" "I watched all the fellows hang their coats out while the girls went upstairs. No reason at all why you shouldn't have a dance with her." "Oh, I see." I hesitated for a few moments, then made my way back to the ballroom. But it wasn't as easy as that. I had to keep doing my duty with the girls in our group, and whenever I headed for Helen, she was whisked away by one of her men friends before I got near her. At times I fancied she was looking over at me, but I couldn't be sure. The only thing I knew for certain was that I wasn't enjoying myself any more. The magic and gaiety had gone, and I felt a rising misery at the thought that this was going to be another of my frustrating contacts with Helen, when all I could do was look at her hopelessly. Only this time was worse. I hadn't even spoken to her. I was almost relieved when the manager came and told me there was a call for me. I went to the phone and spoke to Mrs. Hall. There was a bitch in trouble, whelping, so I had to go. I looked at my watch. After midnight. So that was the end of the dance for me. I stood for a moment listening to the muffled thudding from the dance floor, then slowly pulled on my coat before going in to say goodbye to Tristan's friends. I exchanged a few words with them, waved, then turned back and pushed the swing door open. Helen was standing there, about a foot away from me. Her hand was on the door too. I didn't wonder whether she was going in or out, but stared dumbly into her smiling blue eyes. "Leaving already, Jim?" she said. Yes, I've got a call, I'm afraid." "Oh, what a shame. I hope it's nothing very serious." I opened my mouth to speak, but her dark beauty and the very nearness of her suddenly filled my world, and a wave of hopeless longing swept over and submerged me. I slid my hand a few inches down the door and gripped hers as a drowning man might, and wonderingly I felt her fingers come round and entwine themselves tightly in mine. And in an instant there was no band, no noise, no people, just the two of us standing very close in the doorway. "Come with me," I said. Helen's eyes were very large as she smiled that smile I knew so well. "I'll get my coat," she murmured. This wasn't really me, I thought, standing on the hall carpet watching Helen trotting quickly up the stairs, but I had to believe it as she reappeared on the landing pulling on her coat. Outside on the cobbles of the marketplace, my car too appeared to be taken by surprise because it roared into life at the first touch of the starter. I had to go back to the surgery for my whelping instruments, and in the silent, moonlit street we got out and opened the big white door to Scaledale House. And once in the passage, it was the most natural thing in the world to take her in my arms and kiss her gratefully and unhurriedly. I had waited a long time for this, and the minutes flowed past unnoticed as we stood there, our feet on the black and red 18th century tiles, our heads almost touching the vast picture of the Death of Nelson which dominated the entrance. We kissed again at the first bend of the passage under the companion picture of the meeting of Wellington and Blucher at Waterloo. We kissed at the second bend by the tall cupboard where Siegfried kept his riding coats and boots. We kissed in the dispensary in between searching for my instruments. Then we tried it out in the garden, and this was the best of all, with the flowers still expectant in the moonlight, and the fragrance of the moist earth and grass rising about us. I have never driven so slowly to a case. About 10 miles an hour, with Helen's head on my shoulder, and all the scents of spring drifting in through the open window. And it was like sailing from stormy seas into a sweet, safe harbour, like coming home. The light in the cottage window was the only one showing in the sleeping village, and when I knocked at the door, Bert Chapman answered. Bert was a council roadman. one of the breed for whom I felt an abiding affinity. The council men were my brethren of the roads. Like me, they spent most of their lives on the lonely byways around Darrowby, and I saw them most days of the week, repairing the tarmac, cutting back the grass verges in the summer, gritting and snow-ploughing in the winter. And when they spotted me driving past, they would grin cheerfully and wave as if the very sight of me had made their day. I don't know whether they were specially picked for good nature, but I don't think I have ever met a more equable body of men. One old farmer remarked sourly to me once, "There's no wonder the buggers are happy, they've got naught to do." An exaggeration, of course, but I knew how he felt. Compared with farming, every other job was easy. I had seen Bert Chapman just a day or two ago, sitting on a grassy bank, his shovel by his side, a vast sandwich in his hand. He had raised the corded forearm in salute, a broad smile bisecting his round, sun-reddened face. He had looked eternally carefree, but tonight his smile was strained. "I'm sorry to bother you this late, Mr. Herriot," he said as he ushered us into the house, "but I'm getting a bit worried about Susie. Her pups are due, and she's been making a bed for them and messing about all day, but now it's happened. I was going to leave her till morning, but about midnight she started panting like hell. I don't like the look of her." Susie was one of my regular patients. A big, burly master was always bringing her to the surgery, a little shamefaced at his solicitude, and when I saw him sitting in the waiting room looking strangely out of place among the ladies with their pets, he usually said, "Mrs. asked me to bring Susie," but it was a transparent excuse. "She's not but a little mongrel, but very faithful," Bert said, still apologetic, but I could understand how he felt about Susie, a shaggy little ragamuffin whose only wile was to put her paws on my knees and laugh up into my face with her tail lashing. I found her irresistible. But she was a very different character tonight. As we went into the living room of the cottage, the little animal crept from her basket, gave a single indeterminate wag of her tail, then stood miserably in the middle of the floor, her ribs heaving. As I bent to examine her, she turned a wide, panting mouth and anxious eyes up to me. I ran my hand over her abdomen. I don't think I have ever felt a more bloated little dog. She was as round as a football, absolutely bulging with pups, ready to pop, but nothing was happening. "And what do you think?" Bert's face was haggard under his sunburn, and he touched the dog's head briefly with a big, calloused hand. "I don't know yet, Bert," I said. "I'll have to have a feel inside. Bring me some hot water, will you?" I added some antiseptic to the water, soaked my hand, and with one finger carefully explored the vagina. There was a pup there, all right. My fingertip brushed across the nostrils, the tiny mouth and tongue, but he was jammed in that passage like a cork in a bottle. Squatting back on my heels, I turned to the Chapmans. "I'm afraid there's a big pup stuck fast. I have a feeling that if we could get rid of this chap, the others would come away. They'd probably be smaller." "Is there any way of shifting him, Mr. Herriot?" Bert asked. I paused for a moment. "I'm going to put forceps on his head and see if he'll move. I don't like using forceps, but I'm going to have one careful try, and if it doesn't work, I'll have to take her back to the surgery for a cesarean." "An operation?" Bert said hollowly. He gulped and glanced fearfully at his wife. Like many big men, he had married a tiny woman, and at this moment Mrs. Chapman looked even smaller than her 4 foot 11 inches, as she huddled in her chair and stared at me with wide eyes. "Oh, I wish we'd never had her mated," she wailed, wringing her hands. "I told Bert 5 years old was too late for her first litter, but he wouldn't listen, and now we're maybe going to lose her." I hastened to reassure her. "No, she isn't too old, and everything may be all right. Just let's see how we get on, eh?" I boiled the instrument for a few minutes on the stove, then knelt behind my patient again. I poised the forceps for a moment, and at a flash of steel a grey tinge crept under Bert's sunburn, and his wife coiled herself into a ball in a chair. Obviously they were non-starters as assistants, so Helen held Susie's head while I once more reached in towards the pup. There was desperately little room, but I managed to direct the forceps along my finger till they touched the nose. Then, very gingerly, I opened the jaws and pushed them forward with the very gentlest pressure until I was able to clamp them onto either side of the head. I'd soon know now. In a situation like this, you can't do any pulling, and you can only try to ease the thing along. This I did, and I fancied I felt just a bit of movement. I tried again, and there was no doubt about it, the pup was coming towards me. Susie, too, appeared to sense that things were taking a turn for the better. She cast off her apathy and began to strain lustily. It was no trouble after that, and I was able to draw the pup forth almost without resistance. "I'm afraid this one will be dead," I said, and as the tiny creature lay across my palm, there was no sign of breathing. But, pinching the chest between thumb and forefinger, I could feel the heart pulsing steadily, and I quickly opened his mouth and blew softly down into his lungs. I repeated this a few times, then laid the pup on his side in the basket. I was just thinking it was going to be no good when the little rib cage gave a sudden lift, then another, and another.
"He's off,"
Bert exclaimed happily.
"That's champion. We want these puppies alive, I know. They're by Jack Dennison's terrier, and he's a grand un."
"That's right," Mrs. Chapman put in. "No matter how many she has, they're all spoken for. Everybody wants a pup out of Susie." "I can believe that," I said. But I smiled to myself. Jack Dennison's terrier was another hound of uncertain ancestry, so this lot would be a right mixture, but none the worse for that. I gave Susie half a cc of pituitrin. "I think she needs it after pushing against that fellow for hours. We'll wait and see what happens now." And it was nice waiting. Mrs. Chapman brewed a pot of tea and began to slap butter on to homemade scones. Susie, partly aided by my pituitrin, pushed out a pup in a self-satisfied manner about every 15 minutes. The pups themselves soon set up a bawling of surprising volume for such minute creatures. Bert, relaxing visibly with every minute, filled his pipe and regarded the fast-growing family with a grin of increasing width. "It is kind of you young folk to stay with us like this." Mrs. Chapman put her head on one side and looked at us worriedly. "I should think you've been dying to get back to your dance all this time." I thought of the crush at the Drovers, the smoke, the heat, the non-stop boom-boom of the hot shots, and I looked around the peaceful little room with the old-fashioned black grate, the low varnished beams, Mrs. Chapman's sewing box, the row of Bert's pipes on the wall. I took a firmer grasp of Helen's hands, which I'd been holding under the table for the last hour. "Not at all, Mrs. Chapman," I said. "We haven't missed it in the least." And I have never been more sincere. It must have been about 2:30 when I finally decided that Susie had finished. She had 6 fine pups, which was a good score for a little thing like her, and the noise had abated as the family settled down to feast on her abundant udder. I lifted the pups out one by one and examined them. Susie didn't mind in the least, but appeared to be smiling with modest pride as I handled her brood. When I put them back with her, she inspected them, sniffed them over busily before rolling onto her side again. "3 dogs and 3 bitches," I said. "It's a nice even litter." Before leaving, I took Susie from her basket and palpated her abdomen. The degree of deflation was almost unbelievable. A pricked balloon could not have altered its shape more spectacularly, and she had made a remarkable metamorphosis to the lean, scrappy little extrovert I knew so well. When I released her, she scurried back and curled herself round her family, who were soon sucking away with total absorption. Bert laughed. "She's fair cat with them pups." He bent over and prodded the first arrival with a horny forefinger. "I like the look of this big dog pup. I reckon we'll keep this one for ourselves, Mother. He'll be company for Child Lass." It was time to go. Helen and I moved over to the door, and little Mrs. Chapman, with her fingers on the handle, looked up at me. "Well, Mr. Herriot," she said, "I can't thank you enough for coming out and putting our minds at rest. I don't know what I'd have done with this man of mine if anything had happened to his little dog." Bert grinned sheepishly. "Nay," he muttered, "I was never really worried." His wife laughed and opened the door, and as we stepped out into the silent, scented night, she gripped my arm and looked up at me roguishly. "I suppose this is your young lady," she said. I put my arm round Helen's shoulders. "Yes," I said firmly. "This is my young lady." Chapter 22. It was almost as though I were looking at my own cows, because as I stood in the little new byre and looked along the row of red and roan backs, I felt a kind of pride. "Frank," I said, "they look marvellous. You wouldn't think they were the same animals." Frank Metcalf grinned. Just what I was thinking myself. It's wonderful what a change of setting will do for livestock. It was the cows' first day in the new byre. Previously I had seen them only in the old place, a typical Dales cowhouse, centuries old, with a broken cobbled floor and gaping holes where the muck and urine lay in pools, rotting wooden partitions between the stalls, and slit windows as though the place had been built as a fortress. I could remember Frank sitting in it milking, almost invisible in the gloom, the cobwebs hanging in thick fronds from the low roof above him. In there the 10 cows had looked what they were, a motley assortment of ordinary milkers. But today they had acquired a new dignity and style. "You must feel it's been worth all your hard work," I said, and the young farmer nodded and smiled. There was a grim touch about the smile, as though he were reliving for a moment the hours and weeks and months of back-breaking labour he had put in there. Because Frank Metcalf had done it all himself. The rows of neat concreted standings, the clean and level sweep of floor, the whitewashed cement-rendered walls, all bathed in light from the spacious windows, had been put there by his own 2 hands. "I'll show you the dairy," Frank said. We went into a small room which he had built at one end, and I looked admiringly at the gleaming milk cooler, the spotless sinks and buckets, the strainer with its neat pile of filter pads. "You know," I said, "this is how milk should be produced. All those mucky old places I see every day on my rounds, they nearly make my hair stand on end." Frank leant over and drew a jet of water from one of the taps. "Ah, you're right. It'll all be like this, and better, one day. And it'll pay the farmers better, too. I've got my TT licence now, and the extra 4p a gallon will make a hell of a lot of difference. I feel I'm ready to start." And when he did start, I thought, he'd go places. He seemed to have all the things it took to succeed at the hard trade of farming: intelligence, physical toughness, a love of the land and animals, and the ability to go slogging on endlessly when other people were enjoying their leisure. I felt these qualities would overcome his biggest handicap, which was simply that he didn't have any money. Frank wasn't a farmer at all to start with. He was a steel worker from Middlesbrough. When he had first arrived less than a year ago with his young wife to take over the isolated small holding at Bransett, I had been surprised to learn that he hailed from the city because he had the dark, sinewy look of the typical Dalesman, and he was called Metcalf. He had laughed when I had mentioned this. "Oh, my great-grandfather came from these parts, and I've always had a hankering to come back." As I came to know him better, I was able to fill in the gaps in that simple statement. He had spent all his holidays up here as a small boy, and though his father was a foreman in the steelworks, and he himself had served his time at the trade, the pull of the Dales had been like a siren song welling stronger, till he had been unable to resist it any longer. He had worked on farms in his spare time, read all he could about agriculture, and finally had thrown up his old life and rented the little place high in the fells at the end of a long, stony track. With its primitive house and tumble-down buildings, it seemed an unpromising place to make a living, and in any case I hadn't much faith in the ability of townspeople to suddenly turn to farming and make a go of it. In my short experience, I had seen quite a few try and fail. But Frank Metcalf had gone about the job as though he had been at it all his life, repairing the broken walls, improving the grassland, judiciously buying stock on his shoestring budget. There was no sign of the bewilderment and despair I had seen in so many others. I had mentioned this to a retired farmer in Darrowby, and the old man chuckled. "You've got to have farming inside you. There's very few people as can succeed at it unless it's in their blood. It matters now that young Metcalf's been brought up in the town. He's still got it in him. He's got it through the titty, don't you see? Through the titty." Maybe he was right. But whether Frank had it through the titty or through study and brains, he had transformed the holding in a short time. When he wasn't milking, feeding, mucking out, he was slaving at that little byre, chipping stones, mixing cement, sand and dust clinging to the sweat on his face. And now, as he said, he was ready to start. As we came out of the dairy, he pointed to another old building across the yard. "When I'm straightened out, I aim to convert that into another byre. I've had to borrow a good bit, but now I'm TT, I should be able to clear it off in a couple of years. Sometime in the future, if all goes well, I might be able to get a bigger place altogether." He was about my own age, and a natural friendship had sprung up between us. We used to sit under the low beams of his cramped living room with its single small window and sparse furniture, and as his young wife poured cups of tea, he liked to talk of his plans. And, listening to him, I always felt that a man like him would do well, not only for himself, but for farming in general. I looked at him now as he turned his head and gazed for a few moments round his domain. He didn't have to say, "I love this place. I feel I belong here." It was all there in his face, in the softening of his eyes as they moved over the huddle of grass fields cupped in a hollow of the fells. These fields, clawed by past generations from the rough hillside, and fighting their age-old battle with heather and bracken, ran up to a ragged hem of cliff and scree, and above you could just see the lip of the moor, a wild land of bog and peat-hag. Below, the farm track disappeared round the bend of a wooded hill. The pastures were poor, and knuckles of rock pushed out in places through the thin soil, but the clean, turf-scented air and the silence must have been like a deliverance after the roar and smoke of the steelworks. "Well, we'd better see that cow, Frank. The new barn nearly made me forget what I came for." "Aye, it's this red and white 'un. My latest purchase. And she's never been right since I got her. Hasn't come onto her milk properly, and she seems dozy somehow." The temperature was 103, and as I put the thermometer away, I sniffed. "She smells a bit, doesn't she?" "Aye, I've noticed that myself." "Better bring me some hot water, and I'll have a feel inside." The uterus was filled with a stinking exudate, and as I withdrew my arm, there was a rush of yellowish necrotic material. "Surely she must have had a bit of a discharge," I said. Frank nodded. "Yes, she has had, but I didn't pay much attention. A lot of them do it when they're clearing up after calving." I drained the uterus by means of a rubber tube and irrigated it with antiseptic. Then I pushed in a few aquaflavin pessaries. "That'll help clean her up, and I think she'll soon be a lot better in herself, but I'm going to take a blood sample from her." "Why's that?" "Well, it may be nothing, but I don't like the look of that yellow stuff. It consists of decayed cotyledons. You know, the berries on the carpet. And when they're that colour, it's a bit suspicion of brucellosis." "Abortion, do you mean?" "It's possible, Frank. She may have calved before her time, or she may have calved normally but still been infected. Anyway, the blood test will tell us. Keep her isolated in the meantime." A few days later, at breakfast time in Scaledale House, I felt a quick stab of anxiety as I opened the lab report and read that the agglutination test on the blood had given a positive result. I hurried out to the farm. "How long have you had this cow?" I asked. "Just over 3 weeks," the young farmer replied. "And she's been running in the same field as your other cows and the in-calf heifers?" "Yes, all the time." I paused for a moment. "Frank, I'd better tell you the implications. I know you'll want to know what might happen. The source of infection in brucellosis is the discharges of an infected cow, and I'm afraid this animal of yours will have thoroughly contaminated that pasture. Any or all of your animals may have picked up the bug." "Does that mean they'll abort?" "Not necessarily. It varies tremendously. Many cows carry their calves through despite infection." I was doing my best to sound optimistic. Frank dug his hands deep into his pockets. His thin, dark-complexioned face was serious. "Damn. I should never seen the thing. I bought her at Hulton Market. God knows where she came from, but it's too late to talk like that now. What can we do about the job?" "The main thing is to keep her isolated and away from the other stock. I wish there was some way to protect the others, but there isn't much we can do. There are only 2 types of vaccine. Live ones, which can only be given to empty cows, and yours are all in calf, and dead ones, which aren't reckoned to be of much use." "Well, I'm the sort that doesn't like to just sit back and wait." "The dead vaccine won't do any harm if it doesn't do any good, will it?" "No." "Right, we'll do more with that then, and we'll hope for the best." Hoping for the best was something vets did a lot of in the 30s. I vaccinated the entire herd, and we waited. Nothing happened for a full 8 weeks. Summer lengthened into autumn, and the cattle were brought inside. The infected cow improved, her discharge cleared up, and she began to milk a bit better. Then Frank rang early one morning. "I found a dead calf laid in the channel when I went in to milk. Will you come?" It was a thinly haired 7-month fetus that I found. The cow looked sick, and behind her dangled the inevitable retained placenta. Her udder, which, if she had calved normally, would have been distended with milk, the precious milk which Frank depended on for his livelihood, was almost empty. Obsessed by a feeling of helplessness, I could only offer the same old advice: isolate, disinfect, and hope. A fortnight later, one of the in-calf heifers did it. She was a pretty little Jersey cross, which Frank had hoped would push up his butterfat percentage, and a week after that, one of the cows slipped a calf in her 6 months of pregnancy. It was when I was visiting this third case that I met Mr. Bagley. Frank introduced him somewhat apologetically. He says he has a cure for this trouble, Jim. He wants to talk to you about it. In every sticky situation, there is always somebody who knows better than the vet. Subconsciously, I suppose, I had been waiting for Mr. Bagley to turn up, and I listened patiently. He was very short, with bandy legs, in cloth leggings, and he looked at me intently. Young man, I've been through this on my own farm, and I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't found the remedy. I see, and what was that, Mr. Bagley? I have it here. The little man pulled a bottle from his jacket pocket. It's a bit mucky. It's been stood in cowhouse window for a year or two. I read the label. Professor Driscoll's abortion cure. Give 2 tablespoonfuls to each cow in the herd in a pint of water and repeat on the following day. The professor's face took up most of the label. He was an aggressive-looking, profusely whiskered man in a high Victorian collar, and he glared out at me belligerently through a thick layer of dust. He wasn't so daft either, because lower down the bottle I read, If an animal has aborted, a dose of this mixture will prevent further trouble. He knew as well as I did that they didn't often do it more than once. Yes, Mr. Bagley said. That's the stuff. Most of my cows did it on me, but I kept going with the medicine, and they were right as a bobbin next time round. But they would be in any case. They develop an immunity, you see. Mr. Bagley put his head on one side and gave a gentle, unbelieving smile. And who was I to argue anyway? I didn't have a thing to offer. Okay, Frank, I said wearily. Go ahead. Like my vaccine, I don't suppose it can do any harm. A fresh bottle of Driscoll's cure was purchased, and little Mr. Bagley supervised the dosing of the herd. He was cock-a-hoop when 3 weeks later one of the cows calved bang on time. Now then, what do you say, young man? My stuff's working already, isn't it? Well, I expected some of them to calve normally, I replied, and the little man pursed his lips as though he considered me a bad loser. But I wasn't really worried about what he thought. All I felt was an unhappy resignation, because this sort of thing was always happening in those days before the modern drugs appeared. Quack medicines abounded on the farms, and the vets couldn't say a lot about them because their own range of pharmaceuticals was pitifully inadequate. And in those diseases like abortion, which has so far defeated all the efforts of the profession at control, the harvest for the quackmen was particularly rich. The farming press and country newspapers were filled with confident advertisements for red drenches, black draughts, pink powders, which were positively guaranteed to produce results. Professor Driscoll had plenty of competition. When shortly afterwards another cow calved on time, Mr. Bagley was very nice about it. We all have to learn, young man, and you haven't had much practical experience. You just hadn't heard of my medicine, and I'm not blaming you, but I think we're on top of job now. I didn't say anything. Frank was beginning to look like a man who could see a gleam of hope, and I wasn't going to extinguish it by voicing my doubts. Maybe the outbreak had run its course. These things were unpredictable. But the next time I heard Frank on the phone, all my gloomy forebodings were realized. I want you to come out and cleanse 3 cows. 3, aye. They did it one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. And all before time. It's an absolute bugger, Jim. I don't know what I'm going to do. He met me as I got out of the car at the top of the track. He looked 10 years older, his face pale and haggard as though he hadn't slept. Mr. Bagley was there too, digging a hole in front of the bar door. What's he doing? I asked. Frank looked down at his boots expressionlessly. He's burying one of the calves. He says it does a lot of good if you put it in front of the door. He looked at me with an attempt at a smile. Science can deny it for me, so we might as well try a bit of black magic. I felt a few years older myself as I picked my way around the deep grave Mr. Bagley was digging. The little man looked up at me as I passed. "This is a very old remedy," he explained. "My medicine seems to be losing its power, so we have to try so much stronger. The trouble is," he added with some asperity, "I was called into this case far too late." I removed the putrefying afterbirths from the 3 cows and got off the place as soon as possible. I felt such a deep sense of shame that I could hardly meet Frank's eye. And it was even worse on my next visit a fortnight later, because as I walked across the yard I was conscious of a strange smell polluting the Sweet Hill air. It was a penetrating, acrid stink, and though it rang a bell somewhere, I couldn't quite identify it. As Frank came out of the house, he saw me sniffing and looking around. "Not very nice, is it?" he said with a tired smile. "I don't believe you've met our goat." "You've got a goat?" "Well, we've got the loan of one. An old Billy. I don't see him around right now, but by God, you can always smell him. Mr. Bagley dug him up somewhere, says he did one of his neighbours a world of good when he was having my trouble. Burying the cows wasn't doing any good, so he thought he'd better bring on the goat. It's the smell that does the trick, he says." "Oh, Frank, I'm sorry," I said. "It's still going on, then?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Aye, 2 more since I saw you, but I'm past worrying now, Jim, and for God's sake, stop looking so bloody miserable yourself. You can't do anything, I know that. Nobody can do anything." Driving home, I brooded on his words. Contagious bovine abortion had been recognized for centuries, and I had read in old books of the filthy scourge which ravaged and ruined the ancient farmers just as it was doing to Frank Metcalfe today. The experts of those days said it was due to impure water, improper feeding, lack of exercise, sudden frights. They did note, however, that other cows which were allowed to sniff at the fetuses in afterbirth were likely to suffer the same fate themselves. But beyond that, it was a black tunnel of ignorance. We modern vets, on the other hand, knew all about it. We knew it was caused by a gram-negative bacillus called Brucella abortus, whose habits and attributes we had studied till we knew its every secret. But when it came to helping a farmer in Frank's situation, we were about as much use as our colleagues of old who wrote those quaint books. True, dedicated researchers were working to find a strain of the bacillus which would form a safe and efficient vaccine to immunize cattle in calfhood, and as far back as 1930 a certain strain 19 had been developed, from which much was hoped. But even now it was still in the experimental stage. If Frank had had the luck to be born 20 years later, the chances are that those cows he bought would have all been vaccinated and protected by that same strain 19. Nowadays we even have an efficient dead vaccine for the pregnant cows. Best of all, there is now a scheme underway for the complete eradication of brucellosis, and this has brought the disease to the notice of the general public. People are naturally interested mainly in the public health aspect, and they've learnt about the vast spectrum of illnesses which the infected milk can cause in humans. But few townsmen know what brucellosis can do to farmers. The end of Frank's story was not far away. Autumn was reaching into winter, and the frost was sparkling on the steps of Skeldale House when he called one night to see me. We went into the big room, and I opened a couple of bottles of beer. "I thought I'd come to tell you, Jim," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. "I'm having to pack up." Pack up? Something in me refused to accept what he was saying. "Aye. I'm going back to my old job in Middlesbrough. There's naught else to do." I looked at him helplessly. "It's as bad as that, is it?" "Well, just think." He smiled grimly. "I have 3 cows which calve normally out of the whole herd. The rest are a mucky, discharging, sickly lot with no milk worth talking about. I've got no calves to sell or keep as replacements. I've got nowt." I hesitated. "There's no hope of raising the wind to get you over this?" "No, Jim. If I sell up now, I'll just about be able to pay the bank what I owe 'em. The rest I borrowed from the old man, and I'm not going back to ask him for more. I promised him I'd return to the steelworks if this didn't work out, and that's what I'm going to do." "Oh, hell, Frank. I can't tell you how sorry I am. You haven't had a scrap of luck all the way through." He looked at me and smiled with no trace of self-pity. "Aye, well, these things happen." I almost jumped at the words. These things happen. That's what farmers always said after a disaster. That old man in Danby had been right. Frank really did have it through the titty. And in truth, he wasn't the only man to be bankrupted in this way. What had hit Frank was called an abortion storm, and the same sort of thing had driven a legion of good men to the wall. Some of them hung on, tightened their belts, spent their life savings and half-starved till the storm abated, and they could start again. But Frank had no savings to see him through. His venture had been a gamble from the beginning, and he had lost. I never heard of him again. At first I thought he might write, but then I realized that once the agonizing break had been made, it had to be complete. From some parts of the northern Pennines you can see away over the great sprawl of Teesside, and when the fierce glow from the blast furnaces set the night sky alight, I used to think of Frank down there and wonder how he was getting on. He'd make a go of it, all right. But how often did his mind turn to the high-blown green hollow where he had hoped to build something worthwhile, and to live, and bring up his children? Some people call Peters bought the little farm at Bransted after he left. Strangely enough, they were from Teesside too. But Mr. Peters was a wealthy director of the ICI, and used the place only as a weekend retreat. It was ideal for the purpose because he had a young family, all keen on riding, and the fields were soon being grazed by an assortment of horses and ponies. In the summer, Mrs. Peters used to spend months on end up there with the children. They were nice people who cared for their animals, and I was a frequent visitor. The dwelling house was renovated almost out of recognition, and I drank coffee instead of tea in the living room, which had become a place of grace and charm, with an antique table, chintz covers, and pictures on the walls. The old outbuildings were converted into loose boxes with shining, freshly painted doors. The only thing which got no attention was Frank's little new byre. It was used as a storage place for corn and bedding for the horses. I always felt a tug at my heart when I looked in there at the thick dust on the floor, the windows almost opaque with dirt, the cobwebs everywhere, the rusting water bowls, the litter of straw bales, peat moss and sacks of oats, where once Frank's cows had stood so proudly. It was all that was left of a man's dream. Chapter 23. After the night of the Daffodil Ball, I just seemed to drift naturally into the habit of dropping in to see Helen on an occasional evening. And before I knew what was happening, I developed a pattern. Around 8 o'clock, my feet began to make of their own accord for Heston Grange. Of course, I fought the impulse. I didn't go every night. There was my work, which often occupied me round the clock. There was a feeling of propriety. And there was Mr. Alderson. Helen's father was a vague little man who had withdrawn into himself to a great extent since his wife's death a few years ago. He was an expert stockman, and his farm could compare with the best, but a good part of his mind often seemed to be elsewhere. And he had acquired some little peculiarities. When things weren't going well, he carried on long, muttered conversations with himself. But when he was particularly pleased about something, he was inclined to break into a loud, tuneless humming. It was a penetrating sound, and on my professional visits I could often locate him by tracking down this characteristic droning among the farm buildings. At first, when I came to see Helen, I'm sure he never even noticed me. I was just one of a crowd of young men who hung around his daughter. But as time went on and my visits became more frequent, he suddenly seemed to become conscious of me and began to regard me with an interest which deepened rapidly into alarm. I couldn't blame him, really. He was devoted to Helen, and it was natural that he should desire a grand match for her. Richard Edmondson represented just that. His family were rich, powerful people, and Richard was very keen indeed. Compared to him, an unknown, impecunious young vet was a poor bargain. When Mr. Alderson was around, my visits were uncomfortable affairs, and it was a pity because I instinctively liked him. He had an amiable, completely inoffensive nature which was very appealing, and under other conditions we would have got along very well. But there was no getting round the fact that he resented me. And it wasn't because he wanted to hang on to Helen. He was an unselfish man, and anyway he had an excellent housekeeper in his sister, who had been recently widowed and had come to live with the Aldersons. Auntie Lucy was a redoubtable character, and was perfectly capable of running the household and looking after the two younger children. It was just that he had got used to the comfortable assumption that one day his daughter would marry the son of his old friend, and have a life of untroubled affluence. And he had a stubborn streak which rebelled fiercely against any prospect of change. So it was always a relief when I got out of the house with Helen. Everything was right then. We went to the little dances in the village institutes. We walked for miles along the old grassy mine tracks among the hills, or sometimes she came on my evening calls with me. There wasn't anything spectacular to do in Garraby, but there was a complete lack of strain. a feeling of being self-sufficient in a warm existence of our own that made everything meaningful and worthwhile. Things might have gone on like this indefinitely but for a conversation I had with Siegfried. We were sitting in the big room at Scaledale House, as we often did before bedtime, talking over the day's events, when he laughed and slapped his knee. I had old Harry Forster in tonight paying his bill. He was really funny. Sat looking round the room and saying, "It's a nice little nest you have here, Mr. Farnan, a nice little nest." And then, very sly, "It's time there was a bird in this nest, you know. There should be a little bird in here." I laughed too. "Well, you should be used to it by now. You're the most eligible bachelor in Darrowby. People are always having a dig at you. They won't be happy till they've got you married off." "Now, wait a minute, not so fast." Siegfried eyed me thoughtfully. "I don't think for a moment that Harry was talking about me. It was you he had in mind." "What do you mean?" "Well, just think. Didn't you say you had run into the old boy one night when you were walking over his land with Helen? He'd be on to a thing like that in a flash. He thinks it's time you were hitched up, that's all." I lay back in my chair and gave myself over to laughter. "Me? Married? Oh, that'll be the day. Can you imagine it? Poor old Harry." Siegfried leant forward. "What are you laughing at, James?" "He's quite right. It's time you were married." "What's that?" I looked at him incredulously. "What do you want about now?" "It's quite simple," he said. "I'm saying you ought to get married, and soon." "Oh, come on, Siegfried, you're joking." "Why should I be?" "Well, damn it, I'm only just starting on my career. I've no money, no nothing. I've never even thought about it." "You've never even—" "Well, tell me this. Are you courting Helen Alderson, or aren't you?" "Well, I've been, I suppose you could call it that." Siegfried settled back comfortably in his chair, put his fingertips together, and assumed a judicial expression. "Good. Good. You admit you're courting the girl. Now, let us take it a step further. She is, from my own observation, extremely attractive. In fact, she nearly causes a traffic pile-up when she walks across the cobbles at market day. It's common knowledge that she is intelligent, equable, and an excellent cook. Perhaps you would agree with this." "Well, of course I would," I said, nettled at his superior air. "But what's this all about? Why are you going on like a high court judge?" "Look, I'm only trying to establish my point, James, which is that you seem to have an ideal wife lined up, and you are doing nothing about it. In fact, not to put too fine a point on it, I wish you'd stop playing around and let us see a little action." "But it's not as simple as that," I said, my voice rising. "I've told you already I'd have to be a lot better off, and anyway, give me a chance. I've only been going to the house for a few weeks. Surely you don't start thinking of getting married as soon as that. And there's another thing. Her old man doesn't like me." Siegfried put his head on one side, and I gritted my teeth as a saintly expression began to settle on his face. "Now, my dear chap, don't get angry, but there's something I have to tell you for your own good. Caution is often a virtue, but in your case you carry it too far. It's a little flaw in your character, and it shows in a multitude of ways. In your wary approach to problems in your work, for instance, you are always too apprehensive, proceeding fearfully step by step when you should be plunging boldly ahead. You keep seeing dangers when there aren't any. You've got to learn to take a chance, to lash out of it. As it is, you are confined to a narrow range of activity by your own doubts." "Oh, the original stick in the mud, eh? Oh, come now, James, I didn't say that, but while we're talking, there's another small point I want to bring up. I know you won't mind my saying this. Until you get married, I'm afraid I shall fail to get the full benefit of your assistance in the practice, because, frankly, you are becoming increasingly besotted and bemused to the extent that I'm sure you don't know what you're doing half the time." "What the devil are you talking about? I never heard that kindly hear me out, James." "What I'm saying is perfectly true. You're walking about like a man in a dream, and you've developed the disturbing habit of staring into space when I'm talking to you. Now, there's only one cure, my boy, and it's a simple little cure, isn't it?" I shouted. "No money, no home, but leap into matrimony with a happy cry. There's not a thing to worry about." "Aha, you see, there you go again, looking for difficulties." He gave a little laugh and gazed at me with pitying affection. "No money, you say? Well, one of these days you'll be a partner here. Your plate will be out on those railings in front of the house, so you'll never be short of your daily bread. And as regards a home, look at all the empty rooms in this house. You could set up a private suite upstairs without any trouble.
That's just a piffling little detail.
I ran my hand distractedly through my hair. My head was beginning to swim.
You make it all sound so easy. But it is easy.
Siegfried shot upright in his chair. Go out and ask that girl without further delay and get her into church before the month is out. He wagged a finger at me. Learn to grasp the nettle of life, James. Throw off your hesitant ways and remember. He clenched his fist and struck an attitude. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood... Okay, I said, rising wearily from my chair. That's enough. I get the message. I'm going to bed now. And I don't suppose I'm the first person to have had his life fundamentally influenced by one of Siegfried's chance outbursts. I thought his opinions ridiculous at the time, but he planted a seed which germinated and flowered almost overnight. There is no doubt he is responsible for the fact that I was the father of a grown-up family while I was still a young man. Because when I brought the subject up with Helen, she said yes, she'd like to marry me, and we set our eyes on an early date. She seemed surprised at first. Maybe she had the same opinion of me as Siegfried, and expected it would take me a few years to get off the ground. Anyway, before I had time to think much more about it, everything was neatly settled, and I found I had made a magical transition from jeering at the whole idea to making plans for furnishing our prospective bed-sitter at Skeldale House. It was a blissful time with only one cloud on the horizon, but that cloud bulked large and forbidding. As I walked hand in hand with Helen, my thoughts in the air, she kept bringing me back to earth with an appealing look. You know, Jim, you'll really have to speak to Dad. It's time he knew. Chapter 24. I've been warned long before I qualified that country practice was a dirty, stinking job. I had accepted the fact and adjusted myself to it, but there were times when this side of my life obtruded itself and became almost insupportable. Like now, when even after a long hot bath, I still smelt. As I hoisted myself from the steaming water, I sniffed at my arm, and there it was. The malodorous memory of that horrible cleansing at Tommy Dearlove's, striking triumphantly through all the soap and antiseptic almost as fresh and pungent as it had been at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Nothing but time would move it. But something in me rebelled at the idea of crawling into bed in this state, and I looked with something like desperation along the row of bottles on the bathroom shelf. I stopped at Mrs. Hall's bath salts, shining violent pink in their big glass jar. This was something I'd never tried before, and I tipped a small handful into the water round my feet. For a moment my head swam as the rising steam was suddenly charged with an aggressive sweetness. Then, on an impulse, I shook most of the jar's contents into the bath and lowered myself once more under the surface. For a long time I lay there smiling to myself in triumph as the oily liquid lapped around me. Not even Tommy Dearlove's cleansing could survive this treatment. The whole process had a stupefying effect on me, and I was half asleep even as I sank back on the pillow. There followed a few moments of blissful floating before a delicious slumber claimed me. And when the bedside phone boomed in my ear, the sense of injustice and personal affront was even stronger than usual. Blinking sleepily at the clock which said 1:15 a.m., I lifted the receiver and mumbled into it. But I was jerked suddenly wide awake when I recognized Mr. Alderson's voice. Candy was carving and something was wrong. Would I come right away? There has always been a "this is where I came in" feeling after a night call. And as my light swept the cobbles of the deserted marketplace, it was there again. A sense of returning to fundamentals, of really being me. The silent houses, the tight-drawn curtains, the long, empty street giving way to the stone walls of the country road, flipping endlessly past on either side. At these times I was usually in a state of suspended animation, just sufficiently awake to steer the car in the right direction, but tonight I was fully alert, my mind ticking over anxiously, because Candy was something special. She was the house cow, a pretty little Jersey, and Mr. Alderson's particular pet. She was the sole member of her breed in the herd. But whereas the milk from the shorthorns went into the churns to be collected by the big dairy, Candy's rich yellow offering found its way onto the family porridge every morning, or appeared heaped up on trifles and fruit pies, or was made into butter, a golden, creamy butter to make you dream. But apart from all that, Mr. Alderson just liked the animal. He usually stopped opposite her on his way down the byre, and began to hum to himself and give her tail head a brief scratch as he passed. And I couldn't blame him, because I sometimes wish all cows were Jerseys, small, gentle, doe-eyed creatures you could push around without any trouble, with padded corners and fragile limbs. Even if they kicked you, it was like a love tap compared with the clump from a craggy Frisian. I just hoped it would be something simple with Candy, because my stock wasn't high with Mr. Alderson, and I had a nervous conviction that he wouldn't react favourably if I started to make a ham-fisted job of carving his little favourite. I shrugged away my fears. Obstetrics in the Jersey were usually easy. Helen's father was an efficient farmer. As I pulled up in the yard, I could see into the lighted loose box where 2 buckets of water were steaming in readiness for me. A towel was draped over the half door, and Stan and Bert, the 2 long-serving cowmen, were standing alongside their boss. Candy was lying comfortably in deep straw. She wasn't straining, and there was nothing visible at the vulva, but the cow had a preoccupied inward look, as though all was not well with her. I closed the door behind me. "Have you had a feel inside her, Mr. Alderson?" "Aye, I've had me hand in, and there's nowt there." "Nothing at all?"
"Not a thing."
"She's been on for a few hours and not showing, so I popped me hand in, and there's no head, no legs, nowt. Not much rum either. That's when I rang you." This sounded very strange. I hung my jacket on a nail and began thoughtfully to unbutton my shirt. It was when I was pulling it over my head that I noticed Mr. Alderson's nose wrinkling. The farm men, too, began to sniff and look at each other wonderingly. Mrs. Hall's bath salts, imprisoned under my clothing, had burst from their bondage in a sickly wave, filling the enclosed space with their strident message. Hurriedly I began to wash my arms in the hope that the alien odour might pass away, but it seemed to get worse, welling from my warm skin, competing incongruously with the honest smells of cow hay and straw. Nobody said anything. These men weren't the type to make the ribald remark which would have enabled me to laugh the whole thing off. There was no ambiguity about this scent. It was voluptuously feminine, and Bert and Stan stared at me open-mouthed. Mr. Alderson, his mouth turned down at the corners, his nostrils still twitching, kept his eyes fixed on the far wall. Cringing inwardly, I knelt behind the cow, and in a moment my embarrassment was forgotten. The vagina was empty. A smooth passage narrowing rapidly to a small, rigid opening, just wide enough to admit my hand. Beyond, I could feel the feet and head of a calf. My spirits plummeted. Torsion of the uterus. There was going to be no easy victory for me here. I sat back on my heels and turned to the farmers. "She's got a twisted calf bed. There's a live calf in there, all right, but there's no way out for it. I can barely get my hand through." I thought there was something peculiar." Mr. Alderson rubbed his chin and looked at me doubtfully. "What can we do about it, then?" "We'll have to try to correct the twist by rolling the cow over while I keep hold of the calf. It's a good job there's plenty of us here." "And that'll put everything right, will it?" I swallowed. I didn't like these jobs. Sometimes rolling worked, and sometimes it didn't, and in those days we hadn't quite got round to performing caesareans on cows. If I was unsuccessful, I had the prospect of telling Mr. Alderson to send Candy to the butcher. I banished the thought quickly. "I'll put everything right," I said. I had to. I stationed Bert at the front legs, Stan at the hind, and the farmer holding the cow's head on the floor. Then I stretched myself on the hard concrete, pushed in a hand, and grasped the calf's foot. "Now, roll her," I gasped, and the men pulled the legs round in a clockwise direction. I held fiercely to the little feet as the cow flopped onto her other side. Nothing seemed to be happening inside. "Push her onto her chest," I panted. Stan and Bert expertly tucked the legs under the cow and rolled her onto her brisket, and as she settled there, I gave a yell of pain. "Get her back, quick! We're going the wrong way!" The smooth band of tissue had tightened on my wrist in a numbing grip of frightening power. For a moment I had the panicking impression that I'd never get out of there again. But the men worked like lightning. Within seconds, Candy was stretched out on her original side. The pressure was off my arm, and we were back where we started. I gritted my teeth and took a fresh grip on the calf's foot. "Okay. Try her the other way." This time the roll was anti-clockwise, and we went through 180 degrees without anything happening. I only just kept my grasp on the foot. The resistance this time was tremendous. Taking a breather for a few seconds, I lay face down while the sweat sprang out on my back, sending out fresh exotic vapours from the bath salts. Right. One more go, I cried, and the men hauled the cow further over. And oh, it was beautiful to feel everything magically unravelling, and my arm lying free in a wide uterus with all the room in the world, and the calf already beginning to slide towards me. Candy summed up the situation immediately, and for the first time she gave a determined, heaving strain. Sensing victory just round the corner, she followed up with another prolonged effort which popped the calf, wet and wriggling, into my arms. "By gum, it was quick at finish," Mr. Alderson murmured wonderingly. He seized the wisp of hay and began to dry off the little creature. Thankfully, I soaked my arms in one of the buckets. After every delivery there is a feeling of relief, but in this case it was overwhelming. It no longer mattered that the loose box smelt like a lady's hairdressing salon. I just felt good. I said good night to Bert and Stan as they returned to their beds, giving a final incredulous sniff as they passed me. Mr. Alderson was pottering about, having a word with Candy, then starting again on the calf, which he had already rubbed down several times. He seemed fascinated by it. And I couldn't blame him, because it was like something out of Disney. A pale gold fawn, unbelievably tiny, with large, dark, limpid eyes, and an expression of trusting innocence. It was a heifer, too. The farmer lifted it as if it were a whippet dog and laid it by the mother's head. Candy nosed the little animal over, rumbling happily in her throat. Then she began to lick it. I watched Mr. Alderson. He was standing, hands clasped behind him, rocking backwards and forwards on his heels, obviously enchanted by the scene. Any time now, I thought. And I was right. The tuneless humming broke out, even louder than usual, like a joyful paean. I stiffened in my Wellingtons. There would never be a better time. After a nervous cough, I spoke up firmly. "Mr. Alderson," I said, and he half turned his head. "I would like to marry your daughter." The humming was switched off abruptly, and he turned slowly till he was facing me. He didn't speak, but his eyes searched my face, unhappily. Then he bent stiffly, picked up the buckets one by one, tipped out the water, and made for the door. "You better come in the house," he said. The farmhouse kitchen looked lost and forsaken with the family abed. I sat in a high-backed wooden chair by the side of the empty hearth while Mr. Alderson put away his buckets, hung up the towel and washed his hands methodically at the sink. Then he pottered through to the parlour, and I heard him bumping and clinking about in the sideboard. When he reappeared, he bore a tray in front of him on which a bottle of whisky and 2 glasses rattled gently. The tray lent the simple procedure an air of formality, which was accentuated by the heavy cut crystal of the glasses and the virgin, unopened state of the bottle. Mr. Alderson set the tray down on the kitchen table, which he dragged nearer to us before settling in the chair at the other side of the fireplace. Nobody said anything. I waited in the lengthening silence while he peered at the cap of the bottle like a man who had never seen one before, then unscrewed it with a slow apprehension as though he feared it might blow up in his face. Finally he poured out 2 measures with the utmost gravity and precision, ducking his head frequently to compare the levels in the 2 glasses, and with a last touch of ceremony proffered the laden tray. I took my drink and waited, expectantly. Mr. Alderson looked into the lifeless fireplace for a minute or 2. Then he directed his gaze upwards at the oil painting of the paddling cars which hung above the mantelpiece. He pursed his lips as though about to whistle, but appeared to change his mind, and, without salutation, took a gulp of his whisky, which sent him into a paroxysm of coughing from which it took him some time to recover. When his breathing had returned to normal, he sat up straight and fixed me with streaming eyes. He cleared his throat, and I felt a certain tension. "Aye, well," he said, "it's grand hay weather." I agreed with him, and he looked round the kitchen with the interested stare of a total stranger. Having completed this inspection, he took another copious swallow from his glass, grimaced, closed his eyes, shook his head violently a few times, then leant forward. "Mind you," he said, "a night's rain would do a lot of good." I gave my opinion that it undoubtedly would, and the silence fell again. It lasted even longer this time, and my host kept drinking his whisky as though he was getting used to it. And I could see it was having a relaxing effect. The strained lines on his face were beginning to smooth out, and his eyes were losing their hunted look. Nothing more was said until he had replenished our glasses, balancing the amounts meticulously again. He took a sip at his second measure, then he looked down at the rug and spoke in a small voice. "James," he said, "I had a wife in 1,000. I was so surprised I hardly knew what to say. "Yes, I know," I murmured. "I've heard a lot about her." Mr. Alderson went on, still looking down, his voice full of gentle yearning. "Yes. She was the grandest lass for miles around, and the bonniest." He looked up at me suddenly with the ghost of a smile. "Nobody thought you'd ever have a fellow like me, you know. But you did." He paused and looked away. "Aye, she did." He began to tell me about his dead wife. He told me calmly, without self-pity, but with a wistful gratitude for the happiness he had known. And I discovered that Mr. Alderson was different from a lot of the farmers of his generation, because he said nothing about her being a good worker. So many of the women of those times seemed to be judged mainly on their working ability, and when I had first come to Dannerby I had been shocked when I commiserated with a newly widowed old man. He had brushed a tear from his eye and said, "Aye, she was a grand worker." But Mr. Alderson said only that his wife had been beautiful, that she had been kind, and that he had loved her very much. He talked about Helen, too, about the things she'd said and done when she was a little girl, about how very like her mother she was in every way. He never said anything about me, but I had the feeling all the time that he meant it to concern me. And the very fact that he was talking so freely seemed a sign that the barriers were coming down. Actually, he was talking a little too freely. He was halfway down his third huge whisky, and, in my experience, Yorkshiremen just couldn't take the stuff. I had seen burly 10-pint men from the local pub keel over after a mere whiff of the amber fluid, and little Mr. Alderson hardly drank at all. I was getting worried. But there was nothing I could do, so I let him ramble on happily. He was lying right back in his chair now, completely at ease, his eyes alight with his memories gazing somewhere above my head. In fact, I am convinced he had forgotten I was there, because after one long passage he dropped his eyes, caught sight of me, and stared for a moment without recognition. When he did manage to place me, it seemed to remind him of his duties as a host. But as he reached again for the bottles, he caught sight of the clock on the wall. "Well, dang it, it's 4 o'clock. We've been here long enough. It's hardly worth going to bed, but I suppose we'd better have an hour or two sleep." He checked the last of the whisky down his throat, jumped briskly to his feet, looked around him for a few moments in a businesslike sort of way, then pitched head first with a sickening clatter among the fire irons. Frozen with horror, I started forward to help the small figure scrabbling on the hearth. But I needn't have worried, because he bounced back to his feet in a second or two, and looked me in the eye as if nothing had happened. "Well, I'd better be off," I said. "Thanks for the drink." There was no point in staying longer, as I realized that the chances of Mr. Alderson saying, "Bless you, my son," or anything like that were remote. But I had a comforting impression that all was going to be well. As I made my way to the door, the farmer made a creditable attempt to usher me out, but his direction was faulty, and he tacked helplessly away from me across the kitchen floor before collapsing against a tall dresser. From under a row of willow-patterned dinner plates, his face looked at me with simple bewilderment. I hesitated, then turned back. "I'll just walk up the stairs with you, Mr. Alderson," I said in a matter-of-fact voice, and the little man made no resistance as I took his arm and guided him towards the door in the far corner. As we creaked our way upstairs, he stumbled and would have gone down again had I not grabbed him round the waist. As I caught him, he looked up at me and grunted, "Thanks, lad," and we grinned at each other for a moment before restarting the climb. I supported him across the landing to his bedroom door, and he stood hesitating as though about to say something. but finally he just nodded to me a couple of times before ducking inside. I waited outside the door, listening in some anxiety to the bumps and thumps from within. But I relaxed as a loud, tuneless humming came through the panels. Everything most certainly was going to be all right. Chapter 25.
Well, do you want job or don't you?
Walt Barnett towered over me in the surgery doorway, and his eyes flickered from my head to my feet and up again without expression. The cigarette dangling from his lower lip seemed to be part of him, as did the brown trilby hat and the shining navy-blue serge suit stretched tightly over his bulky form. He must have weighed nearly 20 stone, and with his red, beefy, brutal mouth and overbearing manner, he was undeniably formidable.
Well, yes. Of course we want the job,
I replied. I was just wondering when we could fit it in. I went over to the desk and began to look through the appointment book. We're pretty full this week, and I don't know what Mr. Fowler has fixed up for the week after. Maybe we better give you a ring. The big man had burst in on me without warning or greeting, and had barked,
"I've a fine big blood horse to geld. When can you do him?"
I had looked at him hesitantly for a few moments, taken back partly by the arrogance of his approach, partly by his request. This wasn't good news to me. I didn't like castrating fine big blood horses. I much preferred the ordinary cart colts, and if you came right down to it, I had a particular preference for Shetland ponies. But it was all part of living, and if it had to be done, it had to be done.
"You can give me a ring if you like, but don't be hour long about it."
The hard, unsmiling stare still held me.
"And I want a good job doing, think on."
"We always try to do a good job, Mr. Barnett," I said, fighting a rising prickle of resentment at his attitude.
"Aye, well, I've heard that before, and I've had some bloody balls-ups,"
he said. He gave me a final, truculent nod, turned and walked out, leaving the door open. I was still standing in the middle of the room, seething and muttering to myself, when Siegfried walked in. I hardly saw him at first, and when he finally came into focus, I found I was glowering into his face.
"What's the trouble, James?"
he asked.
"A little touch of indigestion, perhaps?"
"Indigestion? No, no. Why do you say that?"
"Well, you seem to be in some sort of pain standing there on one leg with your face screwed up."
"Did I look like that?"
"Oh, it was just our old friend Walt Barnett. He wanted us to cut a horse for him, and he made the request in his usual charming way. He really gets under my skin, that man."
Tristan came in from the passage.
"Yes, I was out there and I heard him. He's a bloody big lout."
Siegfried rounded on him.
"That's enough. I don't want to hear that kind of talk in here."
Then he turned back to me.
"And really, James, even if you were upset, I don't think it's an excuse for profanity." "What do you mean?" "Well, some of the expletives I heard you muttering there were unworthy of you."
He spread his hands in a gesture of disarming frankness.
"Heaven knows I'm no prude, but I don't like to hear such language within these walls."
He paused, and his features assumed an expression of deep gravity.
"After all, the people who come in here provide us with our bread and butter, and they should be referred to with respect." "Well, yes, but... Oh, I know some are not as nice as others, but you must never let them irritate you. You've heard the old saying, the customer is always right. Well, I think it's a good working axiom, and I always abide by it myself."
He gazed solemnly at Tristan and me in turn.
"So I hope I make myself clear. No swearing in the surgery, particularly when it concerns the clients." "It's all right for you," I burst out heatedly, "but you didn't hear Barnett. I'll stand so much, but—"
Siegfried put his head on one side, and a smile of ethereal beauty crept over his face. "My dear old chap, there you go again, letting little things disturb you. I've had to speak to you about this before, haven't I? I wish I could help you. I wish I could pass on my own gift of remaining calm at all times." "What's that you said?" "I said I wanted to help you, James, and I will." He held up a forefinger. "You've probably often wondered why I never get angry or excited." "Eh?" "Oh, I know you have. You must have. Well, I'll let you into a little secret." His smile took on a roguish quality. "If a client is rude to me, I simply charge him a little more. Instead of getting all steamed up like you do, I tell myself that I'm putting 10 bob extra on the bill, and it works like magic. Is that so? Yes, indeed, my boy. He thumped my shoulder, then became very serious. Of course, I realize that I have an advantage right at the start. I have been blessed with a naturally even temperament, while you are blown about in all directions by every little wind of circumstance. But I do think that this is something you could cultivate, so work at it, James. Work at it. All this fretting and fuming is bad for you. Your whole life would change if you could just acquire my own tranquil outlook. I swallowed hard. Well, thank you, Siegfried, I said. I'll try. Walt Barnett was a bit of a mystery man in Darrowby. He wasn't a farmer. He was a scrap merchant, a haulier, a dealer in everything from linoleum to second-hand cars, and there was only one thing the local people could say for certain about him. He had brass. Lots of brass. They said everything he touched turned to money. He had bought a decaying mansion a few miles outside the town where he lived with a downtrodden little wife, and where he kept a floating population of livestock, a few bullocks, some pigs, and always a horse or two. He employed all the vets in the district in turn, probably because he didn't think much of any of us, a feeling which, I may say, was mutual. He never seemed to do any physical work, and could be seen most days of the week shambling around the streets of Darrowby, hands in pockets, cigarette dangling, his brown trilby on the back of his head, his huge body threatening to burst through that shiny navy suit. After my meeting with him, we had a busy few days, and it was on the following Thursday that the phone rang in the surgery. Siegfried lifted it, and immediately his expression changed. From across the floor I could clearly hear the loud, hectoring tones coming through the receiver, and as my colleague listened, a slow flush spread over his cheeks, and his mouth hardened. Several times he tried to put in a word, but the torrent of sound from the far end was unceasing. Finally he raised his voice and broke in, but instantly there was a click, and he found himself speaking to a dead line. Siegfried crashed the receiver into its rest and swung round. That was Barnett, playing hell because we haven't rung him. He stood staring at me for a few moments, his face dark with anger. "The bloody bastard!" he shouted. "Who the hell does he think he is? Abusing me like that, then hanging up on me when I try to speak." For a moment he was silent, then he turned to me. "I'll tell you this, James. He wouldn't have spoken to me like that if he'd been in this room with me." He came over to me and held out his hands, fingers crooked menacingly. "I'd have wrung his bloody neck, big as he is. I would have, I tell you. I'd have strangled the bugger." "But Siegfried," I said, "what about your system?" "System? What system?" "Well, you know, the trick you have when people are unpleasant. You put something on the bill, don't you?" Siegfried let his hands fall to his sides and stared at me for some time, his chest rising and falling with his emotion. Then he patted me on the shoulder and turned away towards the window where he stood looking out at the quiet street. When he turned back to me, he looked grim, but calmer. "By God, James, you're right. That's the answer. I'll cut Barnett's horse for him, but I'll charge him a tenner." I laughed heartily. In those days, the average charge for castrating a horse was £1, or if you wanted to be more professional, a guinea. "What are you laughing at?" my employer inquired sourly. "Well, at your joke. I mean, £10. I'm not joking. I'm going to charge him a tenner." "Oh, come on, Siegfried, you can't do that." "You just watch me," he said. "I'm going to sort that bugger." 2 mornings later I was going through the familiar motions of preparing for a castration, boiling up the emasculator and laying it on the enamel tray along with the scalpel, the roll of cotton wool, the artery forceps, the tincture of iodine, the suture materials, the tetanus antitoxin, and the syringes. For the last 5 minutes Siegfried had been shouting at me to hurry. "What the hell are you doing through there, James? Don't forget to put in an extra bottle of chloroform and bring the sidelines in case he doesn't go down. And where the hell have you hidden those spare scalpel blades, James?" The sunshine streamed across the laden tray, filtering through the green tangle of the wisteria which fell untidily across the surgery window, reminding me that it was May, and that there was nowhere a May morning came in with such golden magic as to the long garden at Scaledale House. the high brick walls with their crumbling mortar and ancient stone copings enfolding the sunlight in a warm clasp, and spilling it over the untrimmed lawns, the banks of lupins and bluebells, the masses of fruit blossom, and right at the top, the rooks cawing in the highest branches of the elms. Siegfried, chloroform muzzle looped over one shoulder, made a final check of the items on the tray, then we set off. In less than half an hour we were driving through the lodge gates of the old mansion, then along a mossy avenue which wandered among pine and birch trees up to the house, which looked out from its wooded background over the rolling miles of fell and moor. Nobody could have asked for a more perfect place for the operation. A high-walled paddock, deep in lush grass. The 2-year-old, a magnificent chestnut, was led in by 2 characters who struck me as typical henchmen from Mr. Barnet. I don't know where he had dug them up, but you didn't see faces like that among the citizens of Danby. One was a brown goblin who, as he conversed with his companion, repeatedly jerked his head and winked an eye as though they were sharing some disreputable secret. The other had a head covered with ginger stubble surmounting a countenance of a bright, scrofulous red, which looked as though a piece would fall off it if you touched it, and deep in the livid flesh 2 tiny eyes darted. The 2 of them regarded us unsmilingly, and the dark one spat luxuriously as we approached. "It's a nice morning," I said. Ginger just stared at me, while Winker nodded knowingly and closed one eye, as if I had uttered some craftiness which appealed to him. The vast hunched figure of Mr. Barnet hovered in the background, cigarette drooping, the bright sunshine striking brilliant shafts of light from the tight sheen of the navy suit. I couldn't help comparing the aspect of the trio of humans with the natural beauty and dignity of the horse. The big chestnut tossed his head, then stood looking calmly across the paddock, the large, fine eyes alight with intelligence, the noble lines of the face and neck blending gently into the grace and power of the body. Observations I had heard about the higher and lower animals floated about in my mind. Siegfried walked around the horse, patting him and talking to him, his eyes shining with the delight of the fanatic. "He's a grand sort, Mr. Barnet," he said. The big man glowered at him. "Aye, well, don't spoil him, that's all. I pay a lot of money for that horse." Siegfried gave him a thoughtful look, then turned to me. "Well, let's get on. We'll drop him over there on that long grass. Are you ready, James?" I was ready, but I'd be a lot more at ease if Siegfried would just leave me alone. In horsework I was the anaesthetist, and my colleague was the surgeon. And he was good, quick, deft, successful. I had no quarrel with the arrangement. He could get on with his job, and let me do mine. But there was the rub. He would keep butting into my territory, and I found it wearing. Anesthesia in the large animals has a dual purpose. It abolishes pain and acts as a means of restraint. It is obvious that you can't do much with these potentially dangerous creatures unless they are controlled. That was my job. I had to produce a sleeping patient ready for the knife, and very often I thought it was the most difficult part. Until the animal was properly under, I always felt a certain tension, and Siegfried didn't help in this respect. He would hover at my elbow, offering advice as to the quantity of chloroform, and he could never bear to wait until the anaesthetic had taken effect. He invariably said, "He isn't going to go down, James," and then, "Don't you think you should strap a foreleg up?" Even now, 30 years later, when I am using such intravenous drugs as thiopentone, he is still at it, stamping around impatiently as I fill my syringe, poking over my shoulder with a long forefinger into the jugular furrow. "I'd shove it in just there, James." I stood there irresolute, my employer by my side, the chloroform bottle in my pocket, the muzzle dangling from my hand. It would be wonderful, I thought, if just once I could be on my own to get on with it. And after all, I had worked for him for nearly 3 years. Surely I knew him well enough to be able to put it to him. I cleared my throat. "Siegfried, I was just wondering, would you care to go and sit down there for a few minutes until I get him down?" "What's that?" Well, I thought it would be a good idea if you just left me to it. There's a bit of a crowd round the horse's head. I don't want him excited. So why don't you relax for a while, and I'll give you a shout when he's down." Siegfried raised a hand. "My dear chap, anything you say. I don't know what I'm hanging around here for anyway. I never interfere with your end, as you well know." He turned about, and, tray under one arm, marched off to where he had parked his car on the grass about 50 yards away, He strode round behind the rover and sat down on the turf, his back against the metal. He was out of sight. Peace descended. I became suddenly aware of the soft warmth of the sun on my forehead, of the bird song echoing among the nearby trees. Unhurriedly, I fastened on the muzzle under the head collar and produced my little glass measure. This once I had plenty of time. I'd start him off with just a couple of drams to get him used to the smell, without frightening him. I poured the clear fluid onto the sponge. "Walk him round in a circle slowly," I said to Ginger and Winker. "I'm going to give him a little bit at a time. There's no hurry, but keep a good hold of that halter shank in case he plays up." There was no need for my warning. The 2-year-old paced round calmly and fearlessly, and every minute or so I trickled a little extra onto the sponge. After a while his steps became laboured, and he began to sway drunkenly as he walked. I watched him happily. This was the way I liked to do it. Another little dollop would just about do the trick. I measured out another ½ ounce and walked over to the big animal. His head nodded sleepily as I gave it to him. "You're just about ready, aren't you, old lad?" I was murmuring when the peace was suddenly shattered. "He isn't going to go down, you know, James." It was a booming roar from the direction of the car, and as I whipped round in consternation I saw a head just showing over the bonnet. There was another cry. "Why don't you strap up a—" At that moment the horse lurched and collapsed quietly on the grass, and Siegfried came bounding, knife in hand, from his hiding-place like a greyhound. "Sit on his head," he yelled. "What are you waiting for? He'll be up in a minute. And get that rope round that hind leg, and bring my tray, and fetch the hot water." He panted up to the horse and then bawled into Ginger's face. "Come on, I'm talking to you! Move!" Ginger went off at a bow-legged gallop and cannoned into Winker, who was rushing forward with the bucket. Then they had a brief but frenzied tug-of-war with the rope before they got it round the pastern. "Pull the leg forward!" cried my employer, bending over the operation site. Then a full-blooded bellow. "Get the bloody foot out of my eye, will you? What's the matter with you? You wouldn't pull a hen off its nest the way you're going." I knelt quietly at the head, my knee on the neck. There was no need to hold him down. He was beautifully out, his eyes blissfully closed, as Siegfried worked with his usual lightning expertise. There was a mere few seconds of silence, broken only by the tinkling of instruments as they fell back on the tray. Then my colleague glanced along the horse's back. "Open the muzzle, James." The operation was over. I don't think I've ever seen an easier job. By the time we had washed our instruments in the bucket, the 2-year-old was on his feet, cropping gently at the grass. "Splendid anaesthetic, James," said Siegfried, drying off the emasculator. "Just right. And what a grand sort of horse." We had put our gear in the boot and were ready to leave when Walt Bonnet heaved his massive bulk over towards us. He faced Siegfried across the bonnet of the car. "Well, that went out of a job," he grunted, slapping a checkbook down on the shining metal. "How much do you want?" There was an arrogant challenge in the words, and faced with the dynamic force, the sheer brutal presence of the man, most people who were about to charge a guinea would have changed their minds and said a pound. "Well, I'm asking you," he repeated. "How much do you want?" "Ah, yes," said Siegfried lightly. "That'll be a tenner." The big man put a meaty hand on the checkbook and stared at my colleague. "What?" "That'll be a tenner," Siegfried said again. £10? Mr. Barnett's eyes opened wider. "Yes," said Siegfried, smiling pleasantly. "That's right. £10. There was a silence as the two men faced each other across the bonnet. The bird song and the noises from the wood seemed abnormally loud as the seconds ticked away, and nobody moved. Mr. Barnett was glaring furiously, and I looked from the huge, fleshy face, which seemed to have swollen even larger, across to the lean, strong-jawed, high-cheekboned profile of my employer. Siegfried still wore the remains of a lazy smile, but down in the grey depths of his eye a dangerous light glinted. Just when I was at screaming point, the big man dropped his head suddenly and began to write. When he handed the cheque over, he was shaking so much that the slip of paper fluttered as though in a high wind. "Here you are, then," he said hoarsely. "Thank you so much." Siegfried read the cheque briefly, then stuffed it carelessly into a side pocket. Isn't it grand to have some real May weather, Mr. Barnett? Does us all good, I'm sure. Walt Barnett mumbled something and turned away. As I got into the car, I could see the great expanse of navy blue back moving ponderously towards the house. He won't have us back anyway, I said. Siegfried started the engine and we moved away. No, James, I should think he'd get his 12-bore out if we ventured down his drive again. But that suits me. I think I can manage to get through the rest of my life without Mr. Barnett. Our road took us through the little village of Bolden, and Siegfried slowed down outside the pub, a yellow-washed building standing a few yards back from the road, with a wooden sign reading, "The Cross Keys," and a large black dog sleeping on the sunny front step. My boss looked at his watch. 12:15. They'll just have opened. A cool beer would be rather nice, wouldn't it? I don't think I've been in this place before. After the brightness outside, the shaded interior was restful, with only straw splinters of sunshine filtering through the curtains onto the flagged floor, the fissured oak tables, the big fireplace with its high settle. "Good morning to you, landlord," boomed my employer, striding over to the bar. He was in his most ducal mood, and I felt it was a pity he didn't have a silver-knobbed cane to rap on the counter. The man behind the counter smiled and knuckled a forelock in the approved manner. "Good morning to you, sir. And what can I get for you, gentlemen?" I half expected Siegfried to say, "2 stoops of your choicest brew, honest fellow." But instead he just turned to me and murmured, "I think 2 halves are bitter, eh, James?" The man began to draw the beer. "Won't you join us?" Siegfried inquired. "Well, thank you, sir. I'll have a brown ale with you. And possibly your good lady, too?" Siegfried smiled over at the landlord's wife, who was stacking glasses at the end of the counter. "Oh, that's very kind of you. I will." She looked up, gulped, and an expression of wonder crept over her face. Siegfried hadn't stared at her. It had only been a 5-second burst from his grey eyes, but the bottle rattled against the glass as she poured her small port, and she spent the rest of the time gazing at him dreamily. "That'll be 5 and 6pence, the landlord said. "Right." My employer plunged a hand into his bulging side pocket, and crashed down on the counter an extraordinary mixture of crumpled banknotes, coins, veterinary instruments, thermometers, bits of string. He stirred the mass with a forefinger, flicking out a half-crown and 2 florins across the woodwork. "Wait a minute," I exclaimed. "Aren't those my curved scissors? I lost them a few days." Siegfried swept the pile out of sight into his pocket. "Nonsense! What makes you think that?" "Well, they look exactly like mine. Unusual shape, lovely long flat blades. I've been looking everywhere." "James!" He drew himself up and faced me with frozen hauteur. "I think you've said enough. I may be capable of stooping to some pretty low actions, but I'd like to believe that certain things are beneath me, and stealing a colleague's curved scissors is one of them." I relapsed into silence. I'd have to bide my time and take my chance later. I was fairly sure I'd recognized a pair of my dressing forceps in there, too. In any case, something else was occupying Siegfried's mind. He narrowed his eyes in intense thought, then delved into his other pocket, and produced a similar collection which he proceeded to push around the counter anxiously. "What's the matter?" I asked. "That cheque I've just taken." "Did I give it to you?" "No, you put it in that pocket, I saw you." "That's what I thought." "Well, it's gone." "Gone? I've lost the bloody thing." I laughed. "Oh, you can't have. Go through the other pocket. It must be in there somewhere." Siegfried made a systematic search, but all was in vain. "Well, James," he said at length, "I really have lost it, but I've just thought of a simple solution. That I will stay here and have 1 more beer while you slip back to Walt Barnett and ask him for another cheque." Chapter 26. Considering we spent our honeymoon tuberculin testing, it was a big success. It compared favourably, at any rate, with the experiences of a lot of people I know who celebrated this milestone in their lives by cruising for a month on sunny seas and still wrote it off as a dead loss. For Helen and me, it had all the ingredients: laughter, fulfilment, and camaraderie. And yet it only lasted a week. And as I say, we spent it tuberculin testing. The situation had its origins one morning at the breakfast table, when Siegfried, red-eyed after a bad night with a colicky mare, was opening the morning mail. He drew his breath in sharply as a thick roll of forms fell from an official envelope. God almighty! God, look at all that testing! He smoothed out the forms on the tablecloth and read feverishly down the long list of farm premises. And they want us to start this lot around Ellerthorpe next week without fail. It's very urgent. He glanced at me for a moment. That's when you're getting married, isn't it? I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. Yes, I'm afraid it is. Siegfried snatched a piece of toast from the rack and began to slap butter on it. Well, this is just great, isn't it? The practice going mad, a week's testing right at the top of the dale, away in the back of beyond, and your wedding smack in the middle of it. You'll be drifting gaily off on your honeymoon without a care in the world, while I'm rushing around here, nearly disappearing up my own backside. He bit a piece from the toast and began to chew it worriedly. I'm sorry, Siegfried, I said. I didn't mean to land you in the cart like this. I couldn't know the practice was going to get so busy right now, and I never expected them to throw all this testing at us. Siegfried paused in his chewing and pointed a finger at me. Well, that's just it, James. That's your trouble. You don't look ahead. You just go belting straight on without a thought. Even when it comes to a bloody wedding, you're not worried. Oh, no, let's get on with it, to hell with the consequences. He paused to cough up a few crumbs which he had inhaled in his agitation. In fact, I can't see what all the hurry is. You've got all the time in the world to get married. You're just a boy, and another thing. You hardly know this girl. You've only been seeing her regularly for a few weeks. But just a minute. You said... Now, let me finish, James. Marriage is a very serious step, not to be embarked upon without long and serious thought. Why, in God's name, does it have to be next week? Next year would have been soon enough, and you could have enjoyed a nice long engagement, but no, you had to rush in and tie the knot, and it isn't so easily untied, you know. Oh, hell, Siegfried, this is too bad. You know perfectly well it was you who... One moment more. Your precipitate marital arrangements are going to cause me a considerable headache, but believe me, I wish you well. I hope all turns out for the best, despite your complete lack of foresight, but at the same time I must remind you of the old saying, marry in haste, repent at leisure. I could stand no more. I leapt to my feet, thumped a fist on the table, and yelled at him. But damn it all, it was your idea! I was all for leaving it for a bit, but you... Siegfried wasn't listening. He had been cooling off all the time, and now his face broke into a seraphic smile. Now, James, you're getting excited again. Sit down and calm yourself. You mustn't mind my speaking to you like this. You are very young, and it's my duty. You haven't done anything wrong at all. Well, I suppose it's the most natural thing in the world for people of your age to act without thinking ahead, to jump into things with never a thought of the morrow. It's just the improvidence of youth. Siegfried was about 6 years older than me, but he had donned the mantle of the omniscient greybeard without effort. I dug my fingers into my knees and decided not to pursue the matter. I had no chance anyway, and besides, I was beginning to feel a bit worried about clearing off and leaving him snowed under with work. I got up and walked to the window where I watched old Will Varley pushing a bicycle up the street, with a sack of potatoes balanced on the handlebars, as I had watched him 100 times before. Then I turned back to my employer. I had had one of my infrequent ideas. Look, Siegfried, I wouldn't mind spending my honeymoon around Ellerthorpe. Oh, it's wonderful up there at this time of year, and we could stay at the Wheat Sheaf, and I could do the testing from there. He looked at me in astonishment. Spend it at Ellerthorpe? And testing? Oh, it's impossible. What would Helen say? Well, she wouldn't mind. In fact, she could do the writing for me. We were only going off touring in the car, so we haven't made any plans, and anyway, it's funny, but Helen and I have often said we'd like to stay at the Wheat Sheaf sometime. There is something about that little pub. Siegfried shook his head decisively. No, James, I won't hear of it. In fact, you're beginning to make me feel guilty. I'll get through the work all right, so forget about it, and go away and have a good time. No, I've made up my mind. I'm really beginning to like the idea. I scanned the list quickly. Now, I can start testing at Allen's and do all those smaller ones around there on Tuesday, get married on Wednesday, and go back for the second injection and readings on Thursday and Friday. I can knock hell out of that list by the end of the week. Siegfried looked at me as though he was seeing me for the first time. He argued and protested, but for once, I got my way. I fished the ministry notification cards from the desk drawer and began to make the arrangements for my honeymoon. On Tuesday at 12 noon, I had finished testing the Allens' huge herd scattered for miles over the stark fells at the top of the dale, and was settling down with the hospitable folk for the inevitable bitter dinner. Mr. Allen was at the head of the scrubbed table, and facing me were his two sons, Jack, aged about 20, and Robbie, about 17. The young men were superbly fit and tough, and I'd been watching all morning in something like awe as they manhandled the wild, scattered beasts, chasing and catching tirelessly hour after hour. I had stared incredulously as Jack had run down a galloping heifer on the open moor, seized its horns and borne it slowly to the ground for me to inject. It struck me more than once that it was a pity that an Olympic selector was unlikely to stray into this remote corner of High Yorkshire. He would have found some world-beating material. I always had to stand a bit of leg-pulling from Mrs. Allen, a jolly, talkative woman. On previous visits she had ribbed me mercilessly about being a slow coach with the girls, the disgrace of having nothing better than a housekeeper to look after me. I knew she would start on me again today, but I bided my time. I had a devastating riposte up my sleeve. She had just opened the oven door, filling the room with a delectable fragrance, and as she dumped a huge slab of roast ham on the table, she looked down at me with a smile. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, when are we going to get you married off? It's time you found a nice girl, you know. I'm always at you, but you take not a bit of notice." She giggled as she bustled back to the cooking range for a bowl of mashed potatoes. I waited until she returned before I dropped my bombshell. "As a matter of fact, Mrs. Allen," I said airily, "I've decided to accept your advice. I'm getting married tomorrow." The good woman, mounding mashed potatoes onto my plate, stopped with her spoon in mid-air. "Married tomorrow?" Her face was a study in blank astonishment. "That's right. I thought you'd be pleased. But you're coming back here to read the test on Thursday and Friday?" "Well, of course. I have to finish the test, haven't I? I'll be bringing my wife with me. I'm looking forward to introducing her to you." There was a silence. The young men stared at me. Mr. Allen stopped sawing at the ham and regarded me stolidly. Then his wife gave an uncertain laugh. "Oh, come on! I don't believe it! You're kidding us. You'll be off on your honeymoon if you're getting married tomorrow." "Mrs. Allen," I said with dignity, "I wouldn't joke about a serious matter like that. Let me repeat. Tomorrow is my wedding day, and I'll be bringing my wife along on Thursday to see you." Completely deflated, she heaped our plates, and we all fell to in silence. But I knew she was in agony. She kept darting little glances at me, and it was obvious she was dying to ask me more. The boys, too, seemed intrigued. Only Mr. Allen, a tall, quiet man, who I'm sure wouldn't have cared if I'd been going to rob a bank tomorrow, ploughed calmly through his food. Nothing more was said until I was about to leave. Then Mrs. Allen put her hand on my arm. "You really don't mean it, do you?" Her face was haggard with strain. I got into the car and called out through the window. "Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Allen. Mrs. Herriot and I will be along first thing on Thursday." I can't remember much about the wedding. It was a quiet do, and my main recollection is of desiring to get it all over with as soon as possible. I have only one vivid memory, of Siegfried just behind me in the church booming "Amen" at regular intervals throughout the ceremony. The only time I've ever heard a best man do this. It was an incredible relief when Helen and I were ready to drive away, and when we were passing Skeldale House, Helen grasped my hand. "Look," she said excitedly. "Look over there." Underneath Siegfried's brass plate, which always hung slightly askew on the iron railings, was a brand new one. It was of the modern Bakelite type, with a black background and bold white letters which read, "J. Herriot, MRCBS, Veterinary Surgeon," and it was screwed very straight and level on the metal. Siegfried had said something about, "You'll see my wedding present on the way out." And here it was. Not many people get a partnership as a gift. but it had happened to me, and was the crowning point of 3 years of magnanimity. I looked back down the street to try to see Siegfried, but we had said our goodbyes, and I would have to thank him later. So I drove out of Danby with a feeling of swelling pride because I knew what the plate meant. I was a man with a real place in the world. The thought made me slightly breathless. In fact, we were both a little dizzy, and we cruised for hours around the countryside, getting out when we felt like it, walking among the hills, taking no account of time. It must have been 9 o'clock in the evening, and the darkness coming in fast, when we realized we had gone far out of our way. We had to drive 10 miles over a desolate moor on the fell top, and it was very dark when we rattled down the steep, narrow road into Ellithorpe. The Wheatsheaf was an unostentatious part of a single long village street, a low grey stone building with no light over the door, and as we went into the slightly musty-smelling hallway, the gentle clink of glasses came from the public bar on our left. Mrs. Byrne, the elderly widow who owned the place, appeared from a back room and scrutinized us unemotionally. "We've met before, Mrs. Byrne," I said, and she nodded. I apologized for our lateness and was wondering whether I dared ask for a few sandwiches at this time of the night, when the old lady spoke up quite unperturbed. "Nay," she said, "it's right. We've been expecting you, and your supper's waiting." She led us to the dining room, where her niece Beryl served a hot meal in no time. Thick lentil soup, followed by what would probably be called a goulash these days, but which was in fact simply a delicious stew with mushrooms and vegetables, obviously concocted by a culinary genius. We had to say no to the gooseberry pie and cream. It was like that all the time at the Wheatsheaf. The whole place was aggressively unfashionable, needing a lick of paint, crammed with hideous Victorian furniture, but it was easy to see how it had won its reputation. It didn't have stylish guests, but fat, comfortable men from the industrial West Riding brought their wives at the weekends, and did a bit of fishing or just took in the incomparable air between the mealtimes which were the big moments of the day. There was only one guest while we were there, and he was a permanent one, a retired draper from Darlington, who was always at the table in good time, a huge white napkin tucked under his chin, his eyes gleaming as he watched Beryl bring in the food. But it wasn't just the home-fed ham, the Wensleydale cheese, the succulent steak and kidney pies, the bilberry tarts and mountainous Yorkshire puddings which captivated Helen and me. There was a peace, a sleepy, insinuating charm about the old pub which we always recall with happiness. I still often pass the Wheatsheaf, and as I look at its ancient stone frontage, quite unaltered by the passage of a mere 30 years, the memories are still fresh and warm, our footsteps echoing in the empty street when we took our last walk at night, the old brass bedstead almost filling the little room, the dark rim of the fells bulking against the night sky beyond our window, faint bursts of laughter from the farmers in the bar downstairs. I particularly enjoyed, too, our very first morning when I took Helen to do the test at Allen's. As I got out of the car, I could see Mrs. Allen peeping round the curtains in the kitchen window. She was soon out in the yard, and her eyes popped when I brought my bride over to her. Helen was one of the pioneers of slacks in the Dales, and she was wearing a bright purple pair this morning, which would, in modern parlance, knock your eye out. The farmer's wife was partly shocked, partly fascinated, but she soon found that Helen was of the same stock as herself, and within seconds the two women were chattering busily. I judged from Mrs. Allen's vigorous head-nodding and her ever-widening smile that Helen was putting her out of her pain by explaining all the circumstances. It took a long time, and finally Mr. Allen had to break into the conversation. "If we're going, we'll have to go," he said gruffly, and we set off to start the second day of the test. We began on a sunny hillside where a group of young animals had been penned. Jack and Robbie plunged in among the beasts, while Mr. Allen took off his cap and courteously dusted the top of the wall. "Your missus can sit here," he said. I paused as I was about to start measuring. My missus. It was the first time anybody had said that to me. I looked over at Helen as she sat cross-legged on the rough stones, a notebook on her knee, pencil at the ready, and as she pushed back the shining hair from her forehead, she caught my eye and smiled. And as I smiled back at her, I became aware suddenly of the vast, swelling glory of the Dales around us. and of the dale's scent of clover and warm grass, more intoxicating than any wine. And it seemed that my first 3 years at Darrowby had been leading up to this moment, that the first big step of my life was being completed right here with Helen smiling at me, and the memory fresh in my mind of my new plate hanging in front of Scaledale House. I might have stood there indefinitely in a sort of trance, but Mr. Allen cleared his throat in a marked manner, and I turned back to the job in hand. "Right," I said, placing my calipers against the beast's neck. "Number 38, 7 millimeters and circumscribed," I called out to Helen. "Number 38, 7C. 38, 7C, my wife repeated, as she bent over her book and started to write.
That was Let Sleeping Vets Lie by James Herriot. Read by Christopher Timothy. We do hope you have enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of other Chivers titles, please contact us and we'll be delighted to send you a catalogue listing all our titles, as well as information about our most recent releases. Our address can be found on the box cover.